Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676 The Hope of Humanity. The first encounter of the independent regiment was fought very quickly. 208 mechas faced 300 mechas, which was an absolute disadvantage in numbers, but this disadvantage was forcibly eliminated by ace mecha warriors such as Qin Tong, Harris, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang the moment the two sides met. 2 national-level mechas and 13 general-level, Duke-level, mechas were driven by the ace-level and near-ace-level mecha warriors of the independent regiment, and they burst out with due power. Facing the Empire Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps, which only had Earl armor, they were able to do it like Ji Xinghe in a certain period of time. Today's battle is to die or not to live. Qin Tong's command was still echoing in his ears. They had no intention of worrying about the consumption of physical strength and energy. They entered a critical state before the two sides met head-on, just like Sichuan before. 15 Empire Earl armor were broken in an instant. And this is just the beginning. In order to resolve the battle as quickly as possible, the independent regiment abandoned its previous tactical play. During the cluster charge, 2 national-level mechas and 13 general-level mechas all chose to leave the team formation and gather together. It was as if the Galaxy Squad that once dominated the battlefield had reappeared. Just looking at the performance level of the mechas, they were more powerful than the original Galaxy Squad. 30 Earl armor was destroyed. When the main mechas of both sides completely encountered each other, the mecha squad composed of captain-level mecha warriors of the independent regiment, like a lance, directly penetrated into the formation of the anti-galaxy mecha corps. The lance tip rotated and crushed more than 30 Earl armor, and disrupted the cluster charge formation of the anti-galaxy corps. The gap in numbers was thus eliminated. The independent regiment, which charged from the front, even had a numerical advantage at the moment of encounter. The Zhangxia, who were charging in the front row, did not blindly and madly choose to attack without defending. If they did not have a suitable attack opportunity, they would choose to give up the attack and use their own weapons to block the weapons of the Imperial Earl armor, and use their mobile movements to limit the mobile movements of the Imperial Earl armor. Fighting? Not existing. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment in the second and third rows calmly passed the mechas of their comrades, and took advantage of the opportunities brought by their teammates to easily achieve their first break in today's battle with the tungsten steel gold weapons of the independent regiment. Or, like the tactical choice of the mecha warriors in the first row, they created a stalemate with the Earl armor, and then the mecha warriors in the third and fourth rows, or even the first row who started to maneuver again, achieved a break with an advantage of almost 2 against 1. The Zhangxia, which was standard for the independent regiment, showed its performance advantage over the Earl armor, which was standard for the anti-galaxy army. The independent regiment has been in existence for more than 3 years. Although it has undergone several changes of blood, the old soldiers are not dead and their spirits are forever. The benefits of the old leading the new are not only reflected in combat, but also in their training. Moreover, they have a longer training time, and the skilled cooperation they get can completely crush the anti-galaxy corps, which has been in existence for less than 3 months. It has never been a problem for the independent regiment to fight against an anti-galaxy corps. In just 1 minute of encounter, more than 120 mechas of the anti-galaxy corps composed of 300 Earl armor were destroyed, while only 19 mechas of the independent regiment were destroyed. The difference in numbers has not only been eliminated, but has even been completely reversed. The mecha team composed of Qin Tong and others directly killed through the anti-galaxy corps, and then turned around and launched a charge from behind the anti-galaxy corps. The formation of the anti-galaxy corps collapsed, and the remaining more than 100 Earl armor fell into a situation of fighting each other, while the independent regiment, which was still able to maintain cooperation, started a crushing battle. The Federation and the Empire, who could clearly see the battle between the two mecha corps, were not surprised by this result. The reason why the Empire was unwilling to start the decisive battle in advance was that these guerrillas who had just been selected to drive the Earl armor had very strong individual combat power, but they did not have enough time to train each other in coordinated combat. In mecha group battles, individual combat power is certainly important. If you can reach the level of Ji Xinghe, you can completely rely on your own strength to reverse the outcome. But not to mention reaching the level of Ji Xinghe, It is difficult to reach the level of combat power of Qin Tong and others. How can you affect the entire battle situation by yourself? If you can't do it, you must rely on your teammates. 2 against 1 is always easier than 1 against 1. It's not that the Empire has not selected stronger mecha warriors, but they are all incorporated into the Mecha Corps with standard Marcus armor and have not yet participated in the war. So although the Empire saw the anti-galaxy Corps being gradually annihilated by the Independent Corps, it did not lose confidence. The Federation was also not surprised to see the advantage achieved by the Independent Corps. As the first independent regiment of the Federation, if it couldn't even defeat an anti-galaxy Corps, how could it be called the Independent Regiment directly, and often without using a prefix? We fight the elite. After the Federation had 5 independent regiments, only the Independent Regiment could shout this out openly, and no one questioned it. Report: 29 panzers of the Independent Regiment have been destroyed. The report from the headquarters made it difficult for people to feel happy about the victory of the Independent Regiment. From the first minute, 19 panzers were exchanged for 120 Earl armor. But in the 5th minute, a total of 29 panzers were exchanged for 239 Earl armor. The Independent Regiment had fought well enough, and everyone knew that in the next annihilation operation, it was almost impossible for the Independent Regiment to have another panzer to be destroyed. But the Independent Regiment, which only had 208 mechas participating in the frontal battle, now has only 179 left, and they still need to face 156 Earl armor, 73 Marcus armor, and 8 Duke armor. Expected to encounter in 6 minutes, Liuer, still fighting. The Independent Regiment has more than 179 mechas, and there is also a Duke armor driven by Liuer. It is precisely because this Duke armor chose to sacrifice its own tactics and the support of the 2 divine punishment lights of the Federation that the 300 Earl armor, 90 Marcus armor, and 10 Duke armor that the Independent Regiment needs to encounter in the second wave are now almost reduced by half. But it is still a force that the Independent Regiment cannot match. The team composed of Qin Tong and others can directly kill through the Earl armor, but when facing the Marcus armor, it is like running on the ground and swimming in the water. And the 8 Duke armor can make the Independent Regiment go from being trapped in the water to being trapped in the quagmire. Coupled with a disadvantage in numbers. How long can Liuer last? Yang Ate frowned and asked. Liuer, who was still fighting, attracted 17 mechas, including 2 Duke armor. If Liuer was killed, these forces would be released and join the battle against the Independent Regiment. 9 minutes at most, Li Yuanba's voice rang in Yang Ate's ears. He was not at the scene, but he could see all the scenes that Yang Ate saw. From the perspective of the high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, it can be clearly seen that Liuer is relying on the metal jungle composed of the corpses of the Imperial Earl armor to contain the 17 Imperial mechas with agile and crazy continuous maneuvers. But the metal jungle that can serve as Liuer's shelter is being destroyed by the 17 Imperial mechas. Liuer's activity space is getting smaller and smaller, and he may be caught up by the 2 Duke armor at any time. If the time of 9 minutes was not said by Li Yuanba, everyone would think that Liuer would be defeated by the Imperial mecha before the second wave of encounters with the Independent Regiment began. Only 9 minutes. It is said that people are greedy and want more, and Yang Ate is no exception. Before, even if Liuer only held back 2 Duke armor, he would feel that Ji Xinghe gave Liuer Duke armor worth it. But now, he longs for more. However, Liuer can't bring him more, but the Empire is mobilizing more and more troops in the battlefield of the Independent Regiment. The Mecha Corps, composed of more than 2,000 conventional mechas, is about to rush down from the God's Mountain. Their target is either the Independent Regiment or the space battleship where the dust storm is dissipating. Either one is very unfavorable for the Federation. And Yang Ate can mobilize conventional standard mechas in this battlefield. At this time, only 1,000 can march to the battlefield, and the other 500 need more time to rush to the battlefield. It's too late, and it's hard to stop it. The Federation's unremitting long-range firepower support is difficult to achieve effective killing when facing the Imperial mechas with high-speed mobility and extremely high defense against shrapnel and shock waves. Can you come? Yang Ate asked again. The people in the command center were looking forward to it. Although Li Yuanba could come, he was the only one driving a mecha to support, but the meaning was completely different. The Duke armor that the Independent Regiment could not deal with was just like Ji Xinghe in front of Li Yuanba. All of them were chickens and pottery dogs. If there was the advantage brought by Li Yuanba, The independent regiment would be able to win the second wave of encounters, and with more than 1,000 federal mechas led by the independent regiment led by Li Yuanba, there would be enough strength to have a head-on confrontation with the Mecha Corps composed of 2,000 imperial mechas. There are 4 major battlefields in the Mountain of God's war zone at this time, with the 4 major independent regiments except the Azure Independent Regiment as the main force. The number of mechas invested by the Federation and the Empire has reached nearly 30,000. It can almost be said that it is all the mecha forces owned by both sides in the Mountain of God's war zone. If any battlefield can be decided in advance, it can affect the overall war. Yang Ante placed his hopes on the independent regiment, which needs to face the most difficult situation. Ji Xinghe, the real spiritual pillar of the independent group, is in an unclear situation now, so he and the independent group need Li Yuanba, and it can even be said that the entire Mountain of God's war zone needs Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba, who has fought in the Mountain of God's war zone for many years, spoke with a tone full of guilt at this time. "I'm sorry, I can't go." "Why?" Yang Ante asked in a tone. Ji Xinghe was able to participate in the war at that time. "Why can't you?" This is to say that Ji Xinghe, who had endured the baptism of the nuclear explosion and whose body had not yet fully recovered, drove a mecha to participate in the defense of base number 5. In that battle, Ji Xinghe used the nuclear weapons used by the Federation to destroy 6 Duke armor and many noble mechas. "Because I'm not Ji Xinghe," Li Yuanba's tone suddenly became angry. "I also want to be Ji Xinghe, but I'm not Ji Xinghe. What can I do?" The command center suddenly became quiet, and then it became noisy again with various orders. But the emotions in people's hearts became complicated and difficult to understand. When Li Yuanba had awakened the power of Qi, people thought that Li Yuanba was the second Ji Xinghe, and even surpassed Ji Xinghe because of his age. Li Yuanba's swear words made people understand a fact: Ji Xinghe is still irreplaceable. Yang Ante took a deep breath. "Ji Xinghe, can you come out?" "I don't know." Li Yuanba's tone has returned to calm, and the state of impotence and rage seems to have disappeared. He said, "Because I don't know how many Prince Armors are in that space battleship." Yang Ante looked at the picture on the screen in front of him and wanted to order the independent regiment to rush into the space battleship regardless of everything. But because the Empire was well prepared, the place where the first wave of encounters took place was a long way from the space battleship. Even if the independent regiment used a combat attitude that disregarded casualties and fought fast enough, the upcoming second wave of encounters would definitely happen before the independent regiment rushed into the space battleship. With the existing combat power of the independent regiment, it is impossible to win the second wave of encounters. If Qin Tong and others were to abandon the independent regiment, "Destroy that spaceship for me, I want it to become a residue," Yang Ante ordered. Because of Ji Xinghe's presence in it, when the spaceship hit Ji Xinghe, the Federation's firepower attack on the spaceship had stopped. "Commander, General Ji must still be inside. We may accidentally injure him, and it may also affect his battle." "More likely. Commander, we will release an unknown number of Prince A and Duke A inside." A staff officer raised doubts. "Don't worry about him," Yang Ante said coldly. "If we can't save him in this way, let the independent regiment retreat and abandon this battlefield." This is a very rational decision. But the staff officer raised doubts again. "Commander, do you think the independent regiment will obey our orders to retreat?" "Yes." "How could the independent regiment retreat?" Before Yang Ante gave the order, the independent regiment had already made the most disadvantageous choice for them: the battlefield, and even the entire Battle of the Gods Mountain. The Mecha squad, composed of captain-level Mecha warriors of the independent team, headed by Qin Tong, rushed to the space battleship before the independent regiment completely wiped out the anti-galaxy army. They wanted to use the speed advantage of the national-level Mecha and the general-level Mecha to rush to the space battleship in advance to rescue Ji Xinghe. The Empire's response was very simple. The 8 Duke armors broke away from the anti-galaxy army, which was ranked 3rd in the sequence today, and all soared to the extreme speed. The target was also the space battleship. They would arrive earlier than Qin Tong and others. Without Yang Ante's order, the fire support of the Federation had already begun to intercept frantically, but the fire support of the Empire was equally crazy, and the target was Qin Tong and others. The complicated situation suddenly became clear. Qin Tong and others could not save Ji Xinghe. Their choice to leave the independent regiment without authorization would cause the independent regiment to be completely wiped out when the second wave of encounters occurred. In the Mountain of God's war zone, where the battle has already begun, One of the 4 main battlefields is about to decide the outcome. Everyone knows that this battlefield, with the independent regiment as the main force, is the most difficult battlefield on the entire front, and it is reasonable that it cannot win. But people are still unwilling to accept it, because this is the independent regiment, because this is Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. Ji Xinghe. People called this name in their hearts, expecting a miracle to come, just like every time Ji Xinghe did it before. When he appeared, miracles also appeared. Most of the dust had dissipated, and finally the true appearance of the space battleship was revealed. The outer bulkhead was suddenly broken, and a mecha rushed out. People looked at it with bloodshot eyes, and when people saw it clearly, they were desperate. Because it was an Imperial Prince armor. The cheers of the Empire seemed to ring in people's ears, deafening, making people more desperate. Another mecha rushed out. People's despair froze in an instant, and they looked at it with some expectation. When people saw it clearly, despair spread again. It was like the autumn wind, which made the leaves fall unstoppably. It was like the winter snow, which buried everything in the world. The cheers of the Empire were like thunder, spanning time and space, ignoring the laws of physics, and intensifying in people's hearts. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. All of them were Imperial Prince armors. The speed of Qin Tong and others' charge suddenly slowed down, telling of their inner despair and sadness. The laughter of the Imperial Prince resounded in the Imperial Command headquarters of the Mountain of Guts, telling of his inner joy and madness. Ha 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 ha, burp, as if someone had suddenly stuffed a stinky sock into his mouth. The laughter and expression of the Imperial Prince were all sluggish. His eyes showed disbelief, unbelievable, extremely shocked, doubtful of life, collapse of worldview, and so on, different and the same emotions. Qin Tong and others, who had begun to slow down, began to speed up again. The 8 Duke armor planes, which had been running at top speed, suddenly began to slow down, and some even began to brake directly. Because another mecha rushed out of the space battleship. People saw it clearly, and the apes saw it clearly too. It was Ji Xinghe's divine punishment armor. It was Ji Xinghe. What people and apes saw more clearly was that, the Prince armor planes, which had made people feel unprecedented despair after the 5 planes appeared, did not turn around to fight against the divine punishment armor planes, nor did they choose to go straight to the independent regiment to start the slaughter mode. Instead, they rushed towards the direction of the Mountain of the Gods, which was incredible and did not even look back. They were fleeing. The divine punishment armor planes that finally rushed out of the space battleship did not choose to join Qin Tong and others. They were alone, and followed the 5 Prince armor planes of the Empire, and also rushed towards the direction of the Mountain of the Gods. He was actually chasing? People suddenly recalled a fact that had happened countless times on the Azure Star. The autumn wind and the winter snow could never blow out or bury the hope of mankind. What most people don't know yet, but will eventually believe, is that Ji Xinghe's gift characteristics are called by Li Zhangfen, the hope of mankind. Chapter 677 Liu'er, prepare to change armor. Restore communication immediately. When the Imperial Crown Prince roared, more than a dozen communication shielding devices deployed by the Empire on the battlefield, centered on the space battleship that was no longer of concern to both sides, were all shut down. For a moment, all the mechas in the area resumed communication, whether they were from the Federation or the Empire. Stop Ji Xinghe for me, stop Ji Xinghe for me immediately. This was the panicked cry of the King of Zhenbei. Are you all useless? 5 fathers and sons driving 5 prince armors, but you can't beat one Ji Xinghe. This was the ruthless rebuke of the Imperial Crown Prince, and he didn't even ask what was going on with the other 30 Duke armors. Judging from the pure combat power, the 5 prince armors were completely enough to defeat Ji Xinghe. They are all dead, they are all dead. The King of Zhenbei continued to shout in a panic. Stop Ji Xinghe, stop the 4 prince armors behind me, no, stop all the mechas behind me. The eyes of the Imperial Crown Prince were filled with puzzled emotions. It could understand what the King of Zhenbei meant, but it was precisely because it understood that it could not comprehend. How could they still drive mechas if they were all dead? Zombies. The Crown Prince of the Empire was suddenly terrified. Has the Federation developed the zombie virus that Li Zhangfen mentioned? All your 4 sons have become zombies? Can zombies drive mechas? The King of Zhenbei, who is already very close to the 8 Duke armors, regained some of his composure. The armor clone technique. Ji Xinghe is using the armor clone technique to control their prince armors. Bullshit. The Crown Prince breathed a sigh of relief and angrily scolded, "How can the armor clone technique be used without a communication connection?" Although the communication had been restored, the 4 Prince armors were able to maneuver before, and the communication equipment of the Federation armor could not be directly connected to the communication equipment of the Empire armor, not to mention that the Empire armor must not have been modified to adapt to the armor clone technique. The Crown Prince felt that the King of Xinghe had been frightened by Ji Xinghe, and his mind was not clear. Key, control armor with key. The King of Xinghe did not dare to get angry when being scolded by his nephew, and explained concisely, "Ji Xinghe is using the method of controlling armor with key, using the armor clone technique. Immediately use long-range firepower to bombard it, and the missile will be affected when it explodes. Control armor with key? The armor clone technique? Can it be superimposed?" The prince's worldview has changed dramatically, and his eyes are complicated and difficult to understand. The King of Xinghe continued to order, "Come and intercept them quickly. Ji Xinghe is using the armor clone technique, and the 4 Prince armors are all for show, without real combat power. I have made it very clear. What are you afraid of?" The 8 Duke armors closest to the King of Xinghe have all stopped. They are all mechas belonging to the prince, and naturally they will not risk sacrificing themselves to save the King of Xinghe. At this time, hearing the roar of the King of Xinghe, I couldn't help but complain in my heart, "You said it so clearly, then why are you still running? What are you afraid of?" "Your Highness." The King of Xinghe suddenly used a title that he had rarely used, "Let them stop Ji Xinghe." No, the prince, who finally came to his senses, chose to refuse. "Keep running and bring Ji Xinghe over. If it is really like what you said, Ji Xinghe is using the armor clone technique by controlling the armor with key. Then let him come over and we will kill him." The King of Xinghe finally came to his senses. The current situation is very clear. It is running away in front, and Ji Xinghe is using the armor clone technique with his 4 sons to chase it. The direction in which it is running is the direction of 8 Duke armor and the anti-galaxy core, which is the 3rd in the sequence today. There are also 2,000 conventional imperial mechas charging in the rear. In the middle, there are 2 Duke armor, 5 Marcus armor, and 10 Earl armor that are chasing Liuer. No matter how you look at it, Ji Xinghe's pursuit is a road to death. The frightened King of Xinghe woke up and no longer asked for support to intercept, but once again looked forward to it. The 8 Duke armor received the order and turned around and started running. They needed to pull the battlefield closer to the Empire's position, so as to prevent the independent regiment from catching up with Ji Xinghe. After the 2 sides joined, they would start the strongest form of the independent regiment. The independent regiment led by Ji Xinghe is the strongest independent regiment. The corresponding dialogue and changes after the Empire restored communication were simple and straightforward, and seemed very effective. The Federation naturally contacted Ji Xinghe as soon as the communication was restored. The voice of Commander Yang Ete was drowned in all kinds of anxious and joyful voices. Ji Xinghe's ears seemed to suddenly appear 30,000 sparrows, chirping. "Shut up!" All the voices disappeared, and Yang Ete also shut his mouth honestly. Ivanovich, who was excited to speak in the Nanchaman space station, kept his mouth open and pricked up his ears. "Yang Ete, explain the situation to me." Yang Ete suddenly felt honored, and when he was about to speak, he heard Ji Xinghe's voice again. "Forget it, where is Tu Yuan?" In an instant, Yang Ete returned to 40 years ago, when he was on the school playground, watching his first love extend his right hand to a boy taller and more handsome than him. When the 2 hands were held together, the sun set, and youth also ended, and never rose again. "What time is it, and you still come up with this? And you have to add the word where? Do you think you are acting a big show?" Yang Ete's complaints could not stop his joy, nor would they affect his decision to make the corresponding command after Ji Xinghe killed the space battleship. From this point of view, as the commander-in-chief of the Mountain of God's war zone, he was indeed not suitable to explain the battle situation to Ji Xinghe at this time. The war is on all fronts, the main battlefield is everywhere, and the 4 independent regiments are the main force. "The battlefield you are in now," Tu Yuan spoke very quickly, but his pronunciation was very clear, like a professional announcer interrupting urgent news. The situation was quickly explained. Tu Yuan finally asked a question that everyone, like the Crown Prince of the Empire, could not figure out. "What's going on with you?" Ji Xinghe also gave a concise answer. "Ji King and his 4 sons. I killed all of them, their mechas are now under my control, the command center will immediately mark the enemy." It turns out that the old man was not alone with 1 armor, chasing 5 prince armors alone, but with 4 prince armors chasing 1 prince armor, which sounds easier to accept, bullshit. This is more terrifying than 1 person chasing 5 prince armors, okay. People heard the answer, but they were even more puzzled. How could this be done? Even if Ji Xinghe has the title of the strongest human, he is not so powerful. Tu Yuan did not live up to Ji Xinghe's expectations and grasped the key points at the first time. You mean, you are using the armor clone technique to control 4 prince armors at the same time, and under the premise of driving the divine punishment armor? This question is a bit long-winded. After Ji Xinghe has confirmed this, he was asked again to confirm it, which makes him feel like a waste of time. But this question is really important. Yes, Ji Xinghe answered out loud, combined with the facts that many people on the battlefield could see at this time. A certain rumor was shattered. Although there are still some small problems to be solved, such as how Ji Xinghe used the armor clone technique without communication, and used the armor clone technique to control the imperial mecha. But it doesn't matter anymore, it really doesn't matter. Tu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and felt more relieved than when he saw Ji Xinghe rushing out of the imperial space battleship just now. Ji Xinghe began to give orders. Don't attack that space battleship. There are 30 destroyed Duke armor and destroyed Star Moon armor in it. Yang Ente, prepare to seize and recover? There are still 30 Duke armor? And they were all destroyed? Yes, in addition to the reason that they have been destroyed by Ji Xinghe, what other reason can keep those 30 Duke armor in that space battleship? Yes, Yang Ente confirmed that he accepted Ji Xinghe's order with clear words like a subordinate, without any dissatisfaction. Ji Xinghe has already done this. What is he dissatisfied with? Being ignored? Ji Xinghe didn't scold him a few times, he felt guilty. After all, he was just about to order the independent regiment to abandon Ji Xinghe. Qintong, Ji Xinghe continued to order. Here, although he only replied with 1 word, Qintong's voice was very obviously trembling. All members assemble and prepare for the group battle. Yes, the independent regiment began to assemble. They finally didn't have to worry about Ji Xinghe's safety anymore, and finally didn't have to look at the Empire's space battleship anymore. Finally, they could fight side by side with their corps commander Ji Xinghe. Old man. The independent regiment assembled into a cluster charge formation, following Ji Xinghe, who was chasing the Empire's Hanbi King, and rushed towards the Empire mecha that was several times theirs, but the morale was unprecedentedly high. Zirui, Ji Xinghe was still giving orders. Here, drop the Overlord armor, target, the Emperor's Hanbi. Yes, the well-prepared orbital airdrop capsule was dropped from the Ping and space battleship that was still hovering over the battlefield. The destination was in the direction of the Emperor's Hanbi's escape, in the heart of the enemy. The Overlord armor has no driver? It doesn't matter. With Ji Xinghe here and the communication fully restored. What if the Empire uses the communication shielding device again? Ji Xinghe, who can operate 5 mechas at the same time when the communication is interrupted, including 4 Imperial Prince armors, how could he not be able to use the armor clone technique to operate the Overlord armor? People didn't worry at all, and in fact there was no need to worry at all. With the restoration of communication, Zhengaiyu successfully completed the transfer when Ji Xinghe understood the situation, and established contact with Ji Xinghe. She told Ji Xinghe that she had entered the Overlord armor and applied to join the war. Ji Xinghe asked her if she was sure. She said, Lord, I'm sure it doesn't matter if I'm exposed or not. I was beaten so badly today, I must take revenge, otherwise my thoughts won't flow. This is of course an excuse. Zhengaiyu knows very well what it means to let King's Hanbi go today. She doesn't want King's Hanbi to be more fully prepared to face Ji Xinghe. For example, if the 4 kings of the empire gather together, plus an Edo Kang, even if Ji Xinghe has broken through to the 7th stage, he can't beat them. Kill 1 less. 1 less means 1 more chance of winning. Although she can't beat King's Hanbi, she doesn't need to win, she just needs to stop King's Hanbi. Then her lord can kill King's Hanbi. The orbital airdrop cabin where the Overlord armor is located has a very fast landing speed. With the addition of a propulsion engine, even a parachute is no longer needed. But the situation seems to be very unfavorable to Ji Xinghe. He is too alone and deep in the enemy's territory. Whether it is the independent regiment or the Federal Mecha Corps, they are too far away from him. If he can really perfectly control the 4 Prince Armors and exert the combat effectiveness that the Prince Armor should have, there is no need to say more. 1 man makes an army, no exaggeration. But the command of both sides has seen through the maneuvers of the 4 Prince Armors that Ji Xinghe cannot operate perfectly, so their combat effectiveness is worrying. In this case, do we still need to charge? Do we still need to continue fighting? Yang Ante's words were swallowed back when they came to his lips. He knew very well that at this time, although he had the power to command Ji Xinghe, he did not have the ability to command Ji Xinghe. Although Ji Xinghe did not have the power to command him, he had the ability to give him orders. The king of Zhanbi has not been intercepted by the Overlord armor. Even if he was intercepted, it was only temporarily blocking the prince armor driven by the king of Zhanbi. The 8 Duke armors that rushed towards the Imperial space battleship before, after turning back, had completed the reunion with many Earl armors and Marcus armors of the anti-galaxy core. Judging from their movements, it is obvious that they want to block Ji Xinghe's retreat. 156 Earl armors, 73 Marcus armors, and 8 Duke armors. More than that. The 2 Duke armor, 5 Marcus armor, and 10 Earl armor that were chasing Liu before all gave up the pursuit and chose to join the main Mecha Corps, preparing to attack Ji Xinghe, who was fighting alone. If we count the prince armor driven by the king of Zhanbi and the more than 2,000 imperial mechas that were rushing to the battlefield, how would Ji Xinghe fight? When people began to worry again, Ji Xinghe issued another order. He said, Liu, prepare to change armor. Chapter 678, there is more than one orangutan in the independent group. Go deep into the enemy's belly alone? After all, people have a big prejudice against gorillas, so that after Liu made a choice that shocked people, he was still ignored by most people. So, when Ji Xinghe's order came out, people finally noticed Liu, who was still alive on the battlefield, and went deeper into the enemy's belly than Ji Xinghe. The Duke armor driven by it, the body made of tungsten steel alloy, was already scarred, enough to reflect the difficulty of the battle it had experienced. 7.5 minutes ago, Li Yuanba said that it could only hold on for 9 minutes at most. Judging from its current state, Li Yuanba actually overestimated it a little. If it weren't for Ji Xinghe's sudden appearance and his choice to chase the king of Zhanbi at all costs, the 2 Duke armors, 5 Marcus armors, and 10 Earl armors that were chasing it would all give up its must-kill target. It might not even last for 30 seconds. But it's different now. Liu, who was in a desperate state, had already thought that he would die today. He regretted betraying the Empire and regretted making today's choice. He hated it. Why is my hair white, and white represents bad luck in the Empire? Why didn't my father kill me directly when I was born, so that my family was destroyed? I became a war slave, and experienced a life that can be described in dragon language as a cruel life. No, it is a cruel life. Why can't I be like Ji Xinghe, like Emperor Wu Wei, awaken the power of self-exhaustion, and become a peerless strongman among billions? I hate it so much. I haven't seen Emperor Wu Wei being killed by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, old man. Will he get a chance to survive today because of my sacrifice? Can he really kill Emperor Wu Wei? Will he treat a blind like he treats me, and tell the world in the name of the 6 years he gave me, that killing Emperor Wu Wei is his gift to me? Thousands of thoughts, thousands of hatreds. So much so that he, who was running away, didn't notice that Ji Xinghe had already killed out of the space battleship. The restored communication failed to bring it the news of survival in the first place. People ignored its existence. But Ji Xinghe didn't. Liu, prepare to change armor. When the command reached Liu's ears, he was still surprised that the Imperial mechas chasing him had all run away. Being in the jungle of mechas, his sight was blocked by the corpse of the Earl armor, and he couldn't directly see the changes on the battlefield. But he remembered Ji Xinghe's voice and would never forget it. And when Ji Xinghe's order was in his name, the people who ignored him also noticed him. The relevant information was transmitted to him at the first time. Liu was overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, so that his control of the metro was completely deformed. The Duke armor, which had already been damaged, crashed directly into an Earl armor that was standing still because of the light of divine punishment. When the 2 mechas rolled to one place, the gorilla in the Earl armor felt desperate, just like Liu just now. But Liu didn't mean to kill it, but quickly got up, and based on the reconnection to the independent regiment's communication, command, and intelligence sharing system, he determined Ji Xinghe's location and running direction. Run as fast as you can. The unprecedented joy made Liu's mental state a little crazy, like Fan Jin's success in the Imperial examination. Fortunately, his life experience was really miserable, which gave him a very strong mental will, so he did not collapse at this moment. Is it because Ji Xinghe wants to give him a prince's armor? No, it's because Ji Xinghe is still alive, because Ji Xinghe is still fighting, and because he is about to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe. Old man. Ji Xinghe doesn't care about Liu's psychological activities, nor does he care that Liu has a loyalty to him that no one can shake from this moment on. At this time, he didn't have the mind to think too much. He just gave an order. If Liu can successfully change his armor, then fight together. If Liu fails to change his armor, then die. If Liu chooses to fight him after changing his armor, then kill Liu. At this time, he didn't have the mind to think too much. He continued to give orders during the pursuit. Wang Shizhen, Ji Xinghe, who has a platoon of communications soldiers for individual technical support, only needs to say a name to establish a communication connection with the other party at the first time. Here, send Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan to me. Yes, Wang Shizhen, who had already prepared to drive his single soldier starship and directly hit the Imperial space battleship or the Imperial Mecha Corps, started his single soldier starship as soon as he received the order. From the process of being stationary to bursting at extreme speed, the Federation's latest carrier-type single soldier starship has arrived at its destination, the Mecha Warrior training area of the Federation position. The anxious recruits of the Independent Regiment, who did not know the specific situation of the frontline battlefield at this time, saw that except for Lim and Sichuan, the only two veterans of the Independent Regiment who did not participate in the war were running wildly in the training area wearing combat uniforms. There were two, because these two veterans were guerrillas. After Liu surrendered and joined the Independent Regiment, because of its existence and shouting, as well as the continuous shouting of the Federation Mecha warriors during the battle, many Imperial guerrillas chose to surrender. But so far, only 3 have been able to join the Independent Regiment and become Mecha warriors. As of now, only Liu, a Federal guerrilla, can be assigned to the Zanshan armor and the Duke armor. Similarly, the guerrilla that can be renamed by Ji Xinghe himself, and can now be said to be personally named, is only Liu. Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan, before this moment, were all able to drive the mechas of the breaking formation level. Because of performance reasons, they were not suitable for participating in the Battle of the Independent Regiment today, so they were abandoned in the training area. Ji Xinghe's orders had already sounded in the tactical helmets that matched the combat uniforms of the Mecha warriors. When they rushed towards the single soldier starship driven by Wang Shizhen, they could feel their heartbeats were already vibrating like war drums. Is it because they are going to participate in a life or death battle, or because they finally got the trust of Ji Xinghe like Liu, and are about to drive the Prince armor that they dared not even imagine before? No one cares. When they jumped into the carrier-type single soldier starship with the hatch opened, Wang Shizhen had already taken off and began to speed up crazily. Fortunately, the two guerrillas were very strong, and they had already fixed the safety device while holding on to stabilize their bodies. The old man doesn't have time to say anything more to you two, but I do. Wang Shizhen spoke on the communication channel without authorization. If you two think of yourselves as Federal guerrillas, then everything is fine. If you choose to be Imperial guerrillas again after getting the Prince's armor, believe me, I will definitely hit you to death. Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan were both a little confused. If the two of us really got the Prince's armor, what would you use to hit us to death? The old man was only driving the God's punishment armor made of tungsten steel alloy. The Empire used a space battleship, and you only had a single soldier starship. Why? But these words were never dared to be said, at least their lives were now completely in the hands of Wang Shizhen. Without considering the problem of material supply, theoretically, a single soldier starship that could reach the alien planet from the blue planet within a month and cross a straight line distance of more than 50 million kilometers could also burst out at super speed in the atmosphere of the alien planet. The independent group led by Qin Tong and others appeared above Ji Xinghe's head before they could reunite with him. The energy shield was already turned on, and Wang Shizhen controlled the single soldier starship and forced a landing under the long-range fire attack of the Empire. The vibration of the ship made the two Federal guerrillas terrified. What frightened them even more was that Wang Shizhen had already opened the hatch before Ji Xinghe and the 4 Prince armors could get close to the single soldier starship. The energy shield full of ripples was in front of them and looked precarious. Want to kill us? Pierce armor, Ji Xinghe's voice rang in their ears, and inexplicably the panic began to calm down. The 2 Prince armors that rushed in front of Ji Xinghe completed the turn somewhat clumsily, rushed over at a speed that almost hit the energy shield of the single soldier starship, and narrowly stopped. The energy shield disappeared in an instant, and the 2 guerrillas knew they couldn't hesitate. They rushed out like flying monkeys and ran straight to the back of the two prince armors. The door of the cockpit was already open. Looking at the gorillas inside, Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan didn't have time to feel more. They rushed in like a rocket launcher and threw out the two prince gorillas who were unattainable to them. Armor piercing is complete. The operating system is activated. The two gorillas who suddenly got the prince armor both hesitated. If they rushed directly to Ji Xinghe and launched an attack now, the fierce long-range firepower of the Empire has already attacked, but it is difficult to cause damage to the two gorillas in the prince armor. The body made of tungsten steel gold is unparalleled in defense. The two of them almost don't need to worry about their own death today. Even facing Ji Xinghe, they have a certain confidence to survive. The extremely complicated thoughts in my mind were suddenly dispelled by a scene. In order to allow the two of them to complete the armor penetration, the single soldier starship with the energy shield turned off was hit by a medium-range missile with incredible precision. The ship was blown away in an instant, and after turning in the air for an unknown number of degrees, it fell heavily to the ground. More imperial firepower poured in, but the energy shield that should have been turned on again did not appear in the side of the two gorillas. All they could see clearly was the increasing damage. "Turn on the shield," Chu Ziyan roared, but because the communication system was not connected, his voice could not reach Wang Shizin's ears. Even if it was transmitted, it would be meaningless. "This human chose to sacrifice himself to send us here," Ying Luoqi said in surprise, "and he just threatened us to crash us to death." Chu Ziyan questioned, "You want to betray the old man? You are the one who wants to betray the old man." Ying Luoqi suddenly became angry. "I want to say, the spirit of sacrifice of human beings. I don't know how many gorillas have sacrificed in the Empire over the years, but when it comes to the spirit of sacrifice, again, fighting for something is really important." Chu Ziyan was too lazy to argue with Ying Luoqi, and drove the prince armor straight to the single soldier starship that was being bombarded. This action made the Pantheon Mountain Command instantly nervous, but the distance between the two sides was too close, and no one had time to do anything. However, the instantaneous tension only lasted for a moment. Chu Ziyan grabbed the single soldier starship, dragged it behind him, and began to charge with his own body as a cover. The direction where Ji Xinghe was the target. Does it want to save Wang Shizhen? The second orangutan that surprised people appeared, also because of an unexpected choice. Can the orangutan of the Empire really become an orangutan of the Federation? If Liu Er's choice was because of his miserable life as a war slave, then Chu Ziyan, who was a civilian before, made such a choice with greater significance to the Federation. Damn, shameless. Ying Luoqi looked at Chu Ziyan's maneuvers, and suddenly two words he learned from the Mecha warriors of the Independent Regiment emerged in his mind. Then he launched a charge at a faster speed, and put on the tactical helmet of the Federation Mecha warrior again during the charge. "Old Corps Commander, give the driver a prince armor, otherwise he will die." From Ying Luoqi's point of view, Chu Ziyan's target must be what he said, and 3 of the 4 prince armors controlled by Ji Xinghe using the armor clone technique already have drivers. Liu Er, Ying Luoqi, Chu Ziyan. It is difficult for the Federation to find another gorilla as obedient as them and capable of exerting a certain combat power of the prince armor. The 4th prince armor is naturally of little use. Yet, Ji Xinghe's response made Ying Luoqi feel relieved and excited at the same time. Its performance today should not be inferior to Chu Ziyan, right? So after this battle, does it have a chance to keep this prince armor? Even if it can't keep it, it can always get a duke armor, right? Military merits and the like don't matter. The Federation's rewards for military merits are far less than those of the Empire, but a more powerful mecha means a higher chance of survival. Ying Luoqi doesn't want to die. It doesn't have the ambition of Liu Er. It just wants to live, like a human being, with dignity and freedom. With this in mind, Ying Luoqi once again proposed its tactical application. It gritted its teeth and shouted out the name that it couldn't shout out just now. "Old man, I want to break the formation." "Okay." Ji Xinghe's response was still very simple. But it made Ying Luoqi extremely happy, because it represented trust. Ying Luoqi, who was driving the prince armor, turned and headed straight for the anti-galaxy mecha corps that had gathered. Facing many high-level imperial mechas, it had no fear at all. Liu Er was able to survive while driving the Duke armor. How could he die now that he was driving the prince armor? The light of divine punishment, give me the light of divine punishment. It did not make this request to Ji Xinghe while maintaining communication before, because it was afraid of being rejected. But deep down, it was full of anticipation for the light of divine punishment. In the past, when it appeared on the battlefield, what it feared most was facing Ji Xinghe, and facing the light of divine punishment that always accompanied Ji Xinghe. Now it is not afraid anymore, because it is Ji Xinghe's soldier, it is the Federation's guerrilla, and the light of divine punishment is the Federation's weapon, it is Ji Xinghe's weapon. Old man, will you help me like you helped Liu? When Ying Luoqi rushed into the anti-Xinghe core alone, a beam of light fell from the sky. Ji Xinghe fulfilled its wish. P.S. Additional update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 bosses Chuan 29/66. Chapter 679, Let bygones be bygones and confer the title of king immediately. When the light of divine punishment that Pinyin was ready to launch finally arrived, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Overlord Armor successfully stopped the king of Xianbei, and Liu also successfully rushed to Ji Xinghe to complete the armor change. Wang Shizhen, who was imprisoned by Ziyan, also got into Prince Armor Dizili. Although this Prince Armor with extraordinary combat power turned into goose, at least his life was saved. Therefore, Ji Xinghe, who was chasing the king of Xianbei of the Empire alone, was still alone. But he had teammates who could fight side by side. The 3 imperial guerrillas, driving 3 imperial prince armors respectively, became his most powerful arms at this moment. Although the number of enemy troops they need to face at this time is still large, and they are all noble mechas, and more than 2,000 imperial mechas are charging from the Mountain of Gods. But what kind of combat power does Ji Xinghe have now? 3 prince armors. Putting aside the combat effectiveness of the 3 guerrillas, Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Xu Ziyan, just the 3 prince armors themselves have the ability to directly collide with a complete anti-galaxy army. Imperial prince armor? There is the Overlord armor driven by Ji Xinghe using the armor clone technique. Cross-Duke armor? There is the divine punishment armor driven by Ji Xinghe himself. As for those Marcus armors and Earl armors, the gap between not breaking the defense and breaking the defense easily is enough to eliminate the gap between combat awareness and operation level. The advantage is mine. When Yang Ante shouted in his heart, he reminded the staff of the command center, the Empire is likely to withdraw its troops, pay attention to respond. Of course, how to respond does not require Yang Ante, the commander-in-chief, to arrange it personally. The staff are very professional and have enough experience. This kind of battle is not the first time it has happened. Whenever the Federation is at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, Ji Xinghe can stand up to reverse the situation, and then the Empire will withdraw its troops to avoid greater losses. But Yang Ante guessed wrong this time. Withdraw troops. Inside the headquarters of the Mountain of God's Empire, the face of the Crown Prince of the Empire was full of crazy smiles. Facing the suggestions put forward by the staff, he bared his teeth and roared. We are fighting, you think it's just a game, fight for me, fight to death. The staff suddenly understood. The ban on mechas that was broken by the Empire because of Ada King was carried forward based on the personal order of Emperor Wu Ii after Ada King was defeated and captured by Ji Xinghe. A large number of civilians and slaves who could only drive conventional standard mechas before had the opportunity to participate in the assessment and join the anti-galaxy corps. Even many guerrillas who were not mecha warriors before but had extraordinary talents also had such an opportunity. When they formed a new anti-galaxy mecha corps, they also consumed a large part of the Empire's resources. 1,500 Marcus armor and 3,000 Earl armor are really nothing for the resource-rich Empire, so Ada King said to Ji Xinghe before that the Empire might have more Marcus armor and Earl armor. But one premise that Ada King did not mention is that the Empire has a large number of nobles. And almost all of these nobles have mechas that match their titles. This is related to the law that the Empire's nobles must obtain military merits in order to maintain their titles. Adding the two together, how rich can the Empire be? There are also the reasons of the rebels, the reasons that a large amount of resources are used to build space battleships, and the reasons that Emperor Wu Ii is expanding his Royal Guard battalion. The Empire is not rich anymore. After taking over the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the prince made several strategic decisions, which led to the loss of a large number of Marcus A and Earl A. There is no need to say more about this. Just saying that these losses have made the Empire, which is not rich, even worse, is enough to make the prince lose his identity as the prince of the Empire. Although the inheritance of the throne of the Empire used to attach great importance to the adaptability of blood decay and gifts, the Empire has been passed down to the third generation, the current prince and the previous prince, as well as those princes who can be candidates for the position of the prince. Is there really a big difference in talent? The staff all knew that Emperor Wu Yi had passed on his gifted abilities to Ada Kang, which further showed that the current prince's position was really unstable. Today's battle was a matter of life and death for the independent regiment, but a matter of victory and defeat for the imperial prince. If he lost, he would lose everything. King of Xinhe, the prince, who was unwilling to withdraw his troops, connected the communication with King of Xinhe. He was full of anger at King of Xinhe. If it weren't for King of Xinhe's desperate escape without looking back, which forced the anti-Star River Corps on the front battlefield to constantly shift and form a real blocking trend, how could the three guerrillas who betrayed the Empire have the opportunity to complete the armor change? But he didn't dare to get angry now, because King of Xinhe was the only one who had a chance to turn the current war around. I will order the communication shielding device to be turned on. You must break the Overlord armor as soon as possible, and then kill Ji Xinghe, King of Xinhe, whose way had been blocked by the Overlord armor, had not really encountered the Overlord armor at this time. Hearing the prince's order, he refused without hesitation and somewhat tactfully. Ji Xinghe can't use the armor clone technique to control the Overlord armor. It must be Li Yuanba inside, I said. Li Yuanba can't participate in the battle today. You also said that Ji Xinghe's armor clone technique must rely on communication support to be able to do it, but he doesn't need communication support at all. Do you know how we were killed by Ji Xinghe in that space battleship, and only I was left? You have already broken his Star Moon armor. Yes, but we paid 30 Duke armors and 4 Prince armors. Can you give me 30 Duke armors and 4 Prince armors now? Do I need to remind you that the Overlord armor has stronger comprehensive performance than the Star Moon armor? The argument of the King of Xinhe is telling the orangutans and monkeys in the Imperial Command Headquarters about his inner fear. And this fear, with Ji Xinghe's charge, continues to spread in the hearts of the orangutans and monkeys in the Empire. The King of Xinhe is so scared, so of course we should be more scared. Not only the arguments of the King of Xinhe, but also the maneuvering choices of the King of Xinhe. Facing the Overlord armor that blocked its way, it had no intention of rushing over to fight it. It kept turning, trying to use the performance advantage of the Prince armor to evade it. But as the strongest national-level mecha manufactured by the Federation, how could the Overlord armor lose to the Prince armor driven by the King of Xinhe? The Star Moon armor was only made of tungsten steel gold in the overclocked form, and tungsten steel alloy in the regular form. The Overlord armor can almost be said to be made entirely of tungsten steel gold. Except for the Emperor armor, which is generally made of tungsten steel gold for both internal and external repairs, no mecha in the Empire can surpass the Overlord armor. The King of Xinhe knew that it could not be avoided, but he kept evading it, so that the anti-galaxy corps could not catch up with it, let alone chase and intercept the Overlord armor. Of course, there was also a reason for not daring to face the Overlord armor directly. Such a picture was displayed in the headquarters of the Empire of the Gods Mountain and on the visual windows of many imperial mechas. Morale? If you don't dare to fight now, then stay on the battlefield and fight with them after our mecha corps is in place. We have a military advantage. Ji Xinghe needs to take care of his soldiers and will not chase you all the time. You just need to be like Ji Xinghe, kill through the Federal Mecha Corps. The prince chose to give in. Although this would result in Ji Xinghe being unstoppable, it was just a matter of seeing who could kill faster. If the Xinghe Independent Regiment and more than 1,500 Federal mechas could be completely annihilated, what would happen even if Ji Xinghe was still alive? There are 3 other main battlefields without Ji Xinghe. As long as he can win, his position as the prince will be secure. But the King of Xinhe didn't appreciate it. I have lost 5 sons, what else do I want? Do you and your father really want to kill them all? The roar of tearing his face made the prince desperate in an instant. If the King of Xinhe didn't dare to fight, then it would be impossible to win today, even if it had an absolute military advantage. But when the Empire faced Ji Xinghe, which time did it not have an absolute military advantage? If Ji Xinghe can't win, then the other main battlefields can't win either, because Ji Xinghe will definitely go to support after winning. And the 3 guerrillas who betrayed the Empire will also follow Ji Xinghe to support. Yes, the 3 guerrillas. Get me the 3 Prince armors. Communication was established at the first time, and the voice of the Crown Prince of the Empire sounded in the ears of the 3 Prince armors and the 3 guerrillas at the same time. I swear by the honor of the Crown Prince of the Empire and the glory of the Imperial Royal Family that as long as you return to the Empire, I will forgive you for your past mistakes and confer you the title of King. I have to admit that even Liu was moved when he heard these words from the Crown Prince of the Empire. And they can confirm that the Crown Prince of the Empire did not deceive them through the prince armor they drove, because the Crown Prince of the Empire uses full-channel broadcasting. Among them, there may be a reason for fear that they will not accept the communication application. But more of it is that the Crown Prince wants to prove that what he said is true. Forgive me for my past mistakes and confer you the title of king. The excited Liu suddenly laughed, and his smile was a little hideous. He had a lot of things to say, question, and curse at the once unattainable imperial prince. But all these words turned into one sentence in the end. Liu, with the authority of the prince armor that had not been revoked, also opened the full-channel broadcast. I am the captain of the ape mecha team of the Federation Galaxy Independent Regiment, Liu. Do you want to join my ape team? I can't give you a title, but I can give you real freedom and equality, and lead you to follow the Federation. Ji Xinghe, damn. Shameless. Ying Luoqi cursed in his heart again. He just thought that Chu Ziyan was the most shameless, but he didn't expect that Liu's realm was many levels higher than Chu Ziyan. When was the ape mecha team established? Why the hell did you call yourself the captain? Am I not an ape? I am also a Federation ape now. Like you, I am also a Federation ape who was given the prince armor by the old man. Ying Luoqi, who was secretly complaining in his heart, reacted very quickly. He opened the full-channel broadcast right after Liu, and then changed Liu's words and shouted loudly. I am Ying Luoqi, the deputy captain of the Xinghe Mecha Squad of the Federation Galaxy Independent Regiment. If you are willing to surrender and join our Independent Regiment Xinghe Squad, you can get the gift of the Federation Ji Xinghe like us, and get the prince armor given to us by the Federation Ji Xinghe. Chu Ziyan didn't think so much in his heart, he just felt that this kind of shouting would be beneficial to today's battle. So he also shouted out. I am Chu Ziyan, the deputy captain of the Xinghe Mecha Squad of the Federation Galaxy Independent Regiment. I have also received the gift of the Federation Ji Xinghe, and I have also received the prince armor given to us by the Federation Ji Xinghe. I prove that what they both said is right. Upon hearing this, Ying Luoqi was unhappy before the Imperial Crown Prince was unhappy. The one who connected to Chu Ziyan shouted angrily, there is only one deputy captain, it's me, get out of my way. Chu Ziyan sneered in response, haha, the three of them were not deprived of their full-channel shouting rights. They could even continue to receive relevant orders from the Imperial Command to the Imperial Mecha Corps and Legions. This is to mention the Imperial Noble Privileges and the Mecha Privileges brought by the Noble Privileges. Of course, this privilege also exists in the Federation. The Federal Command does not have the authority to remotely lock the operating system of the general level and national level mechas, but it can technically block them. So while the three of them continued to shout, they started their own battles. Ying Luoqi's battle started first. He rushed into the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps alone. With the help of the Light of Divine Punishment, he established an absolute advantage. With a comprehensive performance advantage of the Prince Armor, he directly opened the slaughter mode of attacking but not defending. Operation level? Combat awareness? None of them are needed. The number of his destructions soon surpassed Liu, becoming the guerrilla mecha warrior with the most destructions in the Independent Regiment. Chu Ziyan's battle started soon after. Although it did not receive the help of the Light of Divine Punishment, its battle was also not a problem. In order to rescue the King of Xinghe, attract Ji Xinghe to deeper Imperial occupation zone, and intercept Ji Xinghe, the mecha formation of the Anti-Galaxy Corps spread widely. In addition to the large number of main forces faced by Ying Luoqi, Chu Ziyan only had to face a mecha squad consisting of 30 Imperial mechas. There were only Marcus armor and Earl armor. Its battle was more fierce than Ying Luoqi's, and during its brutal collision, the weapons made of tungsten steel gold were slashed with all their strength. Although the efficiency of breaking was not high, it meant that there was some waste of the combat power of the prince's armor, but this style of play brought more morale to itself, the Independent Regiment and many federal mecha warriors than the help that higher breaking efficiency could bring. Liu's battle did not begin, not because his physical energy was exhausted in the previous battle. After receiving the gift of Ji Xinghe, there was no need to worry about his abundant physical energy. It was just because it chased after Ji Xinghe after changing its armor, like a loyal guard, so it couldn't fight until Ji Xinghe started fighting. It watched Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan, the two latecomers, surpass it in the number of kills, but it was not worried at all. Because it knew that there would be a fight today. While chasing the King of Xinghe with Ji Xinghe, Liu, who had a higher level of operation, took the time to put on the tactical helmet he had just taken off the Duke armor, and used the communication device in it to report the shouting conversation that had just taken place to Ji Xinghe and the Federal Command. Also reported were the Empire's troop mobilization and deployment information. The Federal Command was stunned. The Crown Prince of the Empire had forgiven the past and was going to confer the title of king on the three of them, and the three of them were still willing to follow Ji Xinghe to fight against the Empire? This. From Yang Ate's perspective, the choice of these three guerrillas today may be more significant to the Federation than Ji Xinghe's destruction of 30 Duke armor and 4 Prince armor. Open immediately, broadcast on all channels. When Yang Ate gave the order, Ji Xinghe's voice also rang in the Independent Regiment's all-member communication channel, and rang in Liuer's ears and heart while he was still wearing the tactical helmet of the Federation's Mecha warrior. The Independent Regiment will expand the organization of a Mecha squad, and the team name is the Ape Team, the Ape of the Ape. Captain Liuer, Deputy Captain Ying Luoqi, Chu Ziyan. Liuer laughed, and when he relayed Ji Xinghe's words to Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan, the three of them laughed, and laughed very happily. Because the three of them knew that from today on, many people in the Federation would no longer call them animals, and would no longer call them that ape or the three apes. And there will be more and more such people, as long as they are willing to continue to fight for the Federation, for their own freedom, and for their own equality. They became them, like them. Chapter 680, Is it too late to surrender now? The Crown Prince of the Empire lost a crucial card, and he could only pin his hopes on the King of Xinhe. You lost today. Do you think you will have a good ending? I have lost 5 sons, 5 of the best sons. The King of Xinhe seemed to be lying flat, leaning against the bodies of his 5 sons, and inexplicably felt a sense of showing off. I have already lost 5 sons, what else do you want? If they really want to kill them all, then the rebels will really become rebels. We still have a chance. The prince tried to persuade him. Ji Xinghe's ki must have been almost consumed. When we were bombarding him with firepower, he used the technique you mentioned to control the armor with ki and combine it with the armor clone to save the 4 prince armors. It is very likely that it has been used up. He has not had time to recover now. The King of Xinhe did not hide it at all, but replied in an exaggerated way, I had the same idea as you before, but Ji Xinghe almost beat me to death. Now I have finally escaped, and you want me to go back and die? The prince suddenly realized that the death of the 4 sons of the King of Xinhe was definitely not entirely due to Ji Xinghe's strength. Waste. While cursing in his heart for the umpteenth time, it continued to persuade, you know very well that this is our only chance to kill Ji Xinghe, and it is also our only chance to make amends. King Xinhe grasped the key point and asked, do you want to fight alongside me? When the prince was speechless, King Xinhe seemed to have grasped the opportunity and persuaded him, you are very strong. Not much worse than Wu Liashang. As long as you are willing to drive your mecha to fight alongside me, we do have a chance to kill Ji Xinghe. Let your mother go. The prince hesitated in his heart, but he still cursed it out after all. Fart. Anyway, King Xinhe's mother has no blood relationship with the prince. If his strength is not weaker than Wu Liashang, will the previous generation of emperor armor that he has already obtained be taken away by a Dakang? I came here directly to kill Ji Xinghe. But the current situation is that his strength is at most about the same as the other 4 sons of King Xinhe who were killed by Ji Xinghe today. The mecha he drives is only at the prince armor level. You want me to kill Ji Xinghe? The prince questioned. Do you want me to die? The King of Xinhe returned his words intact. You want me to kill Ji Xinghe? Do you want me to die? The imperial headquarters suddenly became quiet. The apes and monkeys were all shocked by the conversation between the King of Xinhe and the prince. Even if you think so in your heart, is it really appropriate to say it directly? You are all so scared, so should we surrender directly? Perhaps he felt the change in the eyes of his subordinates around him, or perhaps he realized that it was absolutely impossible for the King of Xinhe to lead the troops in the battle today, or perhaps he thought of his miserable fate in the future after losing today. The imperial prince finally mustered up the courage and said fiercely, hold on, I'm coming. The King of Xinhe was stunned. This nephew whom he had always looked down on actually had such a brave side? Just when the imperial prince was making the final arrangements for the headquarters, all the apes and monkeys in the imperial headquarters were excited by the prince's choice and spread this excitement. The voice of King Xinhe sounded with a tone full of doubt. It asked, you won't let your men drive your prince armor to fight like your uncle Adakang? The prince finally couldn't help it and shouted, shut up, you waste. If I die today and you run away, My father will definitely kill all your 9 clans. Ha ha ha. King Xinghe laughed out loud. Kill all my 9 clans? Have you forgotten that I am your 37th uncle? The prince didn't say any more nonsense, ran to the outside of the command center, started to wear armor and prepare to fight. It was not joking, it really wanted to go all out. King Xinghe confirmed this and his attitude changed. Although it had torn its face with a prince, at its level, what did a mere face count for? As long as it won today, what it said to the prince would not be a problem. But if it lost today, the prince died, and it survived, then what the prince said just now would really be true. It's not necessary to kill all 9 clans, and it's impossible to kill all 3 clans. After all, they are the imperial family, but all the privileges of the royal family, including their status, will definitely be gone. Thinking of this, King Xinghe felt that his nephew, the emperor, must especially hope that it can escape back alone and let the current prince who chose to join the war die on the battlefield. The king of the 4 directions of the empire, while being powerful in all directions, also occupied all 4 directions. It is really a great profit to use a prince who can be replaced at any time to take back the power of the empire. If it were it would definitely sacrifice without hesitation, and even do it itself. Then, it can't run away. King Xinghe looked at the overlord armor that was still blocking it, looked at Ji Xinghe who was already chasing very close, and the prince armor driven by the betrayer named Liu, and more detailed information on the battlefield. Suddenly, with a sharp turn, it rushed directly to the other side. Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, Liu, 3 mecha warriors of different races, all responded and turned according to the direction of King Xinghe's maneuver. 3 chasing 1. There are 2 fewer planes than before, but the combat effectiveness is incomparable. The king of Xinghe is also aware of this, so he will never choose to fight with Ji Xinghe, nor will he let himself be entangled by the overlord armor and the prince armor driven by Liu. He decided to fight according to the previous proposal of the prince, and Ji Xinghe and Xinghe also confirmed his sudden change of tactical policy through his maneuvers at the first time. It's just that the prince armor is too fast, and it is difficult for the king of Xinghe who actively escapes to completely block it in a short time, so he can only passively continue to pursue. As the king of Xinghe kept turning and running, his first target finally appeared. It was the prince armor that stood on the battlefield like a silly goose and was constantly under the bombardment of the empire. The federal ace pilot, Wang Shizhen, was driving the prince armor. And the closest to Wang Shizhen, except for the king of Xinghe, was not Ji Xinghe and his team. The independent regiment led by Qin Tong has caught up and is about to cross the prince armor where Wang Shizhen is. So Qin Tong and his team are also the target of the king of Xinghe. In other words, Qin Tong and his men were the real first target of the king of Xinghe, and the prince armor where Wang Shizhen was just its armor and hostage. Qin Tong, who noticed the king of Xinghe's intention, was ready to lead the team to turn around and go to stop the king of Xinghe. Old man, we stop it, and you kill it, don't worry about it. Ji Xinghe knew very well what would happen to Qin Tong and his men when they faced the king of Xinghe, and it would not be much better than when the 30 Duke armors faced him. He gave the order directly. Continue to support Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan. Target, the 3rd Anti-Galaxy Corps. Mission, annihilate. Yes. In response, Qin Tong led the team to complete the turn again. Ji Xinghe continued to give orders. 6 Ears, go help them. Yes. 6 Ears' response was a little late because it had to keep switching between 2 tactical helmets, but after all, it heard Ji Xinghe's order and turned around and left the team chasing the king of Xinghe. 3 chasing 1 can't catch up. How can 2 chasing 1 catch up? Before the federal command gave any advice, the overlord armor also turned around and left the pursuit team. It surpassed the prince armor driven by Liu and headed straight for the 3rd Anti-Galaxy Corps, which was fighting Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan. With their participation, the annihilation of the 3rd Anti-Galaxy Corps has become a foregone conclusion. The Mecha Corps, composed of more than 2,000 conventional mechas of the Empire, has just come down the mountain, and there is still some time before it reaches the battlefield. As long as the annihilation is achieved before that, with the existing combat power of the independent regiment and the more than 1,500 federal mechas that will be in place, they will definitely be able to win. The winning side finally appeared. Yang Ante laughed, and the king of Xinghe also laughed. The changes caused by the orders issued by Ji Xinghe were all within its expectations. When the only one chasing it was the divine punishment armor driven by Ji Xinghe, it no longer worried about being caught up. There was enough time to kill the federal pilot who sent Ying Luoqi and Chu Zilai into the battlefield, and then continue to escape. The king of Xianbei continued to rush towards the prince armor where Wang Shizhen was, using the battle method of using ki to penetrate the armor, which only took 1 second. Of course, including the time required for deceleration and reacceleration, it must be more than 1 second, but it was enough. Ji Xinghe could not catch up, and could only watch his men being killed by himself. Ji Xinghe really couldn't catch up. It was difficult for him to control the mecha 100 meters away in this environment with his ki-controlled armor. Even if he could really complete the control, he couldn't stop the king of Xianbei. Wang Shizhen was going to die? Wang Shizhen, who didn't know this, had been wearing his tactical helmet, but because the body of the prince armor could even isolate nuclear radiation, the signal was always interrupted. He was not like Liuer, who could open the hatch to reveal a gap while driving the mecha to keep the communication open for a short time. But under the constant bombardment, the prince armor was like a small boat swaying in the stormy waves, making him dizzy in it. Suddenly, all the vibrations disappeared. Wang Shizhen didn't know that it was because the king of Xianbei had regarded him as a target, so the empire's firepower bombardment had stopped. He thought the battle was almost over. He was safe for the time being. With his limited knowledge of mechas, he tried to open the cockpit door of Prince A from the inside. Fortunately, Prince A was now lying on the ground, so Wang Shizhen was able to open the hatch smoothly. With the appearance of a gap, his tactical helmet finally restored communication. Then, he heard the repeated shouts of the signalman and saw the Imperial Prince A getting closer and closer to him. "Old man, am I going to die?" When asking this question, Wang Shizhen laughed. He said, "In fact, I have a ship method that falls from the sky. It's a pity that I can't show it to you, but I hope you can. Shut up and close the hatch." When Ji Xinghe reprimanded and ordered, Wang Shizhen suddenly received an early warning message from the Federal Command. Nicknamed the Spear of Longinus, the DF-101 orbital ballistic missile, which the Empire's anti-missile system could never intercept, was flying at hypersonic speed with him as its target. What the hell? Wang Shizhen closed the hatch in an instant and began to fix the safety devices adapted to the Imperial Prince Orangutan in a hurry. The communication was lost again. Wang Shizhen, who was in the darkness of the Prince A cockpit, didn't even know how to turn on the lights or whether there were lights in the cockpit, and waited for the judgment of fate. "God, will you really not give me a chance to use my ship-dropping technique? Please. Wait a minute. If the DF-101 is equipped with a nuclear warhead, and it was launched by the old man to kill the king of Xianbei. God, please, you must kill the king of Xianbei, even if it kills me by mistake, it doesn't matter, I will thank you in heaven. If you are willing to let me go to heaven." Wang Shizhen's mental activities could not affect the DF-101, the sixth fastest orbital ballistic missile in the Federation. The charge of this Xianbei king targeting Wang Shizhen was also unaffected. In the already chaotic war, the Xianbei king did not even receive the early warning information from the Imperial Command in time, and the Dongfeng 101 was too fast. When it received the message, the Dongfeng 101 had already appeared in its sight, and there was no escape. Without hesitation, he gave up Wang Shizhen, an insignificant little character, and forced a turn. But the unstoppable Spear of Longinus had already hit it at this moment. The moment the light ball burst, the two prince armors were blown away at the same time. Wang Shizhen went to heaven as he wished. Whether he died or not actually had no meaning in this war, so no one actually cared about him. Including himself, he was indifferent to his own life and death. All he thought about was, as long as this Xianbei king was killed, it would be worth it if I died. The Xianbei king who also went to heaven did not die, because the Dongfeng 101 was not equipped with a nuclear warhead, but it was more uncomfortable for him to not die than to be killed directly. When it began its futile struggle in the air, it hated it in its heart. It hated the Empire's space fleet so much. Why couldn't it seize the air supremacy of the alien planet? Without the precise positioning of military satellites, the hit accuracy of the Empire's long-range firepower was far less than that of the Federation. At this moment, it hated the Imperial Crown Prince so much. Why did it fall into the current situation? At this moment, it hated the gravity environment of the alien planet so much. Why couldn't it be like the Empire Star, allowing it to fall to the ground faster? The panic in its heart was gradually recovering to the level when it was in the space battleship. Because it was blown into the air, it could clearly see that the God's punishment armor driven by Ji Xinghe had turned to the position where it was about to fall. Judging from its falling trajectory and falling speed, because of the distance and the preparation, Ji Xinghe, who was not affected much, could even be in place before it landed. Just like that, it was caught up? Just like that, it was going to die? It couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it, and was powerless. Just like Wang Shizhen, who just waited for the judgment of fate, it was waiting for Ji Xinghe's judgment. It was thinking in its heart, is it too late to surrender now? If I were the captain of the ape team of the Federal Independent Regiment, I would definitely be much better than Liu as the captain. Will Ji Xinghe give me time to say these words? Will he need it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Die with Unclosed Eyes. The king of Zhanbi died, but his death was not peaceful. When the crown prince of the empire finished piercing his armor and rushed out to fight side by side with his direct relative, the 37th master. Through the visual window of the mecha, he saw the scene of the mecha driven by the king of Zhanbi being blown away by the federal missile. This situation is actually very common. The conventional standard mechas of the Federation and the Empire, calculated according to the standard weight of the Azure Star, generally do not exceed 4 tons, and they are even lighter when they are on an alien planet. Even if the prince's armor is much heavier than the conventional standard mecha, it is far from the weight of the main battle tank, mainly because the metal material that constitutes the main body is different. When hit at the right angle by fierce firepower, it will not only be blown up, but also fly a continuous distance. But under normal circumstances, this kind of bombardment causes little damage to the mecha. As long as the driver is not shocked to death, the mecha can still maintain a normal level of combat effectiveness. Ji Xinghe had previously used the impact of the missile explosion to achieve a leap beyond the distance like flying. The situation that King Zhanbi is facing now is fundamentally different from the situation that Ji Xinghe faced at that time, but there is not much difference in form and effect. So King Zhanbi must be fine. No wonder. The prince who was driving the mecha to charge suddenly began to brake. He could clearly see that the divine punishment armor driven by Ji Xinghe had rushed to the landing point of King Zhanbi. The missiles of the Federation could not kill King Zhanbi, and the nuclear weapons of the Federation could not kill King Zhanbi, who was driving the prince armor. But, what about Ji Xinghe and the Federation? The prince of the empire looked at the constantly changing pictures on the visual window. He should have been concentrating, but he was somewhat distracted uncontrollably. The battle between King Zhanbi and Ji Xinghe could be said to determine the outcome of this decisive battle. But now his sight was uncontrollably looking at a corner of the visual window. The information displayed there represented a weapon located on the mounting point behind his mecha. It was the weapon he had mentioned to King Zhanbi before. This is also the real reason why the king of Zhanbi was willing to believe that the prince could help him kill Ji Xinghe after Ji Xinghe killed 4 of his sons who were stronger than the prince. The Federation has developed high-tech weapons such as the Light of Divine Punishment, electromagnetic rifles for mechas, energy shields, etc. How could the Empire, which owns a spaceship of the third civilization, not have any results? It's just because the technology of the Empire is derived from the third civilization, and there are strict restrictions on education, so their technological development is very deformed. But no matter how deformed it has the ability to completely destroy a prince's armor, or even the emperor's armor of the previous generation, in an instant. Can I kill Ji Xinghe with this weapon? Before he kills me, the prince had an unprecedented hesitation, and he was entangled like an astronaut who was only wearing a spacesuit and was left in space. The jet device on the spacesuit allows astronauts to fly a very long distance in a certain direction, but it is important to choose which direction. If you are lucky, you can encounter a spaceship. If you are unlucky, you will keep flying in the universe until the oxygen is exhausted. The prince chose to view the combat videos recorded by the prince armor driven by the king of Zhanbi and his 4 sons. The 5 videos together are very long, but the key core content is very short, so short that the prince went from hesitation to despair. The 3 sons of the king of Zhanbi drove the prince armor, which is more powerful than the god punishment armor, but failed to cause any harm to Ji Xinghe, and even failed to cause any harm to the god punishment armor. In the moment of the encounter, the prince armor seemed to be deprived of its energy core and lost all its mobility, and could only stand there motionless. Then, the driver died on the spot. The only one who struggled died even more miserably, and was directly trampled to death by Ji Xinghe with the god punishment armor, and was rotten into mud. Fortunately, there was the restraint of the combat uniform, otherwise, Liu, who got this mecha, really couldn't operate in the cockpit full of flesh and blood. Can I hold on until I activate this weapon? If Ji Xinghe wants to kill the king of Xianbei, he must consume the energy he has just recovered. If I arrive in time, will Ji Xinghe wait for me there? No, he definitely won't wait for me there. To annihilate Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, the prince didn't even look at the battle that had already begun between the king of Xianbei and Ji Xinghe, but looked at the battlefield where the independent regiment was. The independent regiment, with only more than 100 mechas left, faced the Third Anti-Galaxy Corps, which still outnumbered them and had more high-level mechas, but they broke out at a speed that exceeded their defeat speed against the Second Anti-Galaxy Corps. Because they had 3 more Prince armors and 1 more Overlord armor. Facing such an independent regiment, what could he do even if he went there? If I also have the 7th stage of Ki. No, if I get the power of inheritance, I only need the 6th stage of Ki. I can control the armor with Ki, and I can use the power of Ki to penetrate the armor directly like Ji Xinghe to complete the destruction. The Prince of the Empire, who already knew that Ji Xinghe could control the armor with Ki and use the power of Ki to penetrate the armor directly to kill the enemy, envied this ability very much, because he couldn't. According to Ji Xinghe's way of dividing the realm of Ki, only when he reached the 7th stage can he do this, which is why he placed his hopes on the king of Xianbei. And wanting to have this ability in the 6th stage was impossible in the previous empire. Now, the empire knows that as long as you have the power of inheritance, you can have the combat power of the 7th stage in the 6th stage. As for the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Wu Emperor who got the power of inheritance, the moment they got the inheritance, they were promoted to the 8th stage, and after digesting the power of inheritance, they reached the 9th stage. I need the power of inheritance to kill Ji Xinghe. Yes, that's right. I can't kill Ji Xinghe now. I'll die if I go. The desperate idea that the crown prince of the empire had just come up with was abandoned by it. It was at this moment that the prince armor driven by the king of Xianbei, when facing Ji Xinghe, suddenly stood still like the 3 sons who died today. The king of Xianbei died, but his death was not peaceful. Withdraw troops immediately. It finally issued the order that Yang Ate expected, but it was only about 10 minutes late, and many troops could no longer be withdrawn. Moreover, it is not so easy to complete the withdrawal. The battle between Ji Xinghe and the king of Xianbei seemed very short and very simple. It was just that after the 2 mechas encountered each other, they used weapons to fight each other for more than a minute, and they collided like wrestling. Then, the mecha of the king of Xianbei stood still, and after Ji Xinghe let go of the divine punishment armor driven by him, the mecha of the king of Xianbei still stood still. So people knew that Ji Xinghe killed the king of Xianbei. People were not surprised by this result, but only Ji Xinghe himself knew how dangerous it was. Later or now, Wu Dii, Ada Kang, and the king of Xiangxi, king of Xianan, king of Xiandong, etc., who saw the process and results of this battle, can also understand. Although Ji Xinghe's key recovery speed far exceeded the expectations of the king of Xianbei, he also has the characteristics of grace, which is called the power of inheritance by the imperial family, and successfully broke through to the 7th stage today. But the king of Xianbei is over 200 years old. He received the grace of Wu Dii when he was a child. Although the ki in his body is also at the level of the 7th stage, it is much thicker than Ji Xinghe, and there is actually not much consumption today. Just like when Ji Xinghe faced Ada Kang before, although both sides were at the 6th stage, Ji Xinghe's fight was very dangerous at that time, and it can even be described as miserable. The advantage of weight is really great in the pure confrontation process. Fortunately, today, Ji Xinghe and the king of Xianbei did not fight in a disarmoring battle, but in an armor-piercing battle. Ji Xinghe is the top mechanic in the Federation. Not to mention the Federation mecha, his understanding of the imperial mecha is far beyond that of the king of Xianbei. Ji Xinghe is the first galaxy-level mecha warrior in the Federation. His mecha combat experience is also far beyond that of the king of Xianbei, who is pampered and his daily training is more like playing. Otherwise, how could Ji Xinghe, who drives the god punishment armor, restrict the king of Xianbei who drives the prince armor, and force him to compete with him in the 2 abilities of controlling armor with ki and penetrating armor with ki? Therefore, the death of the king of Xianbei is not unjust. In comparison, the 4 sons who died today are really too unjust. Is it too late for me to surrender now, The question asked by the king of Xinhe at the last minute was the penultimate straw that allowed Ji Xinghe to successfully crush him. He was too afraid of death. Ji Xinghe was also afraid of death, but not afraid of death. The king of Xinhe, who received no response, finally had the momentum that the son of Emperor Wu should have. The energy in his body began to burst out without any effort, trying to kill Ji Xinghe, or when he was killed by Ji Xinghe. To give Ji Xinghe a heavy blow that was difficult to recover. At this moment, a crisp vibration came from the outer protective armor of the prince armor it was driving. What is it? The king of Xinhe did not want to be distracted at this time, but the crisp vibrations continued to come, one after another, and the interval between each sound was exactly the same, as if it was accurately measured with a stopwatch. Moreover, all the vibrations came from exactly the same position, on the waist of its mecha. Bullet? When it confirmed this, it found that the protective armor made of tungsten steel gold had actually caused obvious damage in the attack of one shot after another. Tungsten steel gold bullet? Sniper? When the king of Xinhe suddenly realized it, he thought of the sniper of the independent regiment who had destroyed many imperial mechas with a sniper rifle and cooperated with the mecha warriors of the independent regiment to complete countless destructions. Subconsciously, he wanted to evade, but at this time, his mecha had been completely locked by Ji Xinghe's divine punishment armor. The two sides kept colliding, and there was no way to evade or dodge. This was the last straw that crushed the king of Xinhe. From beginning to end, Ji Xinghe, who had not responded to the king of Xinhe, killed the king of Xinhe and made him die with his eyes open, just like the 4 sons of the king of Xinhe who died today. It can be regarded as karma. Liu Mian, as soon as the battle ended, Ji Xinghe began to give orders. Here, take all the 30 Duke armor and 2 Prince armor in that battleship back to me. Yes, Ji Xinghe's order made Yang Ante hesitate. Didn't you just tell me to prepare to seize it? Why are you asking your independent regiment to seize it now? But he dared not say such words, and he was very proactive, cooperating with Liu Mian to mobilize relevant troops to help Ji Xinghe's independent regiment complete the order to seize. Yang Ante noticed that the Imperial Mecha Corps that rushed down from the Mountain of the Gods had begun to retreat, so he asked anxiously, "Old man, what do you think?" "Keep fighting," Ji Xinghe responded decisively and launched a charge at the first time. The target was not the battlefield area where the independent regiment was at this time, but directly rushed to the direction of the Mountain of the Gods in a path that could cross the independent regiment. Rush to the Imperial Mecha Corps composed of more than 2,000 conventional grade standard mechas. Okay, then keep fighting. Yang Ante began to deploy troops. In fact, there was nothing to command. The general staff had already formulated multiple plans for different battle situations. At this time, just choose the most appropriate one to execute. Whether we can win today is no longer a problem. The question becomes how many Imperial mechas can be knocked down today. As Ji Xinghe launched another solo charge, the independent regiment, which had already gained an absolute advantage and faced the anti-galaxy corps that had begun to retreat, also divided some of its forces to move closer to the direction of Ji Xinghe's charge. Although the God Punishment armor was faster, due to their different positions, the two sides completed the reunion before encountering the Imperial Mecha Corps. The God Punishment armor driven by Ji Xinghe was in the middle, the Xinghe armor was on the left. The Prince armor driven by Liu was on the right, and Jiang Yun led the team behind. Qin Tong and others, including Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan, have not been able to catch up yet. They are still chasing the third anti-galaxy corps, striving to achieve the combat goal of annihilation. Compared with the conventional Imperial Mecha, the Earl armor, Marcus armor, and Duke armor have higher destruction recycling value. Moreover, from the intelligence mastered by the Federation and the number of troops that the Empire has lost and is losing in the two decisive battles before and after, if they can achieve the goal of annihilating this anti-galaxy corps today, the other four independent regiments that are fighting can also make achievements. The anti-galaxy corps formed by the Empire, with its 3,000 Earl armors as the basis, can be said to have been completely destroyed by the Federation. Even if the anti-galaxy corps still has many Marcus armors, what is there to fear in the situation of one side gaining and the other losing? Jiang Yun looked at the divine punishment armor charging in the front and shouted in the all-member communication channel. In the name of the galaxy, the Mecha warriors of the independent regiment, including Qin Tong and others on another battlefield, responded in unison with roaring voices. Invincible, almost at the same time. Han Li, who had received the news that the independent regiment had won, told everyone in the hard battle in a full channel broadcast mode, and then shouted. In the name of the galaxy, the Ji Xinghe Independent Regiment, and the Federal Mecha Corps that cooperated with them, responded with untidy but loud enough voices. Invincible, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, the Sacred Independent Regiment, and the Azure Independent Regiment. All shouted at this moment. In the name of the galaxy. Invincible, the Empire was defeated across the board in the roar of the Federal Mecha Warriors. Invincible. The situation was very good, but Tu Yuan's heart was a little hazy. He sighed with a smile. We really have to fight on our own. P.S. Additional update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses of Chunaianjian, 30/66. Chapter 682, Team 603, Charge. Tian Qi, who had become a second-level mecha warrior of the Federation a year ago and obtained the right to drive a conventional standard mecha, is still a second-level mecha warrior. In this year, he participated in dozens of wars of all sizes, but only won 4 gold stars. This is a world of difference compared to his original dream. Before he became a mecha warrior, he longed to become a mecha warrior and dreamed of winning 1 gold star after another in the battle with the imperial mecha like Su Chuanian. With 10 gold stars, he can become a first-level mecha warrior. With 20 gold stars, he can become a special mecha warrior. Then, he will apply to join the independent regiment. With the strength of a special mecha warrior, the independent regiment should accept him, right? If not, then he will continue to pick stars, and when the 100 gold stars he has accumulated into a red star, he can become an ace mecha warrior like Su Chuanian. At that time, the independent regiment will have no reason to reject him, right? Tian Qi's dream is not really high, because he did not regard Ji Xinghe as his goal, nor did he regard Li Yuanba, Lu Oiki, Kai Dylan, Han Li and others as his goals. At that time, Kai Dylan had not yet sacrificed himself, and Su Chuanian had not yet picked up 1 red star after another while lying down. This dream is really not high. It is also the dream of most mecha warriors in the Federation, and those soldiers who dream of becoming mecha warriors have a not so high dream. But as time passed day by day, and more wars were involved, Tian Qi finally recognized a fact. His dream of taking Su Chuanian as his goal was not a dream, but a fantasy. At that time, Su Chuanian still did not pick up 1 red star after another while lying down. Although his record is more amazing than that of other ace mecha warriors in the Federation, in people's eyes, it is only because Su Chuanian is in the independent regiment, and only because Su Chuanian has the armor of divine punishment. If other ace mecha warriors who drive mechas that are not as good as the armor of divine punishment are replaced, they can achieve the level of Su Chuanian, or even do better than him. But Tian Qi still recognized the facts. Because he participated in dozens of battles and faced hundreds of imperial mechas, but only got 3 gold stars. After Su Chuanian became a mecha warrior, how long did it take him to get 10 gold stars and become a first-level mecha warrior of the Federation? 3 months. What kind of mecha did he drive in the process of going from a second-level mecha warrior to a first-level mecha warrior? Conventional standard mecha. Is it because Su Chuanian participated in more battles than himself in those 3 months? No. With the rise of Su Chuanian in the Galaxy Squad and the Independent Regiment, his story began to be spread by people. 3 months, 11 battles, 10 gold stars. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can get a gold star in every battle on average. Is it because the Imperial mechas that Su Chuanian faced at that time were weaker than the Imperial mechas he faced? No. When Su Chuanian became a mecha warrior and officially participated in the war, the Federation could only passively defend on the alien planet, and it could almost be said that it was completely unable to launch an active attack. When he became a mecha warrior and participated in the war, the Imperial forces in the Battle Scar Canyon were suppressed by the Federation and could not raise their heads. The Imperial forces in the Mountain of Gods were also surrounded by the Federation. There were countless battles in which he seized the opportunity to attack when he had the upper hand. Most of the battles that Tian Qi participated in were like this. But he just couldn't get more gold stars, because the Empire was at a disadvantage, which did not mean that the combat power of the Imperial mecha was at a disadvantage. Even with the blessing of neural link technology, the average combat power of the Federation mecha warriors was barely able to match the average combat power of the Imperial mecha warriors. In a battle of equal strength, victory or defeat and life and death are only a matter of thought. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell, one thought to the human world. How could it be so easy to keep the Imperial guerrillas in hell? How could it be so easy to stay in the human world and continue to fight? The dream failed to shine into reality and became a fantasy, which was a great blow to Tianqi. He once needed the guidance of a psychologist. This is not new on the alien planet. Most of the more than 1 million people in the Federation currently on the alien planet need psychologists. Even some psychologists need to find psychologists to sort out their emotions and adjust their mental state after listening to too much pressure. The harsh environment of the alien planet, the pressure brought by the war, the great terror between life and death. How many people can have a will as strong as steel? Tianqi is lucky. His psychological treatment effect is not bad, so he can continue to fight and continue to move forward with unrealistic fantasies with staggering steps. Tianqi, the roaring voice made Tianqi, who is on the battlefield but a little distracted, suddenly come back to his senses. Focusing his sight, he saw the imperial mecha in front of him, and also saw the weapon of the imperial mecha stabbing into the chest of the mecha he was driving. It turns out that I am going to die. It turns out that the flow of time before death will really slow down. It turns out that I have no chance to turn my fantasy into my dream after all. Tianqi, the roaring voice came again, making Tianqi realize that he was not dead yet, and also let him see more pictures. The imperial mech that was about to kill him had a weapon inserted into the right side of its body, which was being pulled out at an extremely fast, but seemingly very slow speed. On the weapon, there was blood that was drying up rapidly. It was his captain who destroyed the imperial mech at the most critical moment, making it lose the ability to continue attacking. I don't have to die? I survived? The feeling of surprise had just been born in his mind, and the voice of cursing rang from his ears. Are you fucking dead or not? If you are dead, get out of here and die. If you are not dead, keep fighting me. The captain has a bad temper. Not dead, I am not dead, Tianqi shouted in a trembling voice, controlling the mech to grab the imperial mech's lance, pulling it forward and retreating at the same time. The tip of the lance left the body, and the damaged part of the mech's chest exposed the outer shell of the cockpit. He almost died. Captain, I am not dead, I can fight. Tianqi's roar released all the emotions in his heart that should not appear at this time. Then what the hell are you standing there for? Tianqi's captain continued to curse as he turned and rushed towards the two imperial mechas. To be more precise, he should have faced two imperial mechas that were almost side by side and charging at the same time, so it was unprepared against prepared, one against many. The captain, who had just destroyed an imperial mecha and got the 15th gold star, seemed to have failed to predict the success, and seemed to have run out of energy and failed to block and evade the attacks of the two imperial mechas. Two bayonets pierced into the captain's mecha at the same time. Seeing this scene, Tianqi, who had just come to his senses and was ready to continue fighting, seemed to be scared and stood there stupidly without moving. Tianqi, kill them, you will take over as captain. The captain, who had been swearing all the time, now became weak and seemed to have lost all his energy. Tianqi? The captain is calling me? The captain asked me to destroy these two imperial mechas? The captain still wants to be the captain? I only had 3 gold stars before joining the battle today, and now I only have 4 gold stars. What qualifications do I have to be the captain? Standing still, Tianqi suddenly saw a scene that seemed to be frozen. The captain, whose body was pierced by 2 bayonets at the same time, threw away his weapons and grabbed the 2 bayonets with both hands. He held them tightly because he was already dead. The last instruction he passed to his mecha was to clench his hands. There were no new operating instructions, so his mecha clenched his hands tightly. The captain is dead? Died just like that? Fuck. You. Big. Blood. Mother. Tianqi charged with a roar that was repeated word by word. When the mecha sword in his hand chopped out, an imperial mecha was still trying to take back its weapon, so that the captain's mecha was dragged as if it was alive. But he could never live again. In the crazy slashing, Tianqi completed a breakthrough and got his 5th gold star. Tianqi's fighting consciousness finally recovered. After he took advantage of the situation to destroy an imperial mecha, he faced the second imperial mecha that had chosen to discard its weapons and began to chop more frantically and effectively. The imperial mecha that had lost its weapons could not stop it at all, so Tianqi got his 6th gold star. When he looked back, the captain's mecha still did not fall. It was supported by 2 bayonets, standing on the land of the alien planet like a flag, standing on the battlefield. Captain. Before he could have more emotions, Tianqi was pulled back to reality by the voice that sounded in his ears. Tianqi, give the order, you've become a mute, we're to fight. Only the voices of 3 people allowed Tianqi to finally see the situation around him. The battlefield where they were was the main battlefield of the Pitfall Independent Regiment, but in addition to the Pitfall Independent Regiment and the anti-galaxy corps that the Pitfall Independent Regiment needed to deal with, the Federation and the Empire each invested more than 3,000 conventional standard mechas. Because of the super high mobility of the mechas, the Imperial Mecha Corps charged frantically outside the Mountain of the Gods. More than 6,000 mechas turned the area of more than 10 square kilometers into a battlefield. During the charge, the Mecha squad that Tianqi was in received an order to cooperate with another Mecha squad to annihilate an Imperial Mecha squad. Now, they and another Mecha squad have successfully completed the combat goal of annihilation, destroying a total of 30 mechas. But the other Mecha squad of 16 Mecha warriors has been wiped out, and only 4 people, including him, are left in their Mecha squad of 15. At this moment, Tianqi also understood why his captain wanted him to take over the position of captain. After destroying the 2 Imperial mechas, Tianqi, who had 6 gold stars, became the one with the most gold stars among the 4. The number of gold stars for the other 3 were 3, 1, and 0 respectively. The Mecha warrior who didn't get the gold star was a new recruit who joined the team. Unlike the Mecha team formed by the special Mecha warrior as the captain, the Mecha team that Tianqi was in was just a regular team under the normal Mecha Corps, with a very low threshold. Tianqi looked at his captain and recalled what he should do at this time. Report the status of each Mecha. The 3 Mecha warriors who were converging to Tianqi's position spoke separately. Energy 27%, body damage 9%, energy 31%, body damage 11%, energy 42%, body intact. The tone of the third voice was obviously guilty. He didn't have a gold star, not only survived such a battle, but his body was also intact. I don't know what kind of story he went through. Tianqi was a little desperate. There were only 4 of them left, and the total number of gold stars was no more than 10. The energy was insufficient and the body was seriously damaged. How to fight? Or how to die? Tianqi, who once regarded Sichuan as his dream goal, suddenly thought of Ji Xinghe, who he didn't even dare to regard as a fantasy goal. Follow me, I'll cripple you, and you'll break them. That was Ji Xinghe's famous saying that has been widely circulated, and it is one of the reasons why I don't know how many people have followed Ji Xinghe to fight. Looking at the captain still standing there, it seems like he is looking at his own captain. I'm sorry, I'm not Ji Xinghe. I'm sorry, I'm not Sichuan. I'm sorry, I'm nothing. I'm a waste. What kind of emotions will be born when guilt reaches its extreme? Anger, impotent rage. And what kind of emotions will be produced when impotent rage reaches its extreme? Tianqi's emotions did not collapse because of this, but he instead had unprecedented courage. Yes, I can't be like Ji Xinghe, and it's impossible for me to be the second Sichuan. But I can fight like the captain. Tianqi finally gave the order. Follow me closely, I'll hold you, and you'll break it. Tianqi began to control the Mecha and began to charge towards another battlefield. Yes, when the roar-like response sounded, the 3 federal mechas followed closely and began to charge. When approaching the battlefield, Tianqi determined his target and the target of the Mecha team with only 4 people left. After telling his teammates, he said calmly, after I die, Gustave, you will be the captain. Yes, Gustave, who had 3 gold stars, accepted the order without any hesitation, and then repeated the order Tianqi had just said. After I become the captain, follow me closely, I will hold them, and you will destroy them. The 4 federal mechas that rushed into the battlefield launched a disparate attack targeting the 3 imperial mechas. The front protective armor of Tianqi's Mecha had been damaged, and the exposed outer wall of the cockpit was full of temptation for the imperial mechas. So he did as he said just now, just like his captain had just done, and successfully held 2 of the imperial mechas, creating an opportunity for his teammates to destroy the 3 imperial mechas. Tianqi died. He smiled when he died, and his last thought was, Captain, we made a profit. Gustave, who got the 5th gold star, became the new captain, and as he had promised Tianqi just now, he led the team to start the charge again. Then, Gustave died. Ballant, who got the 3rd gold star, became the 12th captain of this team after its establishment. He said, Xinbing, right? Follow me closely. I will do my best to hold back an imperial mecha before I die. You, Must get a gold star, otherwise how can you be the captain? Xinbing, who still had 0 gold stars, had never thought that the first official battle he participated in would give him the opportunity to become the captain. He didn't want to be such a captain, nor did he want to be this captain. But Balint had already launched a charge after he finished speaking, and Xinbing's body uncontrollably manipulated the mecha to follow closely. It was like he was eager to get the first gold star in his life, and it was like he was eager to become the captain. Balint died. He had not yet fulfilled his promise to Xinbing, and was hit head-on by an imperial shell on the way to the charge. The broken mecha could not help him withstand the damage this time. Xinbing watched the green light representing Balint turn red, just like everyone in the team he joined except him. He controlled the mecha uncontrollably and began to accelerate. Balint's last words came to his mind. He said to Balint in his heart, "I don't have a single gold star, I can't be the captain." He said to Gustav in his heart, "I have no teammates. Even if I am not afraid of death and hold back an imperial mecha, no one can break it." He said to Yanqi in his heart, "You are so much stronger than me. You should have let me die just now." He said to his captain in his heart, "If I don't charge now, you will definitely regret agreeing to let me join your team. If you are still alive, you will definitely drive me away, even if I just don't dare to charge, not want to escape." He said a lot of things to many people in his heart, and then fell silent. He looked at the Federation mecha being besieged by the Imperial mecha in the distance, and suddenly gritted his teeth and began to accelerate the charge. He roared, "I am Xinbing, the captain of the 603rd Squad of the 37th Federal Mecha Mixed Corps. I have been ordered to lead the team to the designated location. The 603rd Squad should have 16 people, but only one person has arrived. I apply, our 603rd Squad. Apply to join the battle." Before the response sounded, Xinbing had already rushed to the Imperial mecha. He continued to roar, "I'll hold it, and you guys destroy it." It was unclear whether he was talking to his teammates who had already died, or to him who came alone to support the Federal Mecha Squad. Perhaps, both. Xinbing's fighting power did not explode because of his courage. He did not get a single gold star, and his cockpit was broken by the Imperial mecha in the 13th second after joining the battlefield. And his mecha squad was also wiped out with the sacrifice of him, the 13th captain. On his deathbed, he heard a strange and familiar shout. "In the name of Xing, invincible, Ji Xinghe, is he here?" An anxious question rang in Xinbing's ears. "Brother, are you still alive? Can we still rescue them?" Xinbing wanted to respond, but he couldn't make any response as his consciousness gradually fell into darkness. He heard a more urgent voice, as if afraid that he couldn't hear it. "They retreated, they were repelled by us. The old man won, we won on all fronts. Brother, did you see it? Can you hear it? Hello? Hello? Hello?" Xinbing laughed, but his face had begun to stiffen, and he could no longer show his young and bright smile. He could only say his last words in his heart that no one would ever hear. "Did you see it? We won. I'm sorry, I still couldn't get even one gold star, but I didn't stop charging, just like you. I didn't stop charging." The 37th Federal Mecha Mixed Corps, the 603rd Squad, charge. Chapter 683. Don't give the old man the chance to become an old woman. When the Blue Star was still excited about the victory of the chessboard battle, the news of the victory of the mountain battle was like pouring a basin of cold water into a frying pan that was already hot to the point of smoking. The cheers boiled to the point of bursting, hotter than the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. "Admiral Ji Xinghe will definitely take us to the top of the mountain of the gods," someone shouted loudly in the bar, and the beer in the glass he raised was full of beer. As he couldn't control his waving arms, only a little foam was left. Although the victory of the mountain battle did not allow the Federation to successfully climb the mountain of the gods, people firmly believed that the day when people would climb the mountain was not far away. At the end of this battle, even the awarding ceremony was not held, and Ji Xinghe, who was directly addressed by the military department in the military bulletin, was called general in the military. Naturally, he could be changed from General Ji Xinghe to General Ji Xinghe in people's mouths. The bartender took his glass expressionlessly, and while filling it up, he never mentioned the money, nor did he make any agreement. A guest next to him said, "I still think General Ji Xinghe is easier to say. It is indeed easier to say, but it is not respectful enough. There are hundreds of generals in our federation, but how many admirals are there? What's more, as soon as Admiral Ji Xinghe was promoted, he was directly promoted to 3-star admiral. The guest next to him said helplessly, when a lieutenant general is promoted to general, he is directly a 3-star general. There is no such thing as a 1-star general or a 2-star general. There are 4-star generals and 5-star generals. Why are there no 1-star generals and 2-star generals? Because the admiral's shoulder strap has at least 3 stars. Add 1 more and it's a 4-star general, and add 2 and it's a 5-star general. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Sorry, come on, I'll buy you a drink. No, 3 glasses. The guests were all laughing. The bartender, whose turnover has increased again, still had a blank expression on his face, and there was even some sadness in his eyes, but no one noticed. The guests who didn't know each other had a common topic and started chatting lively. After the guest had learned about the federal military rank system, he corrected him again. There is something wrong with what you just said. There is no need for General Ji Xinghe to climb to the top of the mountain of the gods, because what we want to attack is the imperial jump base in the mountain of the gods, and that place is definitely not on the top of the mountain. No matter where he is, Admiral Ji Xinghe will definitely lead us to take down that imperial jump base, just like he has done in the canyon of the god of war. Isn't it awkward for you to call him that? Respect, brother, can you feel the respect I have for Admiral Ji Xinghe? Of course, there are also the independent regiment, the Galaxy Squad, and the thousands of heroes who are defending their country on alien planets. I can feel it, because I can too. Why not just call him old man? I think this way we can maintain respect while also maintaining a sense of intimacy. That makes sense. The old man has always been very friendly to us. He was just an ordinary person like us. When he joined the army, he was a car mechanic, then a mechanic, then a mecha warrior, then an ace mecha warrior, then a galaxy-class mecha warrior, and then a 3-star admiral. But he has always been the first to participate in the battle, and has never been high and mighty, sitting in the rear to command the battle. He does not regard the lives of heroes as numbers. He cherishes everyone's life. He is the old father and old man of our 300,000 mecha warriors in the Federation, and also our old father and old man. The noisy bar quieted down with the loud shouting of this guest like a speech. The bartender even turned down the music. Yes, old man, the old man of all of us. Come on, toast to the old man, cheers to the old man. All the guests in the bar, including the bartender, raised their glasses and drank them all. Come on, fill the glasses. Let's toast to the independent regiment again, and the other independent regiments, and all the mecha warriors, and all the soldiers, and the doctors, scientists, and chefs who went to the alien planets. Cheers to the Federation. Cheers to the Federation of our human race. The sales that must have skyrocketed today did not make the bartender laugh, but when he poured in mixed drinks for the guests, he also mixed himself a glass of strong liquor, commonly known as not going home tonight. The guests who had learned about the military rank system noticed the unusual state of the bartender and the noise. He frowned and asked, "Brother, why are you unhappy?" When the bartender was about to say something, the guest who had given a speech before suddenly slapped the bar. "What do you mean?" The bartender suddenly laughed, but his smile had a bitterness that could be clearly felt. He held the glass of not going home tonight and seemed to be hesitating whether to drink it, and seemed to be hesitating whether to say it out loud. But, what is there to hesitate about? He looked at the 2 guests who were looking at him with strange eyes, and said softly in the noisy bar, "My brother is Ji Xinghe, a mecha warrior who got 6 gold stars. He died in this battle." The 2 guests who seemed to be about to explode suddenly fell silent. After a moment, they raised their glasses to the bartender. "Cheers to your brother, Ji Xinghe, and all the sacrificed people. Our victory was brought by them." The 3 drank the wine in one gulp. They were all a little drunk, so they all laughed. The bartender started crying while laughing. His tears formed a sharp contrast with the bright smiles on the faces of other guests in the bar, and the bright smiles on the faces of many people on the Blue Star. The bartender was not an exception. Many people cheered for the victory, and many people, like the bartender, were sad and cried, or were silent and quiet, as if they were dead, because they received the news of the sacrifice of their relatives and friends. Not only could they not cheer for the victory and smile brightly on their faces, but many people could not continue to work and live a normal life. Just like the same time on the Azure Star, there are day and night, sunshine and heavy rain, clear skies and dark clouds, ice and snow and barren land. War can bring victory and peace, but it can also bring death and despair. The cheers on the alien planet have stopped, and the sadness has been suppressed. Everyone is in their place and doing their job, either carrying out the task of post-war collection, or training day after day, or preparing for the next war, or participating in a group funeral, or queuing up for psychological and physical treatment, or some of them may envy those ordinary people who are cheering, drinking, and living a normal life in various ways on the Azure Star, but they will not complain about those people at all. Because each of them knows some people who want to come to the alien planet to fight, but cannot come to the alien planet due to physical reasons. Because each of them knows that those who cannot come to the alien planet are participating in this war in the way of ordinary people. If there is no stable Azure Star and the productivity of those people, where will the weapons and ammunition come from? Because each of them came to protect those people, and among those people were their relatives and friends. All of their relatives and friends made up those people. Old kin, have you informed your precious son that you are safe? No, the communication resources must be very tight these days. Wait, aren't you afraid that your family will be anxious? In fact, you can directly apply for communication resources with your authority. If you are not dead, there will be no death notice, and the last words will not be sent back. What is there to worry about? Others need to talk to their families more than me. That's right, I am not aware enough. I'm sorry. Old Liu apologized to Qin Tong repeatedly. It's not that I am aware. Qin Tong waved his hand and continued to look a little idle, staying in the machine repair area to watch Old Liu, Shen Mu and others repair and modify the mecha for the independent regiment. But what he really saw was not the mountain-cutting armor of the independent regiment, but the 40 Duke armors and 4 Prince armors that were captured by the independent group after this battle. Judging from the value alone, these 44 mechas are much higher than the 300 mountain-cutting armors of the independent regiment. If the transformation is completed, all of them will be handed over to the mecha warriors who can give full play to their performance. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, they will also surpass the other 4 independent regiments of the Federation. If it were before, Qin Tong would not have to worry at all, let alone watch here. Who dares to snatch the things of the independent regiment when Ji Xinghe is here? But now, Qin Tong, who has won the victory, began to worry like Tu Yuan before after the excitement. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment like him, as well as Harris, Zhang Yun, and others including the cripple and Sichuan Ian, failed to realize the huge changes that this unprecedented victory might bring. And in this change, there is not much he can do, even if he is an ace mecha warrior and the deputy head of the independent regiment. So he didn't even attend the meeting, but asked Zhang Yun to find out the news for him, and he stayed here to guard the family property that the independent regiment had just snatched back. But now he regrets it a little, because the anxiety in his heart is too tormenting. While waiting, Qin Tong finally saw Zhang Yun walking quickly, and hurriedly approached and asked in a low voice. What's the situation? Not very good, Zhang Yun replied in a low voice. They want the old man to be the commander of the number 6 base war zone. According to the rules, an admiral needs to be in charge of a war zone. Number 6 base war zone, Qin Tong couldn't help but raise his voice, and then quickly lowered it. Is that a war zone? Letting the old man take us there, isn't it destroying his own martial arts? Are they crazy? It is indeed a war zone. Otherwise, what was General Tu Yuan in charge of before? Zhang Yun sighed and corrected. They didn't let the old man take us there. They let the old man go by himself, and we stayed in the Mountain of God's war zone. Qin Tong suddenly laughed. They are really crazy. They are not crazy. Zhang Yun shook his head and analyzed in a helpless tone. In this battle, we destroyed more than 8,000 imperial mechas. According to Dongguosilian's intelligence, all the Earl armors of the Anti-Galaxy Legion have been defeated by us, and there are only about 1,000 Marcus armors left. And most of these imperial mechas that we destroyed were seized by us. They felt that even without the old man, they would be fine. After all, they still have Li Yuanba. And, you know, many people don't want to fight anymore. We have occupied the Battle Scar Canyon, and now we have completely suppressed the Empire on the Mountain of Gods. Our mecha forces are stronger than before. Now is the time when the Empire is most likely to negotiate with us. Negotiations. Qin Tong took a deep breath and asked, do you think we can live in peace with the Empire? Impossible. Even if there are more 6 years, it is impossible. Even if Ada Kang becomes the Emperor of the Empire. Zhang Yun looked at Qin Tong and noticed that Qin Tong's eyes were getting crazy, and his tone became even more helpless. But if we have more time, we can make more tungsten steel alloys, and even crack the formula of tungsten steel gold. With enough tungsten steel gold, we can make a real energy main gun. There is also the jump gates technology. through the Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. We are very likely to research it. I know everything you said. Qin Tong suddenly interrupted Zhang Yun, looked into Zhang Yun's eyes, and asked again, just tell me, what are you going to choose? The former recruit of the Galaxy team has now grown into Federal Ace Mecha warrior, and his position in the independent regiment has become more and more important because of his outstanding personal ability. Even the first generation of the Galaxy team, such as Layman Left Hand, can't compare with Zhang Yun, the second generation. Combat power has always been only one aspect of ability. How should I choose? Zhang Yun looked at Qin Tong and suddenly laughed, grinning and said, including the old man, you people always take care of the head and not the tail when fighting. Without me watching your butt, can you rush so fast? Qin Tong's mouth also grinned. Gather everyone and hold a meeting. Don't wait for the old man to express his opinion. No, the old man is sometimes so decisive that it's scary, and sometimes he is as hesitant as an old woman. This time, we will express our opinion on his behalf, okay? Chapter 684 Ji Xinghe's departure again. In the video conference of high-level federal generals, Ji Xinghe remained silent, no matter what others said. But no one could ignore him, including the commander-in-chief Ivanovich. No matter what he said, he couldn't help but glance at Ji Xinghe. Seeing that Ji Xinghe never responded, Ivanovich looked at him anxiously. So a lieutenant general spoke nervously. Recently, there has been a rumor in the army that Admiral Ji Xinghe has an artificial intelligence life, and the armor clone technique is also operated by that artificial intelligence life. Well, of course I believe in Admiral Ji Xinghe, but this rumor has brought a lot of negative impact. I think we should solve it. Ivanovich frowned first. The lines in the script written before were not like this, but Ji Xinghe should be asked to explain directly. Why did it become we should solve it? So Ivanovich directly scolded. What are you talking about? What artificial intelligence life? If the armor clone technique is an artificial intelligence life that controls the mecha, then what about General Li Yuanbai's armor clone technique? What about Adam's armor clone technique? The lieutenant general who had just spoken said with a hesitant expression, it's not what I said, it's a rumor. It is rumored that Admiral Ji Xinghe and General Li Yuanbai have never used the armor clone technique at the same time. Moreover, Adam's armor clone technique has never been used in actual combat and cannot be used in actual combat. Shut up, Ivanovich scolded again, but his eyes fell directly on Ji Xinghe, which was completely different from the glances just now. This double act is a bit low level. When the other generals were thinking about this, their attention was also focused on Ji Xinghe. When they noticed that Ji Xinghe's mouth was slightly open, they became nervous. But before Ji Xinghe could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tu Yuan's voice. If Ji Xinghe's armor clone technique is achieved by relying on the so-called artificial intelligence life, then how do you explain that he can use the armor clone technique to control 4 Imperial Prince armors at the same time while driving the Divine Punishment armor? The lieutenant general who tampered with the lines said with a stiff face, since it is an artificial intelligence life, what's so strange about controlling the Imperial mecha? Tu Yuan laughed. Well, if Ji Xinghe really has an artificial intelligence life that is willing to help him, and this artificial intelligence life has already deciphered the source code of the Empire. So, what do you think Ji Xinghe will let that artificial intelligence life do? The high-level federal generals participating in the meeting all knew the answer to this question. No one would doubt Ji Xinghe's attitude towards the Empire, but no one answered it at the first time. Yang Ente sneered twice in his heart and spoke. Of course, let that artificial intelligence life control all the Imperial mechas, and then help us destroy the Empire. Hey, Lao Ji, do you have artificial intelligence life? If you do, hurry up, I still want to go home to take care of my grandson. Several laughs rang out at the same time, one of which was Davis, who had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant general. He used to be in charge of the ground command of the Battle Scar Canyon. Although his position was later taken over by Tang Qiao, he did not rest. Instead, he made many achievements in the past 3 years and became a general trained by Eagle Continent. The lieutenant general did not wait for Ji Xinghe to answer Yang Ente's question, and received an obscure reminder from Ivanovich. Continue to speak with a stiff upper lip. Even if it is an artificial intelligence life, there are limits. It is definitely impossible to control all the Imperial mechas, and there should be some prerequisites, right? Tu Yuan looked at the lieutenant general with a look like looking at a dead person, and his tone was indifferent. At that time, Ji Xinghe was in the communication shielding area. This is an unsolvable evidence. No matter how powerful the artificial intelligence life is, it is impossible to complete remote operation without communication support. The general had nothing to say in the lines. Tu Yuan was unreasonable. I think that with this kind of idiot here, there is no need to hold today's meeting. Ivanovich frowned and said, Admiral Tu Yuan, please watch your words. Yang Ate suddenly laughed twice, stared at Ivanovich and asked, Commander-in-Chief, what's wrong with his words? The two federal generals attacked at the same time, and Ivanovich was a little overwhelmed for a while. Although his military rank has been promoted from 3-star general to 4-star general, the reason for his promotion is not that he became the commander-in-chief, but because of the continuous victory of the Federation on the alien planet. This is related to the fact that the Federal Army is composed of armies from various continents and the establishment of major war zones on the alien planet. Except for Li Anbang before, the main responsibilities of the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation on the alien planet are actually to coordinate the various war zones and coordinate between the alien army and the Federal Parliament. The power of the Federal Parliament is much greater than that of the Federal President in a certain sense, because the Federal Parliament has a main power, to manage money. Since it is coordination, the position of Commander-in-Chief is completely sufficient, and military rank is not that important. Otherwise, Tu Yuan, who was only a lieutenant general before, would not have the opportunity to become a candidate for Commander-in-Chief. Of course, it was also because Tu Yuan had enough military merits to be promoted to the rank of general at that time. And the victories that made Ivanovich promoted to 4-star generals can almost be said to be brought by Ji Xinghe, whether it is the great victory in the Battle Scar Canyon 3 years ago or the 2 recent great victories in the God's Mountain. Now, Tu Yuan and Yang Ate's trouble is because of Ji Xinghe. I don't want to hear about that rumor again in today's meeting. Ivanovich reacted quickly and said, I don't want to hear you quarreling like children. This is a meeting of the highest level generals in the military, not a meeting of the Federal Parliament. His 2 sentences were recognized by everyone, especially the latter one. Everyone in the Federation knows that there is no quarrel when the Federal Parliament is in session, and a widely circulated saying has been born, a quarreling meeting is not necessarily a meeting of the Federal Parliament, but if there is no quarrel, it is definitely not a meeting of the Federal Parliament. After a brief silence on the conference channel, Ivanovich spoke again. This time, he had to face Ji Xinghe directly. Admiral Ji Xinghe, what do you think about taking over the war zone of base number 6? You can just say it directly. Although each war zone now has a commander, we can still discuss it. Ji Xinghe glanced at Ivanovich, which made Ivanovich a little frightened. He had just watched the video of Ji Xinghe's battle in that Imperial space battleship. In just a moment when the mechas came into contact with each other, Ji Xinghe killed the Prince Gorilla in the Imperial Prince armor. And according to the information brought by Donggu Osilian before, the sons of this Hanbi king who had Prince armor were all strong men in the 5th stage. If they were all killed by Ji Xinghe in the air, then what would he, an ordinary person who didn't even have air, count for? The headquarters, which had repeatedly asked Ji Xinghe to land on the Nanxinmen space station, chose a video conference directly this time, partly because of this. Who wouldn't be afraid? Tu Yuan, Yang Ante, Davis, Tang Qiao and others are definitely not afraid, but Ivanovich and Lieutenant General Daosi will definitely be afraid. Especially Ivanovich, although he has no evidence, he now seriously suspects that Kent Wise's death was caused by Ji Xinghe. Although he is like many people, he does not believe that Ji Xinghe has any artificial intelligence life. After all, the Federal Academy of Sciences has not been able to come up with it after so many years. How can Ji Xinghe come up with it alone? Even if Shenmue is added, it is like a drop in the ocean facing a mountain fire. It is useless. But what if? With Ivanovich's question, everyone's eyes are once again focused on Ji Xinghe. Everyone knows that Ji Xinghe can't avoid it this time. Ji Xinghe looked at Ivanovich calmly and asked, I heard that the mercenaries are almost here. Yes, Ivanovich explained, our post-war pension work is becoming more and more difficult. The conscription work is also much more difficult than before because we only recruit elite soldiers now. After all, capable people can live a good life on the Blue Star, so, retain the military rank and organization. Ji Xinghe interrupted Ivanovich and said, others will be in accordance with the standards of mercenaries. Ivanovich was stunned. The others were also shocked. If Ji Xinghe had not said that the military rank and organization would be retained first, it would have been earth-shattering now. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Can't you do it? It can be done. Ivanovich took a deep breath. restored the appearance of the commander-in-chief, and said seriously, "But there are many issues that need to be discussed, such as whose military rank and organization should be retained." Ji Xinghe's tone was so firm that it could not be questioned. "Me and my independent regiment, impossible," Ivanovich refused without hesitation, and then said, "General Ji, although the mechas of the independent regiment were obtained through your military merits and were captured by you, the mecha warriors and mechanics of the independent regiment, and, you say," Ji Xinghe interrupted Ivanovich again and asked, "If I say now that I want to go up the mountain, how many people will follow me?" Ivanovich could hardly sit still, and said anxiously, "You can't do this, you will kill them, you will make us lose this war. Do you want to go from being famous in history to being infamous for all eternity? The right and wrong, merits and demerits, will be judged by future generations, so stop talking nonsense." Ji Xinghe's tone was a little impatient. "I'll ask you one last time, yes or no." Ivanovich struggled in his heart for a full 3 seconds. "Okay, but what about other issues? Your daily gift quota? If you follow the standards of the mercenary, you can't be in charge of the number 6 base war zone. Where are you going to go? Also, the things you seized in the last battle." Ji Xinghe stood up and interrupted Ivanovich for the 3rd time. "Someone will talk to you." After he finished speaking, he paused, glanced at the high-level generals of the Federation with a calm look, and then spoke softly. He said, "If you need me in my independent regiment, don't hesitate. If we happen to be fighting, don't be anxious or worried. Wait a minute, we will come with victory and leave with victory." When the voice fell, Ji Xinghe's image disappeared from the conference channel. He laughed. It was like 3 years ago, but it was completely different. When the conference channel fell into a long silence, many people turned their eyes to Tu Yuan while calming down their emotions. Tu Yuan frowned. "Why are you looking at me? He broke one of my legs in front of so many people. Do I have to follow him now without any grudges? Are you going to hold a meeting or not? If not, I will withdraw." People all breathed a sigh of relief, and the meeting continued. There were many important topics to discuss, but it seemed that they had nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. After the Shangshan battle, the independent regiment completed the assembly for the 2nd time. The last time was when the collective funeral was held. Although the remains of the heroes who died now will be transported back to Yingling Mountain on the Azure Star for burial after cremation, the funeral on the alien planet has not been cancelled. The assembled mecha warriors, mechanics, staff officers of the general staff, signalmen, and crew members of the Ping space battleship, were all a little confused. But the 693 people and 3 gorillas did not whisper to each other, and they lined up neatly. Some people from other corps gathered around, but they could not hear anything, because Qin Tong took them all to land on the Ping and space battleship after the independent regiment completed the assembly. The meeting of the independent regiment officially began. Qin Tong said something, Chen Sun said something, Shen Mu said something, and Zirui said something. Su Chuanayan was also emotional and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chen Sun. Liuer was also emotional and wanted to say something, but he never got up the courage. They didn't say anything, but waited for the Ping space battleship, which suddenly became noisy like a vegetable market, to return to a quiet state after they finished speaking. Chen Sun spoke again. "When our Ping takes us off, we may be shot down by our own missiles. So, if you have people and apes who want to leave now, let's part ways in peace. If we are not shot down, we will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future." No one left. Under the pressure of Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan's eyes, Liuer raised his hand like a primary school student. Chen Sun's eyes were a little disappointed. "You say, well," Liuer hesitated and said, "in the future, can you not call the 3 of us apes? It sounds no different from the imperial apes. I think the word ape is very good, the ape of apes, because there is a word called ape." Chen Sun suddenly laughed, and many people laughed. Su Chuanayan couldn't help it. "Didn't you say you were the captain of the apes team? What do you say now?" Liuer also laughed, his voice louder than before. "Then let's change the name to the apes team. Anyway, there are only 3 of us now, and we all agree. Even if we have more apes in the future, I think I can still be the captain. After all, I am the first ape to join the independent regiment, and I am also the strongest ape in the independent regiment now, and I will be in the future." Ying Luoqi took the opportunity to speak up and express himself. "The apes team sounds similar to the star team. I said the ape and the gorilla and the star and the old man. It feels a bit defensive to the old man, So it's better to change the name. Ji Xinghe grinned and said, I think they are both right. People laughed more and louder, making the three apes laugh even more brightly. I think it's good. Chen Sun looked at everyone and asked, what about you? People responded one after another and confirmed the name of the ape. Liu asked hesitantly, then who will talk to the old man? Qin Tong smiled and said, if we all agree, the old man will agree, because the independent regiment is the old man in our independent regiment. People understood the meaning of Qin Tong's words. It was not a struggle for power, but to help Ji Xinghe take responsibility. After all, what they are going to do may really allow the Federation to directly bombard the Pinyin space battleship with missiles. If you all don't want to leave, I'll give you 20 minutes to pack your things. Chen Sun glanced at the bracelet and said, in 20 minutes, we will take off and pick up the old man. Someone asked aloud, what if the old man doesn't let us do this? Will we cause trouble for the old man? This is indeed a problem. Someone else asked, where do we go then? We have to make arrangements first, otherwise we will have to fly in space with the old man every day. We don't care. The old man will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't kill the imperial apes for a day. This is also a problem. The questions were raised one after another, which made Chen Sun and others feel helpless. They really didn't have the ability to make appropriate arrangements. But sometimes, you must express your position first, otherwise, they may not have the courage and opportunity to express their position. Just as Chen Sun and others were about to explain the reason and answer all the questions with the phrase things will work out when the time comes, Ji Xinghe's voice rang out in the Pinyin space battleship. It was as if he had not participated in the high-level federal generals meeting just now, but had been in the space battleship, seeing and hearing everything that had just happened. He said, don't worry, pack up slowly, and then, we'll go to base number 6. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that they seemed to have done something unnecessary today, but was it really unnecessary? The neat response of the independent regiment rang out in the Pinyin space battleship. Yes, P.S. Added more chapters for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses of Chunyanjian, 31/66. Chapter 685, actually, I am very rich. The Pinyin spaceship, dragging a light blue arc across the sky, flew towards the direction of base number 6. Originally the main spaceship of the Empire, the Pinyin was not inferior to the main spaceship of the Federation. After more than 3 years of multiple upgrades and renovations, it was fully upgraded. The most important transformation is to adapt to the Federation's technological system. For example, before the chessboard battle, the Pinyin spaceship completed the transformation of the electric propulsion engine system. Compared with the traditional chemical fuel propulsion system, the electric propulsion system has great advantages in the interstellar era, because the chemical fuel propulsion system needs to carry a large amount of fuel, which further compresses the already scarce carrying space. The disadvantage of the electric propulsion system compared to chemical fuel is the serious lack of thrust and the longer acceleration time required. However, these problems were all solved after the Pinyin spaceship was equipped with the Federation's latest generation of controlled nuclear fusion reactors. The power is as high as 12,000 megawatts. Comparing with an Amidst aircraft carrier of the Blue Star Eagle continent 100 years ago, the 2 A1G pressurized water reactors and 4 steam turbines it used only had a maximum total power of 194 megawatts, and the weight of a single set of equipment had reached 900 tons. This level of power alone can allow a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier to have a maximum speed of 36 knots. What about the power of 12,000 megawatts? It is equivalent to the power of 2 large nuclear power plants using nuclear fission technology 100 years ago. It is normal to fly, and the consumption of high-energy weapons such as the light of divine punishment is nothing. The key is that the demand for fuel for controlled nuclear fusion is quite low in quality. In theory, only 200 tons of fuel for nuclear fusion can meet the current annual electricity consumption of the entire Dragon continent. If it were Dragon continent 80 years ago, it would even only need 167 tons of fuel. Note 1, if it were replaced with traditional chemical fuel, how many tons would it take? The Pinyin space battleship, as well as all the space battleships of the Federation equipped with the latest generation of nuclear fusion reactors, have a carrying capacity sufficient to allow them to easily carry hundreds of tons of fuel. In other words, if the power problem is not considered, if the Pinyin space battleship is turned into a generator, it can meet the electricity needs of the entire Longzhou for several years. The transformation of the Ping and space battleship to adapt to the Federation's scientific and technological system is more than that. The key lies in adaptation. The energy main gun weapons system, which is upgraded based on the God's punishment light weapons system, also has the opportunity to complete the transformation as soon as the technology matures. There is also energy shield technology and so on. No more, all gone. Zirui's voice was a little loud, as if he was deliberately saying it to someone. Tungsten steel alloy has begun to be manufactured. Although it cannot completely solve the material problems that need to be solved for energy main guns and energy shields, it is said that it can be used barely. Originally, we could jump the queue, but now, it's all gone. Resentment rose in the bridge of the Ping and space battleship, like curling smoke, telling of the desire when hungry. Liu Mian, who was also in the bridge, said with a smile, "Don't worry, old Z, the rules of our independent group have never changed. We have always taken whatever we need. We will take back what you want in the future." Zirui became even angrier when he heard this. "Why, you dare to take people to rob the Federation's things? Or do you want the Empire to have energy main gun technology and energy shield technology?" Liu Mian was defeated. He actually felt a little guilty towards Zirui, because for a long time in the future, the bridge of Zirui's Ping and space battleship will become the staff of the independent group. Needless to say, when Ji Xinghe is there, he must sit in the captain's seat. If Ji Xinghe is not there, then Chen Sun will sit there. If Chen Sun, the chief of staff, is not there, then he, the deputy chief of staff, will sit there. As the captain, Zirui has to sit in the fourth position when he wants to sit in the position that should belong to him. Zirui was a little proud, but when he saw Ji Xinghe's expressionless face, his expression collapsed instantly. "Old man, I'm not blaming you. What I mean is, can you not make the relationship so stiff? In that case, our Ping and still has a chance to transform the energy main gun and energy shield in the first place." Ji Xinghe ignored him and continued to look at his bracelet, tapping something on it. Zirui helplessly asked for help. "Old Chen, what do you think?" Chen Sun was expressionless like Ji Xinghe, just like when the facial nerve damage had not been repaired, and asked back, "What do you think is not making the relationship so stiff?" Zirui gritted his teeth. "We really don't need to rob all 300 Xiantian armors. Cough, take them away. With the 4 prince armors, the 40 duke armors, and the national and general level mechas we had before, it doesn't matter if we leave some for them." Hearing this, the people on the bridge and the independent regiment headquarters all had strange expressions. Because just over half an hour ago, they could be said to have robbed some things from the hands of the Federation. No one dared to say anything about the 4 prince armors, 40 duke armors, Qin Tong and his team's national level mechas, and Jian Yun and his team's general level mechas captured in the mountain campaign, nor were they too embarrassed to say anything. But it was believed that at least 50 of the 300 mountain killing armors of the independent regiment should be left. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with it, because those duke armors and prince armors could be said to be captured by Ji Xinghe, and some were captured by the independent regiment itself. But if the mountain campaign had not been supported by the main forces of the Federation, as well as the other 3 major battlefields, including the mobilization of troops on all fronts, Ji Xinghe could not bring back the victory, and the independent regiment could not win. We can't just ignore all the losses of the Federation in supporting the independent regiment, right? If Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment were still the same as before, no one would say anything. Instead, they would actively ask how many resources the independent regiment needs to repair the damaged Zonshanjia, transform the broken duke armor, and do their best to send the relevant supplies as soon as possible. There is no problem in supporting some mechanics. But now it is different after all. So, the relevant orders were issued. As a result, the independent regiment chose to ignore the order. It is not appropriate to say that they took it away, because no one stopped them. It was just an act of violating the order. It looked like they took away the Zonshanjia. This is also the reason why Zirui suddenly became dissatisfied. It's okay to leave them some Zonshanjia. I even prepared not to take a Zonshanjia. After all, as long as we take away 4 prince armor, 40 duke armor, plus our existing national level mecha and general level mecha, it will be easy to snatch mechas that are not weaker than Zonshanjia from the hands of other brothers from the Empire, or even stronger mechas, Chen Sun patiently explained to Zirui, and also explained to others. He did think so before, because in his opinion, Ji Xinghe was sometimes like an old woman with a hesitant personality, and would not choose to fall out with the Federation so directly. Just like when Qin Tong said that he would gather everyone to help Ji Xinghe express his position, he agreed with both hands. But he did not expect that Ji Xinghe was really ruthless this time. Not only did he express his position directly, but also showed no mercy. But Chen soon paused slightly, his expression became a little richer, and he said loudly, "You have to consider the problem of neural link cockpits. Although we can grab a lot of imperial mechas, the Empire does not have this technology, and we are used to using this technology to drive mechas. It is difficult to exert our combat effectiveness by modifying the imperial mechas that we have snatched back," Zirui said helplessly. "I know this too, so I said that the relationship cannot be so stiff. Now that we have done this, in the future, if we want to use imperial mechas or other imperial materials to exchange them for resources related to neural link cockpits, they will definitely be reluctant to exchange with us. Also, weapons like energy main guns are really great. We don't have any long-range fire support now, nor do we have the support of conventional mecha. It is definitely common to defeat the enemy with fewer people. You say, how can the peace, which only has the light of divine punishment, provide sufficient support for ground combat? Moreover, if we support the ground battle, the Imperial space battleship will definitely come to attack us. We are not afraid of death, but we only have this one space battleship now. Without energy shields, what if we are hit? Bah, I am a pessimist, but this is the truth." Zirui's tone sounded like a penniless child who ran away from home. While he was full of expectations for the future, he was also worried about where to eat the next meal and where to sleep tonight. Chen Sun was not dissatisfied with Zirui's words. He knew very well that some problems must be said and made clear, otherwise, the small problems accumulated over time would eventually turn into big problems. Zirui's public questioning must have taken the opportunity to let him give an explanation to others. Actually, Chen soon thought about some things he knew from Suhe, hesitated for a moment, and decided to speak out when he saw that Ji Xinghe still had no reaction. Some goals can be achieved through commercial activities. Huh? Zirui was stunned for a moment. You mean, spend money to buy it? Yes, are you kidding? Where can we buy the latest military technology? We are not allowed to sell it at all. It's not a civilian technology product, so, our military ranks and establishments have been required to be retained by the old man. We are also the military, why can't we buy the latest military technology? That makes sense, Zirui nodded, and then asked another question, what about the money? Where can we get the money? We can't get much money just by relying on the imperial materials we robbed. This, Chen Sun was speechless. Although he was already a colonel and his position was the chief of staff of the independent regiment, he really had no money. This is what Ivanovich said before. People with ability are not necessarily willing to join the army. They can rely on their abilities to live a good life on the Blue Star. As for the victory or defeat of the war, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. People who hold this idea are not uncommon in any era. I have money, a loud voice sounded, coming from Wen Kang, the captain of the mecha team of the independent regiment. After attracting everyone's attention, he corrected, my family is rich. Zirui smiled, let's not talk about whether your family's money is yours or not. How much money can your family have? Wang Kang's voice became softer, I'm an only child. If nothing unexpected happens, it should all be mine. As for how much money there's, if you cash it out directly, it's only more than 50 billion, everyone fell silent. Some of them knew that Wang Kang was a rich second generation, but they never thought that Wang Kang's family was so rich. The new mecha that the Federal Academy of Sciences built for Ji Xinghe before, known as the strongest mecha in the Federation, cost only more than 3 billion. The cost of Zun Shanjia is even lower. More than 50 billion can even build a mecha at half an independent regiment. Qin Tong took a deep breath, broke the silence and asked, you mean, if you hadn't become an ace mecha warrior, you would have gone home to inherit a family fortune of more than 50 billion, Wang Kang corrected again, if it's just inheritance, it would be more than 100 billion. You know, family fortune, net worth, market value and so on are actually very inflated, which is completely different from cashing out. Come, Zirui's smile suddenly became extremely bright. Captain Wang Kang, come, sit next to me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not coveting your family fortune, I'm just curious, Su Chuanian suddenly said, by the way, is Jackson's family also very rich? I remember there were some reports before saying that he is the richest among mecha warriors. and also said that he is the most powerful second-generation rich in history, no, third-generation rich or something. Zuo Xiao pouted. Why, you want to call Jackson over too? Do I need me to call? Believe it or not, he will come directly after he gets the news, then he doesn't have to bring any family fortune with him. Bring some over, he can't spend all the money anyway. Now that you mention it, the guy named Wang Shizhen seems to have a rich family. The captains of the independent regiments suddenly began to think divergently, some with a bad taste, and some helplessly serious. Okay, Ji Xinghe finally reacted, and put down the bracelet helplessly. As if he couldn't listen anymore. You don't have to worry about these problems, and you don't have to think about raising money, or seeking other people's property or something, Wang Kang whispered. You can't count me as someone else. My parents and I are not others. Ji Xinghe glanced at him, and then glanced at the others. I'll solve these problems. Zirui frowned and asked, Old man, we will definitely believe you on other things, but how do you solve these things? Ji Xinghe pondered for a while. Actually, I'm very rich. Zirui continued to question. Very rich, how much money? You didn't hear clearly just now. Wang Kang's family has more than 100 billion. Ji Xinghe hesitated again, thinking about the number that Xinghe reported just now as a treasure to make up for something. He thought it would be better not to say it out loud, to avoid these people's hearts being unable to bear it. What I mean by very rich is that from now on, you don't have to worry about money. Zirui's voice was a little trembling. Can you say it again? Note 1, I am a soft science fiction, so I will refer to some professional books, such as the Black Technology System of the Academic Master. Chapter 686 The Starting Point of Ji Rongxinyu. Base number 6 is no longer as crowded as it was before, and the current situation can even be described as depressed. It has something to do with the fact that the coordinates of the base were exposed before. Although they are not accurate coordinates, they have been accurately determined by the Empire to within a range of 3 kilometers, which is not much different. But more importantly, in the past 3 years, the Federation has successfully taken advantage of the advantages brought by the continuous victory in the war in the air supremacy. It still controls to complete the construction of multiple new bases and the repair of abandoned bases. Nowadays, the number of living bases of the Federation on alien planets has reached 9. The population pressure of the survival base has been greatly alleviated. Even because the current recruitment target is gradually becoming elite, the recruitment of conventional arms has almost stagnated, so that the new base has begun to lack people. As a result, the old base, which is not as advanced as the new base, has a kind of tasteless feeling. The backwardness in defense, productivity, carrying capacity, etc. cannot be completely described as liking the new and disliking the old. A large number of personnel from base number 6 were transferred to the new base. The original Federation base number 3 did not even start the repair work and has been replaced by the new base number 3. The Empire had never given up, and the reconnaissance and attack on the living bases of the Federation were all turned to other bases. Under such circumstances, Ji Xinghe, who had just been promoted to the 3-star Admiral of the Federation, was arranged to be the Commander-in-Chief of the war zone of base number 6. It was no wonder that Ji Xinghe left again. The smooth landing of the Pinyin space battleship brought a different vitality to base number 6. Speaking of which, when Ji Xinghe first arrived on the alien planet, he landed directly on base number 6. That was a beginning. This time, it was also a beginning. The independent regiment stationed in base number 6 soon performed their duties. They did not feel uncomfortable, especially Shen Mu and Lao Liu, who had been staying in base number 6 before. Shen Mu, like Ji Xinghe, came to base number 6 for the first time on the alien planet. Lao Liu had lived in base number 6 for more than 10 years, and now they all felt like they were home. The current commander of base number 6, Colonel Qiao Menglian, is here to report. Please give instructions to General Ji. Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded. In a sense, Qiao Menglian is also one of his own, because Tu Yuan said that Qiao Menglian is his man. Of course, this statement is actually problematic, but not a big problem. Tell me about the situation. Yes, Qiao Menglian immediately began to report to Ji Xinghe, and Chen Sun, Liu Mian, Qin Tong, Shen Mu and others also listened. He was also a person who paid attention to efficiency. He didn't mention going to the conference room first, and started reporting on the way from the base parking area to the command center. The infrastructure of our number 6 base has not changed much compared to before. The main thing is that the number of permanent residents is much less than before. Now there are only 2,357 people. Basically, it can meet the production needs of our base, but the two aspects of medical care and training are far less than before. The permanent troops and rotation troops are much less than before. Soon, the group arrived at the command center. Qiao Menglian also introduced the basic situation and asked, "General Ji, can you say a few words to everyone?" In fact, when Qiao Menglian got the news that Ji Xinghe was coming, he was very excited and prepared a welcome party, which was not excessive. After all, Ji Xinghe was already a 3-star general of the Federation. Moreover, although base number 6 is one of the most peaceful areas on the alien planet, the people in the living base do not actually live, but only survive. People are under great pressure, and an event like a welcome party can greatly relieve people's emotions. However, the welcome party was cancelled because of the news from Tu Yuan and the fact that Ji Xinghe came too quickly. For some reasons, Qiao Menglian found it difficult to explain to others why the event was cancelled, so that his pressure suddenly increased. Okay, Ji Xinghe did not have any stage fright or hesitation. He was already very accustomed to the responsibility of saying something to people. Yes, this is a responsibility, not an opportunity to show yourself. The broadcasting system of the entire base was put into operation. After Qiao Menglian introduced himself, Ji Xinghe's voice rang in everyone's ears. "Everyone, I'm back." Just this sentence made everyone cheer. Although many of them came here in the past 3 years and had never seen Ji Xinghe in base number 6 before, they were already familiar with the story of Ji Xinghe and base number 6 and were proud of it. After the cheers, people expected more voices from Ji Xinghe, but found that the broadcasting system was turned off. Just this one sentence? When people were stunned, they suddenly laughed. Is this one sentence not enough? In the command center, Ji Xinghe turned off the broadcasting system in the stunned expressions of others, and then began to issue orders. Colonel Qiao Menglian, yes, check all the material information of the base with Colonel Chen soon. Yes, this is obviously an illegal order, because strictly speaking, Ji Xinghe is not the commander of the number 6 base war zone now, and it depends on the situation. He will not be in the future. But Qiao Menglian doesn't care. If someone really asks him, he can say that he can't control Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's 3-star general rank is like a kindergarten teacher controlling children. Chen soon, yes, formulate a combat plan as soon as possible, by orbital airdrop. Yes, Chen soon did not hesitate. With the supplies brought by the independent regiment and the supplies of the number 6 base, it doesn't matter if he fights a tough battle, let alone just an orbital airdrop operation. Because of the independent regiment, the Ping space battleship is naturally equipped with an orbital airdrop system. As for where to fight? With Chen Soon's ability, and Ji Xinghe's authority and face, there is no problem. Qin Tong, here, make preparations for the war. Those who don't need to participate in the war, keep training. Yes, Shen Mu, here, issues about mechas and weapons and equipment are all handed over to you. Yes, order after order was issued, and Ji Xinghe exercised the authority of the commander of the number 6 base war zone, which he did not have, and even exceeded the scope of responsibility of the number 6 base war zone. There is naturally no problem with the number 6 base. Although there are some problems with an Anshinman command. There is nothing to say until Ji Xinghe does not forcibly use the supplies of the number 6 base. They are still discussing the issues related to the departure of the independent regiment, which are the issues that Ivanovich raised to Ji Xinghe before. The most important of them is Ji Xinghe's daily gift quota. Let Ji Xinghe go to the number 6 base war zone as the commander. To be honest, it is because Ji Xinghe is too good at fighting, and he always chooses the most risky and radical way of fighting when fighting. Now that so many Imperial mecha troops have been destroyed in the Mountain of the Gods, and the captured Imperial mechas can enhance the strength of the Federation, what if Ji Xinghe wants to go up the mountain? No one doubts Ji Xinghe's determination to destroy the Empire, so naturally no one doubts Ji Xinghe's determination to go up the mountain. It is of course a good thing to be able to directly destroy the Imperial jump base in the war zone of the Mountain of the Gods. It is a good thing for both the war faction and the peace faction, but no one can guarantee whether the Empire will continue to increase its troops, and whether the legendary Imperial Royal Mecha Guard Battalion will suddenly appear on the battlefield. After winning so many times, it doesn't matter to the Federation if it loses a few times. Everyone can bear it and can afford it. But what if Ji Xinghe sacrifices himself? Although Li Yuanba has awakened the power of Qi on his own, he is still a long way from mastering the gift, and it is even possible that he cannot master the gift. Ji Xinghe's gift is really important. As the deputy chief of staff of the independent regiment, Liu Mian, who is more professional than Chen Sun, the former sniper-born chief of staff, took on the task of negotiating with Nanshiman. He originally had only two main bargaining chips in his hand, Ji Xinghe's gift and the combat power of the independent regiment. And now there is one more. Ji Xinghe said he is very rich. Not to mention how Liu Mian negotiated with Tu Yuan, Yang Yante, Davis, Tang Qiao and other high-level, powerful, federal generals who are qualified to participate in this negotiation, and cooperated with an Anshinman command headed by Ivanovich. Suddenly, Ji Xinghe, who seemed to be idle, came alone to the room where he used to live in base number 6. Even when the population pressure of base number 6 was the greatest, the previous and subsequent commanders did not arrange for people to live in this room, let alone now. The layout in the room is exactly the same as before, without any changes. After entering the room, you can feel the fresh air, which means that someone often comes to clean and turn on the ventilation device. After the metal door was closed, Xingayu's anxious voice finally sounded. My lord, I still can't control the spaceship. I don't know how Xingxin did it. She directly blocked the permission I set. Ji Xinghe was no longer panicked when he just got the news, nor did he question the cooperation between Xingayu and Ji Rong and Xinliu. He said calmly, then let her come. After she comes, we will find a way to send her back, okay? Xingayu's tone was a little helpless, as if there was really no other way, and then she said, however, it is actually very difficult to send Xingxin back. The child has grown up and has her own opinions. We can't just arrest her by force, right? Even if she can't beat you, when you send her back, who really dares to fight her? The key is, no one can beat her. After vaguely mentioning Ji Rong and Xinayu's combat power, Xingayu did not see any reaction from Ji Xinghe as she wished. So he continued, besides, now that we have fallen out with the Federation and have started fighting on our own, is it really safe for Xingxin to stay alone on the Azure Star? Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Alone? Xingayu said awkwardly, although we have a lot of people, none of them are suitable to be exposed directly. Ji Xinghe frowned even more. He didn't want to talk about the people Xingayu was talking about, but those who became mercenaries because of Xingayu and Ji Rong Xinliu. There were hundreds of people, all of them were mecha warriors, either students majoring in mecha with excellent grades, or mecha warriors who had retired but had rich combat experience. Even if the Federation had 300,000 active mecha warriors, this was a force that could not be underestimated. They were gathered together by a child, and they all embarked on the journey to the alien planet without hesitation. He didn't know what to say, because his name must have played a crucial role in it. We haven't fallen out with the Federation. Ji Xinghe was too lazy to argue with Xingayu, who was pretending to be stupid, and corrected, we just changed our way of fighting, and as long as I am alive, Xingxin will be absolutely safe. Even if I sacrifice myself, with Li Yuanba, Han Li, and Jackson here, Xingxin will not have any safety issues. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs, Xingayu argued, and immediately changed the subject. Lord, since they are here now, let's continue according to the original plan and let them go to Shanyang City for training. Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded and asked, can Shanyang City guarantee their survival needs now? Don't worry, even if another 3,000 people come, we can guarantee it. Xingxin and I spent so much effort to invite people, how could I bear to? Ahem, Lord, can you give me one of the 4 prince armors? What are you going to do? This. Lord, I promised Xingxin that I would get her a top-level mecha. Although the two of us agreed to send her back to the Blue Star, you can't let me go back on my word in front of Xingxin. Ji Xinghe knew exactly what Xingayu was planning. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, thinking that Ji Rong Xinliu had already rejected his communication application, if he refused again. Just like all grandfathers, when their granddaughters want a toy, few can bear to refuse. Although the toy Ji Rong Xinliu wants is a prince armor, it is a bit exaggerated, but whether from Ji Xinghe's existing resources or from Ji Rong Xinliu's own ability. In fact, there is no problem. As Xingayu said, there are not even a handful of people in the Federation who can beat Ji Rong Xinliu. He is still young and his body has not yet fully developed, but the aura of the 3rd stage is enough to make up for the difference in physical conditions when Ji Rong Xinliu faces adults. In addition to Ji Rong Xinliu's fighting teachers and mecha teachers, there are Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, Han Li, Jackson, Qin Tong. Okay, Ji Xinghe agreed. Anyway, the 4 prince armors, now the independent regiment can only play their combat power. Ji Xinghe, Li Ur, Yingluoqi, Chu Ziyan and the other 4 mecha warriors driving these 4 prince armors can only be a target on the battlefield. As for Ji Xinghe, he doesn't need to drive the prince armor. The divine punishment armor and the star moon armor are still usable now. Great, thank you, Lord. Xinghe, who had already formulated the relevant transformation plan, contacted Shen Mu as soon as possible. Shen Mu, who was very busy, was angry when he heard that this was a mecha prepared for Ji Xinghe. How can you let Xinghe come to the alien planet and let her drive the mecha to participate in the war? Where is the old man? I'll go find him. If it weren't for the inconvenience of transforming the prince armor at base number 6, and it was not easy to transport the prince armor to Shanyang City for the time being, Xinghe really didn't want to ask Shen Mu for help. He could only helplessly start to pull the tiger skin. What? Are you questioning the old man's decision, or are you questioning Xinghe's talent? Shen Mu said angrily. She is just a child. Xinghe sneered. This child can beat 100 of you. Shen Mu suddenly felt that this statement was somewhat familiar, as if the story of Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan began. But he is much worse than Tu Yuan, and Ji Xinghe's starting point is much higher than Ji Xinghe. In all aspects, it is much higher. If Ji Xinghe really came to the alien planet to participate in the war, what kind of miracle would he create? Thinking of this, Shen Mu suddenly had unprecedented motivation. As for the safety of Ji Xinghe, there is Ji Xinghe, the independent regiment, Prince A, the final fortress, and Xinghe. You will protect Xinghe at all costs, right? Yeah, at all costs. Chapter 687, Let Ji Xinghe become stronger. After Ji Xinghe's runaway, those who knew the inside story were very worried, but the situation they were worried about did not happen. Han Li, Jackson, and Rovich did not follow Ji Xinghe with his Yansan Independent Regiment, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, and the Sacred Independent Regiment, and obeyed orders as always. There were no large numbers of mechanics who threatened to retire or leave the alien planet and applied to go to base number 6. The most important thing is that Suhi, who did not follow Ji Xinghe to base number 6, but was wandering around to shoot interviews, did not make any moves. It was like Ji Xinghe really just went to the war zone of base number 6 to be the commander, and the runaway behavior that occurred at the high-level federal generals meeting did not exist. Neither side disclosed the real inside story, let alone using public opinion as a weapon. No one had any questions about the sudden disappearance of Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment. The alien planet is really too big, and there are still many war zones. It is normal for them to accept some combat missions and disappear for a short period of time. People are even looking forward to the news that the independent regiment has won again appearing in the military bulletin. So, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Ji Xinghe and his team. On the 7th day after Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment arrived at base number 6, news about Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment finally appeared. It was different from the victory news that people expected, but it was accepted by people. Ji Xinghe became the commander of the number 6 base war zone. At the same time, based on the needs of the war, the independent regiment changed from a ground mecha corps to an orbital airborne mecha corps. If there was no latter sentence, the news would definitely cause an uproar. How could Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment go to the number 6 base war zone where there was no war? But with the latter sentence, the meaning is completely different. The Azure Independent Regiment, which was previously responsible for orbital airborne support, although it was equipped with 300 Pantolin armors, its combat effectiveness was always inferior to that of the Xianzhen Independent Regiment, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, and the Sacred Independent Regiment. In the case of intense war, it is even more difficult to provide more comprehensive and effective support. Naturally, no one doubted the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment, so this news even boosted the morale of the entire army. Which army doesn't want to see the independent regiment falling from the sky when it encounters difficulties? Even if there is only one hope, people will not despair. Even if there is no independent regiment, only Ji Xinghe, the hope that can be brought is worth everyone's expectations. In the official announcement, Ji Xinghe, who was just promoted to the 3-star general of the Federation, became the commander of the battle zone of base number 6 and the commander of the Federal Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps. It is more reasonable for the independent regiment to become the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, and it is more in line with the rank of Ji Xinghe's 3-star general and his military merits. You must know that the newly established Federal Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps does not have a prefix like first in front, nor does it have prefixes like trap formation. sacred, and bald eagle. This means that Ji Xinghe is theoretically responsible for the strongest mecha arms of the Federation. It is indeed the strongest mecha arms, because only special mecha warriors were able to carry out orbital airborne combat missions before. Of course, most people don't know that Ji Xinghe's position as the commander of the Corps is very watery. The Azure Independent Regiment, which belongs to the command sequence of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, is only nominally under the jurisdiction of Ji Xinghe, and actually only accepts orders from the Nanshanmen Command. The same is true for the 2nd Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps that is being formed, which is similar to the Azure Independent Regiment. Ji Xinghe can only manage his independent regiment, but this is not important. Another problem that was not mentioned in the official announcement, but is inevitable, is that Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment will obtain logistical supplies, weapons resources, etc. according to the relevant standards of mercenaries. But this is also easy to say. Ji Xinghe had a privilege a long time ago to exchange resources for military merit. This privilege was later carried forward by the ace mecha warriors of the independent regiment, so now it is actually a change of soup but not medicine, and it has not caused any controversy. Everything is in order, and the waves have disappeared before they splashed, as if Ji Xinghe did not leave. Empire Star. 17 days and 13 hours have passed since the death of King Xinghe in Azure Star Standard Time. After shrinking the defense line and finally stabilizing the situation on the Mountain of Gods, the Imperial Prince once again appeared on the planet where he was born. It had not been long since he left this planet to go to the alien planet, but his state of mind had changed greatly. The high spirits he had at the beginning had long disappeared, and he was filled with fear of his own fate. After arriving at the outskirts of Woody City on a spaceship without any weapons, the prince hesitated to enter the city, but he could not delay for long, and there was no point in delaying for any longer, so he could only accept his fate and arrive at the Imperial City. He once thought that he could inherit this Imperial City, which was like a military fortress, and the planet under his feet, but now. "You're back." Adakan came to greet the prince's return with a kind expression, really like an uncle who loves his nephew. "I'm sorry." The prince knew very well what Adakan's attitude was towards him, and he also knew that Adakan's attitude was very important to him now, so he admitted his mistakes as soon as they met. "When you failed before, I didn't know that it was not your fault." The smile on Adakan's face tended to expand. "It's okay, you just laughed a little loudly at that time." "I don't care." The prince's heart tightened, and after apologizing again and again, he asked, "My father, your father is not too angry, just like you said just now. He knows very well that it is not your fault." "Then you are still the prince." "Really?" The prince did not believe it, but he had hope in his heart. "Really?" Adakan said in a gentle tone, "Your father has no intention of changing the prince, and they may not be able to do better than you." "But I said, it's not your fault, it's Ji Xinghe's fault. You have to know that even I lost to him." "You lost to him? Although it's not right, but it's really not your fault, Uncle Wang. I feel much better when you say this. Please believe me, I will definitely." As they were talking, the two apes had arrived at the Political Affairs Hall. It was not the time for the court meeting, but all the important officials of the empire gathered here, which made the prince's heart, which had just relaxed a little, tense again. After following Adakan in, it didn't even dare to look up at Emperor Wu Ii sitting on the throne. When it was about to say something with its head down, it heard the voice of Emperor Wu Ii. "Go to mining planet number 3 and don't come back again." The prince looked up in horror and saw the cold expression of Emperor Wu Ii. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that the invisible pressure had already hit him, like the eternal ice in the polar regions, freezing his body. With a last bit of strength, it turned its head and looked at Adakan. Adakan looked at it expressionlessly, without saying anything, but his eyes seemed to be repeating what he had just said, but the meaning had changed greatly. "You laughed too loudly before. Take him out." Emperor Wu Ii really didn't give the prince any chance. After letting the guards take the immobile prince away, he looked at the gorillas and monkeys in the hall and asked, "Just now you said that we should negotiate with the Federation? I want to hear your reasons again." No one dared to speak again. The prince, who had just suffered a defeat, had no chance to say a word before he was thrown to the number 3 mining planet by Emperor Wu Ii. What else could they say? They didn't want to go to the number 3 mining planet of the Empire. The environment there was more than 10 times worse than that of the alien planet, and there was also a prince who must have gone crazy. "No one is talking." Emperor Wu Ii called on him. "Adakan, You speak. Ji Xinghe stood up and said, I don't think we can negotiate with the Federation, and we should not give the Federation a chance to breathe. The Federation's technology is developing very fast, especially after having the formula of tungsten steel alloy. Their energy weapon technology will definitely be able to develop rapidly. If they are given more time, they may even be able to develop the jump gate technology, and then the war will spread to our Empire Star. So, I think we should continue to fight. Didn't you tell the formula of tungsten steel alloy after being captured by Ji Xinghe? Did the Federation have a chance to crack the jump gate technology because you lost the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon? The important officials of the Empire complained in their hearts, but they didn't dare to blame anything. Emperor Wu Yi did not blame Ji Xinghe, but gave the power of inheritance to Ji Xinghe. What can they say? The entire empire is still under the control of Emperor Wu Yi. Does it really matter whether they say it or not? The last struggle of the imperial ministers was forcibly suppressed by Emperor Wu Yi. Then who do you think should go? Emperor Wu Yi asked again. When the current prince returned to the Empire Star, the Imperial Expeditionary Force was temporarily led by a Grand Duke similar to Yinan, but it was obviously not qualified. Ji Xinghe bowed and said, I think the most important thing is not who should go to the alien planet to lead the Expeditionary Force, but to find a way to get Ji Xinghe and the Federation's elite mecha warriors to come to our Empire Star. An important official couldn't help but said, but you just said that the war should not spread to our Empire Star. It's not the same. Ji Xinghe said, just like a wildfire, if it is not controlled, it will spread to the entire mountain range. But as long as the path of the wildfire spread is blocked, the wildfire will be limited to a certain range. How to control it? Another important official stood up and said, the Federation has space battleships, orbital ballistic missiles, and nuclear weapons. If we let them come, we won't be able to control them at all. Ji Xinghe said calmly, I said, only let Ji Xinghe come, only let their mecha warriors come, and other weapons, as long as we don't want them to bring them, they can't bring them. Since he is an important official of the Empire, he must have a temper, and Emperor Wu Yi can't kill anyone he wants. He said, if Ji Xinghe is so obedient, how did you get captured by him? Ji Xinghe's expression remained unchanged, and his tone remained calm. It doesn't matter whether Ji Xinghe is obedient or not. What's important is that he wants to come to the Empire Star more than any other human being. As long as he is given a chance, he will definitely come. Give him a chance, he will come with the Federation's army, so we have to restrict them, and not only us, but also the rebels. The rebels don't want to see Ji Xinghe come with the Federation's army. After the argument lasted for a while, there was still no result. Emperor Wu Yi was silent throughout the whole process, and did not side with Ji Xinghe, nor did he make a decision. But there was no need to discuss the issue of continuing to fight, and there was no debate. Ji Xinghe also knew that this issue could not be resolved in a short time, so he pulled the topic back. I think we can let the King of Xianan go to the alien star to take charge. Other important ministers also stopped when they saw the good, and echoed Ji Xinghe's proposal. Emperor Wu Yi nodded. Then let the Prince of Xianan go. Well, tell him not to participate in the war in person. Yes. After saying a few more things, all the important officials of the empire left. In the huge government hall, only Emperor Wu Yi and Ji Xinghe were left. Emperor Wu Yi spoke calmly, and the majesty in his voice disappeared, just like an ordinary gorilla. Ji Xinghe has gone to the Federation's base number 6 with the independent regiment. Ji Xinghe frowned. Those rubbish, but this is normal. Ji Xinghe will not be so stupid as to obey the orders of those rubbish, and those rubbish can control the Federation. But it doesn't matter. Although Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is very powerful, it is not as good as the Royal Mecha Guards. The Royal Mecha Guards cannot be deployed for the time being. Emperor Wu Yi did not give any more explanation. Then assembling all the Marcus of the anti-galaxy army will also have enough strength to annihilate his independent regiment. It's just that Ji Xinghe is a little difficult to kill. How about I go to the alien planet? I said, wait until you have made 100,000 gifts, then let King Xiandong go. Apart from him, no one is Ji Xinghe's opponent. Although King Xiandong is not either, he has a great chance, he won't go. If I don't tell King Xianan not to personally participate in the war, he won't go to the alien planet to supervise the war, then we can only defeat Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, Ji Xinghe said helplessly, but as long as Ji Xinghe is there, the independent regiment can be rebuilt at any time. Moreover, once we take action, The jump base in the 3-6 Grand Canyon will be exposed. The Federation will definitely go all out to support Ji Xinghe in rebuilding the independent regiment. They don't want to see us have another jump base. Ji Xinghe will be as important as before, let him rebuild, and after the reconstruction, fight again. A smile appeared on the face of Emperor Wu I. Can't he gain power from the last words of those humans? Then I will give him more power. Ji Kang suddenly felt that Emperor Wu I insisted on continuing the fight just to make Ji Xinghe stronger. Why? P.S. Additional update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, 32/66. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 Robbery. Assemble. 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 With shouts, the Federation mecha warriors on a blockade line quickly assembled and followed their captain at the first opportunity, running at full speed in the night of the alien planet. The number of 17 mechas in full strength shows that this is not a regular mecha squad, but an elite mecha squad composed of special mecha warriors. As the Federation gradually won victories on the alien planet, the number of captured imperial mechas increased, and the number of regular Federation mecha squads also increased to 30, which was consistent with the number of regular mecha squads of the Empire. In the previous Shangshan battle, the 607th Squadron, where Yanqi, Gustav, Bolland, Xinbing and others had only 16 mechas when they participated in the battle because they were reduced to remnants before participating in the battle, and new mecha warriors and mechas were not replenished. According to the command of the headquarters, the Empire's jump mecha appeared in our defense zone. Our mission is to scout the enemy. If it is not necessary, do not fight them and wait for follow-up support to arrive, the captain's voice sounded in the team's communication channel. Jump mecha is not a mecha with jump ability, but a general term used by the Federation to refer to the Empire's mecha with a small jump gate hidden inside the mecha. In essence, this kind of Empire mecha is not a mecha at all. It just has the appearance of a regular Empire-level standard mecha. Not only does it not have a cockpit inside, but even the mechanical structure is very different from that of a normal mecha because it has to hide a small jump gate. It basically has no combat power. However, the threat that jump mecha can bring is far greater than that of a complete Empire mecha core, and even exceeds that of the Empire's anti-galaxy mecha core. Because the anti-galaxy mecha core can break through the Federation's blockade in the God's Mountain war zone through jump mechas and appear in areas where the Federation's defense is weak. So this task of scouting the enemy is actually very dangerous. After explaining the situation, the captain hesitated slightly and said, "Everyone, add your last words." Yes, no one complained, and no one asked what the number of reinforcements was, or how long it would take to arrive. The quiet team communication channel showed that all the team members were adding their own last words. Although the mission was to scout the enemy, and it was also said that there would be no war unless necessary, but when facing an invading empire on an alien planet, there was no need for it. More than half an hour. After running for more than 100 kilometers, the mecha team successfully arrived at the headquarters and found the coordinates of the Empire's jump mecha. The 17 mechas were divided into 3 teams at the first time and began reconnaissance operations from 3 directions. Report, we found 7 Imperial mechas. Report, we found 12 Imperial mechas, and we were also discovered by them. Avoid fighting, continue reconnaissance. Report, we found 35 Imperial mechas, and we can be sure that there are at least 2 complete Imperial regular mecha squads. Report, 12 Imperial mechas are chasing our team, and we can't continue to complete the reconnaissance mission. Retreat, yes. Report, our team is being chased by 7 Imperial mechas, and we are confident that we can defeat them. Don't fight, retreat and prepare to reunite. Captain, we can really defeat them, even though it's 6 to 7, but I'm very good, you know. I said retreat and avoid fighting. Are you deaf? Yes, the Federal Special Mecha Squad, which had not yet discovered the precise coordinates of the Imperial Jump Mecha, was unable to continue its reconnaissance mission because of the Imperial mechas that rushed out like a net. The captain of the Special Mecha Warrior, who had not yet been chased by the Imperial Mecha, hesitated with his 4 mechas. Judging from the current situation, the other 2 teams will not have any problems as long as they avoid fighting, and he can continue to lead the team to conduct in-depth reconnaissance. But the problem is that due to the darkness, The Federation's reconnaissance satellites and other reconnaissance equipment are difficult to play their due role. Before it is determined how many Imperial mechas the Empire's jump mechas have brought, the other two teams may be blocked by more Imperial mechas at any time. If they don't reunite, it will be really dangerous. But if they choose to reunite, they will fall into the pursuit of the Imperial mechas and lose the ability to reconnaissance. If the enemy situation is not clear, the Federation will not be able to accurately and effectively mobilize enough and appropriate forces to come to support. Saturation support? There is no such thing. The Federation is not rich enough, and the Imperial jump mechas where their team is located are most likely just a bait. Once the Federation chooses saturation support, it will lead to an empty defense line, and another or more Imperial jump mechas will seize the opportunity to tear through the Federation's defense line and leave calmly. The Empire is really crazy because of the old man. Jump mechas are now sent out as if they are free. The captain made a decision when thinking this. You go and join them, Captain. What about you? I'll go a little further. The 4 team members were anxious in an instant. Are you crazy? If we want to go, we will go together. They can join themselves. If we really encounter any situation, it won't be too much if we have 4 more or less. I won't leave. Otherwise, Captain, you can send me to the military police in person? You can also send me directly to the military court, Captain. You are really not an old man, don't make a fuss. Those who can join the special mecha team are elites, and in general, elites have a bigger temper. The captain also knows this. When it really needs to be done, he and his team members are all perfect soldiers, but now, Captain, they are coming. A reminder made the captain no longer hesitate. They have been discovered by the Imperial mecha and are chasing them. In this case, unless he is an ace mecha warrior, it is impossible to continue to complete the reconnaissance mission. Retreat. The 5 federal mechas gave up the task of continuing to investigate under the pursuit of 16 Imperial mechas and tried to reunite with other teammates. A ball of fire also burst out in the sky above their original reconnaissance direction. It was the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the federal government that was shot down by the Imperial mechas. Now, they really couldn't continue to investigate. The 17 federal mechas quickly completed the reunion. And the Imperial mechas chasing behind them also completed the reunion. The total number reached 30, which was a complete Imperial conventional mecha squad. Captain, let's do it. We can kill them all. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, with the special mecha warriors, the combat effectiveness of this squad was actually very strong. It can't be done. The captain rejected the proposal of the team members without any hesitation. He knew very well that although they had the strength to annihilate the enemy, it would take a long time to achieve the combat goal of annihilation. Although the weapons used in mecha warfare are mainly cold weapons, due to the high mobility and superb defense of mechas, fighting is not an ancient cold weapon battle. Situations such as stabbing to death with a knife are really very rare. Moreover, with the enemy having a numerical advantage, at least half of their team will be sacrificed. I'll call for support first. The captain began to contact the headquarters, but the headquarters could not provide strong enough support without knowing the enemy's situation. It only sent 2 conventional mecha teams and 60 mechas, and asked this special team to find opportunities to continue to complete the reconnaissance mission. People are going to die. The captain sighed in his heart and was about to convey the command of the headquarters to all the team members. But at this moment, a team member suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky, there are parachutes." Parachutes? Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, Azure Independent Regiment? They are coming? Hey, why is there only one parachute? No, the Azure Independent Regiment's Orbital Airborne Mecha Kit doesn't need parachutes now. When the federal team discovered a parachute in the sky, the Imperial mecha also discovered it. Their firepower weapons were launched at the first time, and they bombarded the parachutes in the sky. Although he didn't understand the situation, the special captain still gave the order decisively. Everyone, follow me. The Imperial mechas must not be given enough time to destroy the parachute. Given the current altitude of the parachute, the mecha warriors inside will surely fall to their death after it falls. The 17 mechas of the special mecha team immediately began to slow down after receiving the order. They completed the turning maneuver before they completely stopped, and then charged the 30 Imperial mechas behind them. Although their maneuvers affected the Imperial mechas' attack on the parachute to a certain extent, as the landing altitude decreased and the landing speed slowed down, the black flower floating alone in the sky was still destroyed. The mechas under the flower began to fall faster, and the people's exclamations froze as soon as they sounded. Because under the light of the fire, they finally saw the mecha that fell from a height of nearly 200 meters. It was not a Federation mecha, but an Imperial mecha. The Empire also has the ability to airdrop from orbit? How did they get into the sky? Another Imperial space battleship flew out from the Mountain of the Gods? No, it's our Federation's mecha, with the gold stars on it, captured Empire mecha? Aren't all the ones used by the Azure Independent Regiment the pangolin-cutting ones? How many gold stars? No matter how many gold stars you have, we'll have to throw them. Stop talking nonsense, get ready for battle, when the special captain roared. A strange voice with a strange tone sounded in their communication channel. I'm Yingluoki, the deputy captain of the ape team of the Federation Independent Regiment. Please stop charging immediately. The voice that can be heard directly in the communication channel must have a higher authority than this mecha team. Moreover, this voice said 3 words, Independent Regiment. The special captain ordered to stop charging without any hesitation, and then asked. The old man's Independent Regiment. Yingluoki wanted to sneer, but when he thought that his identity was more stable, he answered very politely, yes, the old man's Independent Regiment, you are. The captain's tone was a little hesitant. Yingluoki understood what the other party meant, and said without any concern, yes, I used to be an Imperial Guerrilla, then a Federal Guerrilla, and now I am Ape, the Ape of Apes. This is the title appointed by the old man. Dong. So, we are now the Ape team of the Independent Regiment. The special captain was a little speechless, but still asked, how many people did you come? Has the old man come? Yingluoki couldn't help laughing after all. There are only so many enemy troops. One of me is enough. You alone. The special captain was shocked. Even if it was the ape of the Independent Regiment, what's the use of only one? Wait a minute. The special captain suddenly thought of the dong that came when Yingluoki was talking just now, and exclaimed, you are not the mecha that landed with a parachute? Did you not fall to death? Yingluoki, who had successfully landed and started to charge, was helpless. Whether it is human, gorilla or us apes, judging from the current situation, if you die, you will definitely not be able to speak again, so there is a third race? The captain of the special class suddenly had this thought, and then he remembered something. Someone in his team's communication channel thought the same as he did, and said it directly. Fuck, the old man is not still using the prince armor. As for the prince armor, it will definitely not die from this height, and their physical fitness. Prince armor, are you really going to use it all the time? Fortunately, Yingluoki couldn't hear these voices, otherwise he would definitely be sad. In fact, he didn't need to and shouldn't communicate directly with a special team. There should be independent regiment staff commanders in the command center of the ping and space battleship to communicate with a special team. But now is different from the past. Yingluoki has not only proved his loyalty to Ji Xinghe, but the independent regiment also needs Yingluoki, who can play the role of the prince armor, to carry out combat missions alone like a person, like a federal mecha warrior. So, let him communicate by himself. At present, the effect does not seem to be very good, but it is completely opposite to the expected effect. Whether it is a federal gorilla or a human ape, it is essentially still an gorilla. How can it drive a mecha of the level of the prince armor? Regardless of the issue of loyalty, for the mecha warriors, just their desire for better mechas is enough to make them dissatisfied. The special team has stopped charging, as if they have completely obeyed the request from Yingluoki. It is a request, because Yingluoki just used the word please. But this is actually not in line with their performance. Under normal circumstances, only one mecha comes to support. Unless Ji Xinghe comes in person, they will definitely choose to fight side by side. However, now, Yingluoki doesn't care so much. He knows very well that the gap between races cannot be directly erased because of his performance in the going up the mountain battle. And in the going up the mountain battle, he actually did not have any special performance. Although after he got the prince armor, he chose to rush to the main force of the anti-galaxy corps alone, and fought a very beautiful battle with the light of divine punishment. But what he can do, there are too many mecha warriors in the Federation who can do it. So, there's still more to do. Liuer, the captain of the ape team, said to the two of them, there is a saying in Longzhou that if you bloom, the breeze will come. I like it very much, and I hope you can like it too, then bloom. Relying on the performance advantage of the prince's armor, after landing from a height of nearly 200 meters, Yingluoki, who is unscathed, quickly rushed to the front of the 30 Imperial mechas that were chasing the special team. The mecha sword made of tungsten steel gold was wielded by him in the night, and its brilliant light could not be seen by the naked eye, but it could be felt from the heart. 30 Imperial mechas were directly killed and crippled by him in an instant. What I destroyed is counted as our independent regiment. Those remnants are handed over to you. Don't blame me, otherwise I will let the old man find you. After Ying Luoqi said this half hard and half softly, he rushed to the direction of the previous reconnaissance of the special team alone. But after thinking about it, he said another sentence while charging alone. If you are not sure, don't fight. Believe me, I will kill as many as you come today. If I can't kill them all, our independent regiment will come to kill them. So don't worry about me, if you are worried about me. Listening to Ying Luoqi's words, looking at the back of Ying Luoqi's mecha charging alone, and the 8 conventional Imperial mechas fleeing. The mecha warriors of the special mecha team, who were dissatisfied with Ying Luoqi's ability to drive the prince's mecha, suddenly felt some guilt. They really didn't worry about Ying Luoqi at all, and even had some ideas. The special captain ordered to pursue the remnants of the Imperial mecha. With their combat power, the 8 frightened Imperial mechas were really not worth mentioning and could be defeated with a complete victory. When the team began to charge, the captain's voice rang out. Whether it's a federal guerrilla or an ape, as long as they can kill an Imperial guerrilla, they are good comrades. We can choose not to trust him, but we should trust the old man, the captain said 2 yes in a row, with exactly the same pronunciation, but the team members seemed to be able to hear his thoughts and understood the 2 ties he was talking about. Of course, even if no one else trusts me, I will trust the old man. Why? You don't even trust the captain. If you keep trying to sow discord, I will crawl into your sleeping bag tonight. Come on, if you don't come, you're a grandson. Fuck, Captain, when you called for support from the independent regiment, didn't they tell you that only one person came? Ying Luoqi, I called for support from the independent regiment? The captain was about to say that you think too highly of me, but then he felt something was wrong. Yes, I didn't call for support from the independent regiment, and the command center didn't either, so why did the independent regiment come? And they came so quickly. Ying Luoqi came so urgently, how come it looks like it's not right? A team member also noticed something was wrong and said, the captain just said he wanted to call for support, and the independent regiment came. It's too fast, it's indeed not right. When the captain called for support, he must have already started airborne, and, I see this. Ying Luoqi, the way he fights doesn't look like he's here to support us, then what does it look like? Like he's here to rob us. Chapter 689, Get the price down for me. The peace spaceship floating in the alien sky was like a seed drill, constantly sowing seeds during its flight. As the seeds fell from the sky, black flowers bloomed one after another, and then fell on the solid ground. The large and small holes that were smashed did not bury the real seeds. There was no need to water them, and the seeds grew 2 legs and began to run wildly on the barren alien land. There was no process of growing into fruits, only a battle to harvest victory. Report, Ape Team. Lieutenant Ying Luoqi has destroyed 53 Imperial mechas and determined the precise location of the Empire's jump mechas. The Empire has shut down the jump mechas and is trying to transfer. How many Imperial mechas are there on Ying Luoqi's side? 79. Let him chase them, with the goal of seizing the Imperial jump mechas. Yes, report, Ape Team. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe has successfully landed and started fighting, but according to a reconnaissance intelligence, no Imperial jump mechas were found there, and it is suspected that they have completed the transfer and concealment. How many Imperial mechas are there on Ji Xinghe's side? 157. There are no Imperial mechas of the Earl armor level or above. There are 3 of our regular mecha teams near Ji Xinghe. Let Ji Xinghe talk to our mecha team. We want those 157 Imperial mechas. Report, Ji Xinghe said he doesn't know how to chat, and he's afraid that the talks will break down. Chen Sun said helplessly, Liu Mian, you come and talk. Yes, report, Ape Team. Lieutenant Liu, the battle has ended, all the Imperial mechas in the area have been wiped out, and the number of destroyed mechas is 86. No Imperial jump mechas have been found in the area. Well, let Liu resupply on the spot, and then wait there for a while. If there is no war in the short term, let him go back by himself. Yes, remember to remind Liu not to conflict with others. We need to coordinate the supply matters and settle the accounts. Yes, Liu, Ying Luoqi, and Ji Xinghe, the 3 apes, now have official federal military ranks, although compared to their destroyed numbers, they are a bit too low. Not to mention Liuer, whose number of destroyed mechas exceeded 100 in the last battle. Just Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan, the number of destroyed mechas before today exceeded 60, and among them there are imperial mechas of the Duke armor level. If you really count them, they are all mecha warriors who have successfully won the Red Star, promoted to the ace level and the rank of lieutenant colonel or colonel, and there is absolutely no problem with their performance data. But for well-known reasons, it is impossible to strictly calculate according to the standards related to the Federation's mecha warriors. But the three of them don't care. What does salary, benefits, authority and other things have to do with the three apes? Judging from the current situation, their only fate is to die on the battlefield of the alien planet or the Empire Star. There is no possibility of retiring to the Blue Star to spend the rest of their lives. Of course, if there is really a chance to go to the Blue Star, they also firmly believe that they will get the treatment they deserve. For the Federation that won the final victory, they will not care about this, and Ji Xinghe will not treat them unfairly. There were constant voices in the bridge of the space battleship. The three apes all had considerable gains, which made Qin Tong and others envious. Chief of Staff, it's our turn, right? Qin Tong's tone was slightly flattering. Yes, Harris' tone was slightly dissatisfied. Even if we don't have so many orbital airborne mecha kits and can only use the previous generation of orbital airborne methods to fight, there are certain safety issues during the airborne process, but my mecha and Lao Qin's mecha are both national level mechas. If you don't let them go, you can't stop us from flying around with you all the time. Chen Sun didn't react yet, and Zhou Shao and the others were unhappy. What do you mean? Is the national level mecha so great, Captain Harris? Are you cursing that something will happen when we airborne? Wang Kang, you have a poisonous mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Alright. Chen Sun frowned and glared at the captains of the independent regiment. Do you really think we are a makeshift team? Do you still have any organization and discipline? The captains lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look directly at Chen Sun's oppressive eyes. It actually has nothing to do with the position of chief of staff or not. Although the independent regiment is not a makeshift team now, they have been together for 4 years and have already forged an unshakable relationship between blood and fire. The real reason is that although they are all ace mecha warriors, the number of imperial guerrillas killed by Chen Sun alone is not as many as that killed by Chen Sun alone. The number of guerrillas killed by the entire independent regiment combined can be compared with that of Chen Sun. The Federation has only one sniper who has achieved the 10,000 guerrilla kill, which is much more deterrent than the chief of staff of the independent regiment. They are all soldiers, and they can be dissatisfied with anything, but they can't be dissatisfied with this. Moreover, Chen Sun is really good at fighting now. He has received a gift, and others don't. Not counting Ji Xinghe, only Su Chuanayan, Liuer, Ying Luoqi, and Chu Ziyan in the independent regiment can fight with Chen Sun. Seeing everyone bowing their heads, Chen Sun's tone softened a little. It's not that I didn't let you go on purpose. On the one hand, there are indeed safety considerations. If the enemy breaks your parachute from a height of several hundred meters, who among you can survive? I know you are not afraid of death, but not fearing death and seeking death are two different things. If you really want to blame someone, you can't blame me or Liu and the others. You can only blame yourselves for relying too much on neural connection technology. Otherwise, would you not be able to use the 3 Prince armor? On the other hand, we can't do it too obviously. After all, we are now, almost like robbers. Hearing the last sentence, everyone in the bridge laughed, and the air was full of joy. There was no war in the war zone of base number 6, but the independent regiment could not stop. With a document that was like a military notice from the Nanshanman Command, the independent regiment, whose full name has become Federation Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, Galaxy, 1st, Airborne Mecha Independent Corps in official documents and command sequences, showed an attitude of fully cooperating with the Nanshanman Command. Fighting everywhere by orbital airborne. Let alone using the peace space battleship to airdrop in the atmosphere of an alien planet, it was not a true orbital airdrop. They had not even received a mobilization order from the headquarters, and up to now, they had never requested for assistance. It was indeed as Chen Sun said, it was just like robbing everywhere. So, it couldn't be too much. But the fight still had to be fought, so when Chen Sun finally found an opportunity and arranged for Qin Tong and others to join the battle, he received a communication request from the Azure Independent Regiment. Old Chen, that's too much. The commander of the Azure Independent Regiment, SYS, did not have anger in his tone, nor did he dare to have it, only very obvious resentment. We just arrived above the battlefield, and your people landed and started killing, without even saying hello in advance. Is it interesting? As a true Azure Independent Regiment affiliated with the Federation Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, they have actually felt a little aggrieved these days. Their original first sequence was taken away by the Independent Regiment, and they became the second sequence, which was nothing. After all, the strength of the Independent Regiment was well known, and many of them dreamed of joining the Independent Regiment. But the problem was that when they received the combat order for orbital airborne support, and were about to go to the battlefield or just arrived at the battlefield, the people of the Independent Regiment had already arrived and had already started fighting. What should they do? Once, twice, 3 times, even Buddha would get angry. Oh? Really? Chen Sun's expression and tone were very innocent. He said, I haven't received your order to come to support, I just happen to be nearby, and the fighting below is very fierce. You can't let us watch our brothers fighting while we are watching from above. SYS, whose image was displayed on the screen of the bridge of the Pinyin space battleship, couldn't help but said angrily, you just flew 1,300 kilometers, you also call it just nearby. For the speed of the Pinyin, it is indeed nearby. The speed of the Pinyin. SYS was even more angry. If you say so, then the Pinyin can appear in the sky above any position of the alien planet within an hour. Is the entire alien planet near your independent group? Chen Sun's expression did not change, and his tone was still innocent, but the words he said were arrogant and left SYS speechless. He said, if you say so, yes, because the entire alien planet is within our attack range, so it is all near us. Hiss. In the bridges of the 2 space battleships, the sound of teeth clenching together and sucking air with the mouth sounded at the same time. The angry expression on SYS's face disappeared completely. Stop robbing, okay? Your independent regiment is not needed in these battles. Don't you Long Zhao often say that using anti-aircraft guns to fight mosquitoes is a waste of resources? Yours is even worse. It's like using Dongfang 520 to fight cockroaches. We didn't rob, Chen Sun said seriously. We are just doing what we should do, just like you. SYS was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, what do you want to do? Chen Sun asked back, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? SYS was stunned for a moment, and asked worriedly, can the truth be said directly? Of course, Chen Sun laughed. After regaining his expression was as rich as an actor. His wide and neat teeth were exposed, reflecting the lights in the bridge, as dazzling as his voice. He said, we want to lower the price. SYS didn't react for a moment, let alone others. But as the head of the Azure Independent Regiment and the ace Mecha warrior of the Federation, he had full access to authority and information channels. So he asked with some worry just now, whether the truth can be spoken directly. At this time, looking at Chen Sun's serious expression, thinking about the rumor that Ji Xinghe led the independent group to escape from the Federation, and the first batch of mercenaries who were about to arrive at the alien battlefield, he suddenly understood. Then he laughed, a very bright laugh, and said in a serious tone, please, hit harder. Chen Sun responded in a serious tone, that's what we should do. The communication was hung up. The Azure Independent Group, which came in a hurry but did nothing, had actually left this battlefield during the communication process. At this time, they had already arrived at another battlefield, and they no longer needed to worry about the Independent Group coming to rob. The Azure Independent Group Mecha warriors, who seemed to be holding back, joined the ground battlefield by orbital airdrop. Sith hesitated for a few seconds, and then said in the all-member communication channel, hit better, more beautifully, and more cleanly. He didn't say why, but those who heard Chen Sun's words just now understood what he meant. The price should be brought down, otherwise. The conversation between Chen Sun and SYS was not blocked by authority, and with their authority, it was indeed impossible to block it. So the news that the independent regiment wanted to bring down the price soon spread to the Nanchunman command. Because no one present at the time was required to sign a confidentiality agreement, it was widely circulated. Among them, Suhi, who had not taken any action before, suddenly started to take action, which played a crucial role. Putting aside the facts, this did affect the decision-making of the federal parliament and the Nanchunman command. So Ivanovich had to find Ji Xinghe again. He didn't want to talk to Ji Xinghe, but with Ji Xinghe's current identity, no one except him could talk to Ji Xinghe directly. Let Tu Yuan and Yang Ate talk to Ji Xinghe? Ivanovich felt that Tang Qiao, who had been promoted to lieutenant general, should be promoted as soon as possible. Although Tang Qiao never concealed his admiration for Ji Xinghe, everyone knew that Tang Qiao only admired Ji Xinghe's strength and his firm attitude towards the empire. There was a contradiction between the two. Moreover, Tang Qiao is one of us, very obedient and useful. General Ji Xinghe, we think there's a problem with what Colonel Chen soon said, so please correct it. Ji Xinghe, who is in base number 6 and had to temporarily resume his identity as a mechanic because he really didn't need his level of combat power, appeared on the screen of the meeting room of the Nanshan Command with a hammer in his left hand and a file in his right hand. He looked at Ivanovich and asked, "What's the problem?" Ivanovich said with a stiff face, "I told you before that our post-war relief work is becoming more and more difficult. The anti-war sentiment within the Federation is already very serious. In this case, if we want to continue fighting, we really need mercenaries to join the war." "You don't want to stop the war, right?" Ji Xinghe asked again with a serious face. "You told me that. I think it makes sense, so I did this. What's the problem? Do you think I'm one of those stupid imperial guerrillas, and you're still acting with me?" Only Ivanovich could hear the roar in his heart. He said helplessly, "Of course there is a problem. You must lower the price, otherwise no more mercenaries will be willing to join the war." "You are wrong," Ji Xinghe corrected. "Lowering the price is just a saying. In essence, we just want to set a standard for the price of mercenaries. But how can mercenaries compare with your independent regiment? The standard you set is unreasonable, not as strong as us, but you want a higher price than us." Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. "Is this reasonable?" Ivanovich was speechless and could only change the subject. "General Ji, you know very well that post-war pension work is not just a matter of money. If money can really solve all problems, I don't want mercenaries to join the war more than you do." This sentence is true. Ivanovich, who was able to become the commander-in-chief, certainly knew the difference between using mercenaries and regular troops, but he had no choice. "I know it's not just a matter of money. So, in order for you not to have to do so much compensation work, our independent regiment will participate in more battles. The more we kill, the fewer sacrifices we will have. If we sacrifice, we don't need you to do any compensation work. Is there any problem with this?" Ji Xinghe's still calm tone gave Ivanovich the courage to make a final struggle. "But your independent regiment can't support all battlefields at the same time. We still need mercenaries." Ji Xinghe ended his rare calmness today. His voice became louder and his brows furrowed more obviously, which made everyone in the meeting room of the Nanshan Command feel nervous. He said, "We don't need to support all battlefields at the same time. As long as you settle the accounts for us, we will end this war." Chapter 690, Cut in Half. Who dares not to settle Ji Xinghe's account? Not to mention the powerful combat power of Ji Xinghe and the independent group, just talk about the gift ability that Ji Xinghe possesses. If he really wants to make money, he doesn't even need to say the words "actually, I'm very rich." Everyone will firmly believe that he will become the richest man in the entire Federation. Even if he is compared with the princes of the empire, except for the emperor of the empire, the 4 kings and Aida Kang, how many can be richer than him? Now he is the 3rd king of the empire, because the king of Xianbi has been killed by Ji Xinghe, including the 5 most outstanding sons, so the title of the king of Xianbi cannot be inherited. The fate of his fiefdom, even if Dongguo Silian can no longer provide intelligence to the Federation in the near future, the Federation also knows it clearly. Therefore, Ji Xinghe actually has the opportunity to become the 5th richest life and the richest human in the world, including the Federation and the Empire. Ji Xinghe didn't want to make money, and arranged for Liu Mian to negotiate his daily gift quota, on the condition that the military should not restrict or conceal the independent regiment in terms of technology and intelligence. Considering that Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment's military rank and organization are still there, and compared with a previous obvious promotion, there should be no relevant restrictions and concealment in theory. Therefore, it can be said that it is free to give people gifts. So his account with the independent regiment must be calculated clearly, and there must be no difference. But this has caused a very serious problem. Before, Ji Xinghe's privilege was to recover 40% of the value of the imperial mecha, and other imperial materials seized by the incidental were not counted. Later, Qin Tong and other ace mecha warriors who also applied for this privilege also calculated the same standard as Ji Xinghe. And now, this privilege has not only covered all the mecha warriors of the independent regiment from them, but also the proportion has increased significantly. Ji Xinghe said that he should follow the standards of mercenaries. 60% of the recovery value. This is just one of the mercenary standards, or one of the prices. Other prices include, in addition to the imperial mecha, all other imperial weapons and supply seized must also be accounted for, also 60%. All conventional weapons and supply seized by mercenaries have the right to be retained for their own use, but they cannot be taken away from the alien planet and must be put into the war related to the Empire as soon as possible. Just the above 3 points, after being used as the standard by Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, made Ivanovich's scalp numb, not to mention some other standard prices, such as the premium of tungsten steel gold, the extremely high price of captured small jump gate devices, and the huge rewards for winning key battles. The key is that it is difficult for mercenaries to get these resources later. Even if they really get them, it will only bring more mercenaries, and most of them are those who were unwilling to join the army before. And the independent regiment got these resources. With Ji Xinghe's prestige in the army, if he really settles the accounts according to this standard, and he has to calculate it exactly, then he can really do what he says: we will end this war. Talk to Ji Xinghe again? There is nothing to talk about, because Ji Xinghe's requirements have never been these, but follow the standards of mercenaries. This means that Ivanovich is fully capable of lowering Ji Xinghe's price. And there is no need to talk to Ji Xinghe. Nanshaman Space Station Command. Ivanovich, who was waiting for the meeting to begin, suddenly asked, "How do the independent regiment distribute the wealth belonging to the mecha warriors of the independent regiment?" Someone immediately answered, "All of them are included in the public account of the independent regiment, and are used to exchange resources as before. The difference is that in the past, only mecha-related resources were exchanged, and other resources were normal quotas. Now, other resources must also be exchanged." Ivanovich frowned. "Is it Chen Sun, Liu Mian, Qin Tuang's suggestion?" "No, I heard that it was General Ji Xinghe's own decision. According to General Ji Xinghe's character, it shouldn't be. We also think it shouldn't be, but it is said that this is the case, and the intelligence is very reliable." Ivanovich believed it. The independent regiment still has some of his people, which is thanks to Tang Qiao's recruitment of mecha warriors for the independent regiment. So he was actually confident about the internal intelligence of the independent regiment. To be honest, this matter was indeed decided by Ji Xinghe himself, which surprised Chen Sun and the others, and was very relieved. Just like they were worried that Ji Xinghe would once again turn from an old man into a nagging old woman, causing the independent regiment to be hesitant, they were also worried that Ji Xinghe would say give it to whoever it belongs to. If that were the case, even the independent regiment would not be able to fight, and the truth that money can move people's hearts has never changed. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe seemed to have awakened and had always maintained the state of the strongest old man in the Federation, and made a decision before they suggested it. With Ji Xinghe's prestige, no one would question it after making such a decision. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment have never actually regarded themselves as mercenaries who left the federal military and then started fighting alone. This is also one of the main reasons why Ji Xinghe strongly demanded that his and the independent regiment's military rank and establishment be retained. In this way, everything was in order, and the independent group blossomed everywhere with the space battleship of peace. After the first batch of income, it was equipped with a real orbital mecha airborne kit, so there was no need to worry about being shot down by the Empire during the use of parachutes. Although the black or white flowers blooming in the sky of the alien planet were gone, they really achieved the goal of blooming everywhere. The robbery mode was really turned on, which made Ivanovich even more headache. The participants finally arrived, and those who could not arrive also participated in the holographic projection technology, and the meeting officially began. Sophia, the full representative of the Trident Security Company, looked at the real people in the conference room and the shining stars of the holographic images, without any tension. She looked quite calm. There was the power brought by capital. And it was also related to the mercenary group she led, having just won a beautiful victory on the surface of the alien planet. After Ivanovich nodded, the meeting began. The relevant personnel introduced the small-scale operations that the Trident mercenary group had just participated in, and made a very detailed analysis of the battle report. After hearing this information, Sophia's state became more natural. Just as her body relaxed, she heard Ivanovich's cold voice. "I am very dissatisfied, huh?" Sophia was stunned for a moment. "You guys, you fought too badly, but didn't we win? There are many kinds of winning. If it is a victory that does not take into account sacrifice and loss, it doesn't matter." Sophia noticed something was wrong and became a little nervous. Our people have just arrived on the alien planet not long ago and have not really gotten used to it. Give us some time, and we will bring the kind of victory that you and the Federation need, Ivanovich asked. How long? Sophia was sure that something was wrong today, but she didn't dare to express her opinion on such a matter. Not to mention her, the commander hired by Trident High-Tech could not give an accurate answer. Ivanovich was very satisfied with Sophia's speechless performance, and said with a dagger in his eye, "If you are not sure, I will give you time, but before that, we can no longer implement it according to the previous agreement standards." Tu Yuan, Yang Ante, Davis and others who participated in the meeting suddenly laughed silently. Ji Xinghe was really down to earth, and he lowered the price of the mercenaries. But how much did he lower it? Sophia took a deep breath and asked, "Then how much do you think our performance is worth?" Ivanovich was also a ruthless person. The answer he said surprised Tu Yuan and the others. 30%, the original 60% was reduced to 30% now, and it was cut in half. Impossible, Sophia refused directly. The company's interests are only one aspect. The key is that the company earns less, and the mercenaries can earn even less. A group of people who put their heads on their belts to make money on the alien planet will of course put their heads back on their necks when they have no money, and they have to protect them in various ways. Without mercenaries, the mercenary company would naturally become a joke. Ivanovich raised his eyebrows. Impossible, Sophia said with a short breath. This is completely different from the content of the agreement we signed before. You violated the agreement. We can't participate in the war at this price. You must compensate us. The plenipotentiary representative of the Trident Security Company seemed to have become the embodiment of justice, speaking passionately in the conference room of the Nanchaman space station. In addition to the cost of the voyage, we also suffered a lot of sacrifices due to the failure of the hibernation capsule. If you don't change back to the original agreed price and make us unable to participate in the war, you must compensate us. Upon hearing this, even Ivanovich was angry. He finally felt what Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan and others felt before. With such a fool around, there was really no need to hold a meeting. Compensation, the cold voice, coupled with the cold eyes, and the murderous eyes of other generals, made the representative of the Trident Security Company finally remember who she was facing now. And the gap and difference in the identities of both parties. Sophia suddenly woke up. Although Ivanovich forced Ji Xinghe to leave directly for some interests, it was ultimately for this war. The difference in concepts does not mean that they can allow the people who they have protected with the lives of thousands of soldiers to make such threats in person. I'm sorry, I admit that my words were too excited. Sophia didn't admit her mistake in time, but at least she admitted her mistake, so she could continue. But the spirit of the contract should be respected in any era and any occasion. We have signed an agreement and have paid a lot. Moreover, this is not just a matter for our Trident company. Even if we are willing to accept it, what about other companies? Trident Security Company is the first security company to participate in the trial after the mercenary system was activated. In fact, it is a mercenary organization. And those in the Federation who have long been eager for the interests in this war have established many security companies before the mercenary system has passed the trial resolution of the Federal Parliament. According to incomplete statistics, the Mecha warriors recruited by the security companies on Azure Star, including those who are experienced and retired, and those who are inexperienced but highly talented, have totaled more than 12,000. As the Trident spacecraft arrived at the alien planet, some other security companies that were not authorized had already used spacecraft to send their Mecha warriors to the alien planet in advance, or were setting off from Azure Star. It was just because they could not land, so they were temporarily parked in space. If the later ones were also not authorized, they would also stay in space. Being in a weightless environment for a long time will definitely have an impact on the Mecha warriors' bodies, and they cannot be trained. However, considering the voyage time from Azure Star to the alien planet, as well as the need to compete for the market, the security companies will not care about this. According to the original plan, after the Mecha warriors of the Trident Security Company joined the war, they only needed to win a few not-so-big victories, and the Mecha warriors of other security companies would be able to obtain authorization to land on the alien planet. But now, that's why we have to talk to you again. Ivanovich's tone also softened, and he said earnestly, before you set off, we did have a lot of pressure. But on your way from the Blue Star to the alien planet, we won 2 key victories in the Mountain of the Gods war zone. You should be able to understand what this means. Of course I understand. This represents the victory of our Federation and the heroic efforts and fearlessness of sacrifice of all the soldiers on the front line. It represents that our Federation is one step closer to defeating the Empire. After Sophia complimented a few words, she changed the subject, but we are also under a lot of pressure. As I said just now, the hibernation capsule had an unexpected malfunction that none of us wanted to see, resulting in the death of 23 highly talented mecha warriors on the way to the alien planet for support. Among them were the first and second graduates of the same period of the Mecha Warrior Major of Longzhou Star Military Academy, and they also received a gift of General Ji Xinghe. How can we explain such a loss to their families? How can we explain to the shareholders who support our company? Of course, there are also fans who support the two of them. Speaking of this matter, Sophia was also full of regret. Why didn't she pay more attention when purchasing the hibernation capsule before? It's okay for other people's hibernation capsules to have accidents, but the accidents of Fang Wang and Zhang Li's hibernation capsules really brought great losses to Trident Security Company. Although the money given to Fang Wang and Zhang Li in advance was a lot, it was nothing to Trident. The key was that these two people were one of the core reasons why Trident could stand out from many security companies and be the first to try out the mercenary participation system. The first and second place in the Mecha Warrior Major of Longzhou Kong Military Academy, and the gift of Ji Xinghe. These 2 points are enough to show that these two people have a bright future. Even if they can't grow into a sub-galaxy level Mecha Warrior like Han Li, they can become ace Mecha Warriors of the level of Qin Tong and Harris, which is not a big problem. But now, they are all gone. Fortunately, these two people actually have no family, but she won't say it. Although I am also very sorry. The accident that occurred during the voyage has nothing to do with us, Ivanovich pressed. Moreover, we will investigate the accidental failure of the hibernation capsule you mentioned. If it is because of you that their accidental death occurred, we will hold them accountable. The difference between accidental death and sacrifice is huge. Sophia did not expect that Ivanovich would turn the tables on her. Where are his own people? She did not think about it. As the commander-in-chief, Ivanovich would not betray the interests of the federal military in such an occasion and such a matter no matter how much he talked to his own people. Moreover, this is in the interests of Ivanovich's real people. We have investigated it, and it is indeed an unexpected failure. Please believe us, we are also very sad, Sophia emphasized and corrected his statement, and then said, but 30%, we really can't accept it, it can't even make up for our normal combat losses. The mechas we purchase and build ourselves are originally more expensive than those purchased and manufactured by the military, and our profits need to be taxed. Tu Yuan suddenly said in a cold voice, if you can be as efficient as the independent regiment, I have no objection to 60%, and Ji Xinghe will not say anything. But the lower your efficiency, the greater our casualties, and the more support we need to invest. How should these accounts be calculated? So I think 30% is too much, Ivanovich frowned. On the surface, he was suppressing the mercenary company, but in fact he was suppressing the independent regiment. He was ready to raise some more to avoid Ji Xinghe coming to the Nanchunman space station to find trouble with him. But now, what does Tu Yuan mean? Could it be that Ji Xinghe can really accept the 30% standard, just like he said, he must bring the price down? Or retreat to advance? Chapter 691 The future of the remnant company lies in the independent regiment. Ivanovich felt that compared to Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan was more difficult to see through. So he hesitated for a moment, but still made a decision and asked aloud, wait, why didn't General Ji Xinghe come to the meeting? The meeting has been going on for a long time, and you just remembered that Ji Xinghe didn't come to the meeting? This abacus, everyone on the Blue Star can hear it. When people were complaining, someone took the initiative to admit his mistake. I forgot to notify General Ji Xinghe. I will notify him now. The meeting was suspended for this reason, and it was unexpectedly suspended for a while. General Ji Xinghe is doing today's gift, which will take about 20 minutes. Wait for him. Ivanovich suddenly felt some envy. Gifts? Who doesn't want it? Unfortunately, he certainly can't let Ji Xinghe give him gifts. In comparison, it is much safer to wait for Li Yuanba to give him gifts. Moreover, in the short term, all generals of the Federation are not allowed to accept Ji Xinghe's gifts. There is no need to say more about the specific reasons. For the outside world, that is, the limited gift opportunities cannot be wasted on people like them. Key, for the increase of physical fitness and energy, is really useless to them. At least this is the case for the first stage of Ji Xinghe's gift, but what Ivanovich doesn't know is that Ji Xinghe has already started the second stage of the gift, and it's not an isolated case. Base number 6. After the people who have obtained the authority to receive the gift arrived in various ways, they began to wait in long or short queues. Their arrival made the slightly deserted base number 6 lively again. The supplies that were transported with them made them quite popular. They themselves deserved to be welcomed. Just like the 3,000 people who successfully received a gift from Ji Xinghe on the Azure Star and on the voyage from the Azure Star to the Alien Star, none of them got the opportunity to receive the gift because of power or background. Of course, there are reasons such as humans knowing too little about the gift, and people with powerful backgrounds not trusting Ji Xinghe, the only one who can give the gift. But more of them still follow the basic principle of distribution according to needs. The energy brought by Ji Xinghe's gift is not only related to the war between the Federation and the Empire, but also to the opportunity for human evolution. There is no doubt that people can stay sober on major issues. Just like the war on alien planets. There are many people on the blue planet, just like the bartender, who hates war and opposes war because of the sacrifice of his younger brother Tianqi, and fantasizes about the possibility of peaceful coexistence. But when victory comes, the bartender will also smile brightly like those cheering people. Even if they burst into tears while laughing, it is indeed a smile. They don't want to fight, they don't want to experience war, they don't want their relatives and friends to sacrifice on the battlefield, they don't want to. But if they must fight, their silence is their greatest support for this war. At this stage, those who come to base number 6 to receive Ji Xinghe's gift are all people who need to use the gift. For example, Dr. Zhao, I'll give you my number. You go first. Your research project is more important than mine. Xiao Wang, what you said is not up to par. What do you mean my research project is more important than yours? It's all for the Federation. That doesn't exist. You should still go according to the queue number, but, Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, but still said it, you are older than me. I am still young. Staying up late and working hard is like playing. You need more help from Qi than me. Dr. Zhao was angry. I am only 37 years old. Xiao Wang looked surprised. His eyes were focused on Dr. Zhao's very bright head. He said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. Dr. Zhao's anger disappeared instantly, and he explained with a somewhat panicked expression, the water resources on the alien planet are still very precious. Washing hair is really a waste, so I shaved my head. It's really not what you think. In the past, shaving bald heads was a common thing for people on alien planets, especially those who were at the back. They will support this war in every way they can, giving limited resources to those who may not need them but who they think are more worthy. But in the past few years, it really hasn't been that. Especially in the past 3 years, because the Federation has an absolute advantage on the alien planet and has blocked the Empire's military forces to a certain extent, there is an opportunity to mine the underground ice layer on the alien planet. When Xiao Wang thought about this, he subconsciously touched his head with his hand. He was also bald, but his hair, like stubble, had grown out, and his entire scalp was blue when he looked in the mirror. Even if there was no time to grow, Xiao Wang knew that no matter how much he shaved his head, it would be impossible to be as bald as Dr. Zhao's head. Just as he was about to say something, he was suppressed by Dr. Zhao's threatening eyes, and his emotional intelligence returned. I said, Dr. Zhao, you look so young, how can you be in your 50s or 60s? Rumors, they are all rumors. The two researchers smiled at each other, both very happy, and talked more happily. They couldn't accept Ji Xinghe's gift today. Xiao Wang will accept it tomorrow, and Dr. Zhao will accept it 4 days later. There is plenty of time. They are not the only ones waiting in line. Some people came over. A second lieutenant asked curiously. Two experts, can the old man's gift really help you with your research? Don't get me wrong, I don't have any other intentions, I'm just curious. Dr. Zhao recalled the confidentiality agreement, and then said, it really can. You know the biomaterial mecha technology, right? I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. I don't have enough authority. Expert, please don't hurt me. Don't say what you can't say, nonsense. Dr. Zhao subconsciously glared at the second lieutenant, noticing that he was sweating profusely. He must have just finished training. He suddenly felt a little distressed, and his eyes and tone softened instantly. I want to say that it can definitely be said. They have never made any progress before, But 7 researchers accepted the old man's gift, and they were full of inspiration as soon as they returned. Is it so exaggerated? The second lieutenant and other soldiers were amazed. It's indeed a bit exaggerated, but that's roughly what it means. Dr. Zhao hesitated for a moment before saying, but to be specific, it is said that the biological materials used in mechas have a certain relationship with Qi. I can't tell you more than that. Xiao Wang added from the side, although the research project I am involved in has nothing to do with Qi. However, with Qi, physical fitness and energy can be significantly improved, which allows us to have more time for research every day and maintain concentration for longer periods of time. Yes, Dr. Zhao added, as we all know, human concentration has its limits. If you work 12 hours a day, you can't maintain concentration for 12 hours. When you are low on energy, forcing yourself to work will only have the opposite effect. The second lieutenant nodded and said, that's true. I'm a sniper. I can lie there for 3 hours without moving, but that's my limit. Sniper. People were a little surprised. They looked at the second lieutenant's rank and thought he was an officer. Yes, the second lieutenant sniper said proudly, a sniper like Colonel Chen soon. Of course, he is just alike now, Xiao Wang asked excitedly. Then how many imperial guerrillas have you killed? Don't use your name, we are about the same age, the second lieutenant sniper said. 3 years, 327 wow, hiss. When exclamations rang out, the second lieutenant sniper said embarrassedly, what I did is nothing. The 2 experts are the real guerrilla killing experts. Without the weapons you have researched, we can't fight. And you guys, don't think I don't know, you are artillerymen. There must be tens of thousands of guerrillas who died in your hands, and you are more dangerous than me. One of them smiled and said, they are the artillerymen. I am a rocket soldier. I pressed the launch button at the launch base in the rear. I can't compare with you. There is a difference between artillerymen and rocket soldiers. The Federation's artillery generally refers to ground artillery and field artillery, which are based on artillery, rocket launchers, anti-tank armored missiles and campaign tactical missiles, and are used to perform ground fire assault defense missions. Rocket troops are actually a common name, and the official name is missile troops. In addition to various medium and long-range missiles as weapons, the difference between rocket troops and artillery and the weapons they use is that rocket troops have nuclear warheads. Of course, the difference in combat methods is indeed as the rocket soldier said, one is in front and the other is behind. The artillery soldier also laughed, without your missile suppression, we would have been beaten back by the Empire as soon as we got to the front line. Don't underestimate yourself. Besides, if you really can only press the launch button, you will definitely not be allowed to come. The rocket soldier hesitated for a moment, and still said, I calculate the trajectory. Someone was surprised. Hey, isn't the trajectory calculated by the computer? Before the rocket soldier explained, the artillery soldier explained, computers must be used by someone. The programs prepared in advance are not omnipotent. Computational ballistics is a very complicated subject. I also learned it, but I didn't learn it well. I can only be an artillery soldier on the front line. The topic successfully shifted from the energy brought by the gift to their actual help. On the other side, Ji Xinghe, who had completed the gift agreed today, did not immediately participate in the meeting of the Nanshanmen space station. Instead, he went to a certain area of the number 6 base and continued to give gifts. He was only at the 6th stage on the Azure Star before, and he could only perform the first stage gift about 16 times a day, and there was also the problem of success rate. If it is a 3rd level gift, it can only be done once a day. After defeating Aida Kang and King Zhenbai, he has successfully broken through to the 7th level. The benefits brought are only in terms of gifts. If it is only the 1st level gift, he can do it 40 times, and the success rate is higher than before. But the number of gift quotas given every day is only 32. Ji Xinghe, who has spare energy, has no idea of saving the internal energy. Anyway, he is really not needed in the current war. From a practical point of view, the contribution that a mechanic can make is more beneficial to the independent regiment. Mechanics don't use much energy. 8 first-level gift opportunities were exchanged by him for 2 second-level gift opportunities. The objects of the gift are the medical soldiers of the independent regiment. Up to now, all the medical soldiers of the independent regiment have received the 2nd-level gift and have the ability to release energy to treat the wounded. Judging from the success rate, they also deserve Ji Xinghe's special treatment. Judging from the fact that Ivanovich didn't know this, his so-called I have people in the independent regiment was just a beautiful dream woven by Tang Qiao for him. Now, Ji Xinghe is going to start to bestow gifts on the original medical personnel of base number 6. And this also means that he can carry out the gift of the second stage on a large scale, and it can no longer be kept secret. But, does it need to be kept secret? Ji Xinghe doesn't think it's necessary, and Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others also think it's not necessary. If the medical soldiers and medical personnel can get the second stage of the spirit, then there will really be fewer sacrifices. When Ji Xinghe began to carry out the gift of the second stage, the independent regiment that returned to base number 6 for rest was also holding a summary review meeting. After talking about the operation of robbing everywhere, Chen Sun came up with an idea. The resources we have now are enough for us to expand. The number of panic armor can be expanded to 400, of which 40 will be used as rotation mechas and will not participate in the war unless necessary. The number of panic armor that can directly participate in the war can be increased to 360. Sichuan, who still could not participate in the war, said excitedly, "Do you still remember our Galaxy Squad's Haoshan Xingdao plan, huh? It's the Jijiaozan panic armor, the Jimuzan panic armor and so on." Later, didn't the higher-ups say that we have a tendency to become the old man's private soldiers, so they forbid us to name them like that? Chen Sun said helplessly. At that time, it was said that when gathered, it would be a galaxy, and when scattered, it would be a sky full of stars, so it was named after the stars. There was no such thing as Haoshan Xingdao plan. Besides, you didn't want to use it, and you had to name your mecha something like Niamada Jiangjian. That was then, and now is now. Sichuan continued to be excited, his voice loud. The Great Zhaoshan Star Fighting Array combines the power of 365 stars in the sky, plus the sun and the moon. The moon is the moon. You see, we can now expand to 400 panic armor slayers. And 360 panic armor slayers can directly participate in the battle. Why not get 5 more panic armor slayers, and then the old man will be the sun and I will be the moon, then the Great Zhaoshan Star Fighting Array will be complete, right? Chen Sun decided to ignore Sichuan, and the same went for the others. Qin Tong asked, "We can expand our team, and many people are willing to come, but they will not let go easily. What if a conflict breaks out?" Chen Sun said confidently, "There will be no conflict, because the people we want are the ones they don't want, huh? Our medical soldiers and the medical staff of base number 6 will soon all have the second level key. Do you think that the wounded who cannot be cured or are difficult to cure in other bases should be sent to us, just like before, recruit people from the remnant soldiers?" "Yeah," Chen Sun nodded, "just like before, but we are starting over. We are much better off than before." Qin Tong slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "What a good start over, then let's start over." Chapter 692, It's really interesting. The medical area of base number 6 was filled with excitement when they learned that they could also receive Ji Xinghe's gift, and that it was a gift of the second realm. But after a brief bustle, when Ji Xinghe really arrived, the first person they elected to receive the gift was beyond Ji Xinghe's expectations. Nurse Wang. As the best colleague of Ji Rongzhenayu's mother, Nurse Wang took on the responsibility of taking care of Ji Rongzhenayu when Ms. Rong passed away and Ji Xinghe had not yet arrived on the alien planet. After that, when Ji Xinghe was still unfamiliar with the situation on the alien planet and had not shown much ability, she provided a lot of help to the lives of the grandfather and grandson. She also handed over a donation to Ji Xinghe on behalf of her colleagues, which seemed to be a considerable amount so far. "General Ji, I can't argue with them." Nurse Wang was a little nervous. She didn't know where to put her hands, and said in an anxious tone, "Please talk to them and let them come first." Then she hurriedly explained, "I'm not afraid that something will happen to me, nor am I unwilling to take on more responsibilities, it's just that I really can't do it. I'm just a nurse. If I fail, it will be a waste of your gift, and even if I succeed, I'm not as professional as them." Ji Xinghe looked at the person in charge of the medical area. The person in charge hurriedly explained, "Of course we believe in you, General Ji, and we are not afraid of wasting opportunities if the gift fails. It's just that from the information we know, we think that nurses are more suitable than doctors like us to use the power of Qi to treat the wounded." "How do you say this specifically?" The person in charge reorganized his language and said concisely, "From a spiritualist point of view, when we treat the wounded, we think of various medical methods. And Nurse Wang and others can produce the idea of curing more purely. Of course, I don't mean to look down on Nurse Wang and others. Let's talk about the facts. Don't have any opinions on me, the medical soldier of the independent regiment who has successfully accepted the gift of the second stage also added, Captain, you told us that we only need to keep the idea of curing and then input our key into the body of the patient who needs to be cured, and the key will automatically treat. So, we chose Nurse Wang first, and then we have to conduct experiments to prove this point. Ji Xinghe understood what they meant. When he just got the power of key, he couldn't easily release it, let alone use key to treat others. At that time, he thought it was a problem of realm, but the information brought by Caseman and other imperial apes was not like this. In the Empire, as long as you reach the second stage, you can release the key out of the body and use its automatic killing effect. The difference between them was deciphered by Ji Xinghe after he obtained the gift of grace. The key lies in domestication. To put it simply, the key that Ji Xinghe awakened on his own is wild key, and it is very disobedient before it is fully domesticated. The key he gave to others through grace is the key that has been domesticated, which is more obedient and easier to control. But the point of more obedient is only relative. For example, the key that Ji Xinghe got was from a wild wolf, and the key he gave to others was from a domestic dog. But can a domestic dog fully understand the owner's meaning? Will it be obedient and honest? Husky clearly expressed his opposition, and the opposition was effective. Regarding the use of key, it is indeed very idealistic, whether it is the information obtained from Dongguo Silian and others, or Ji Xinghe's own research, all reveal this. Tell your key with spiritual will that if you want to do something, it will do it if it can, and it won't do it if it can't. For doctors who have mastered medical technology, it is really difficult to just keep the idea of curing, and their current medical technology should not be abandoned. The combination of the two can better cure those who need to be cured. This test is very necessary. Later, I will find a scientific research team to conduct more detailed research. Ji Xinghe expressed his approval. After he started the second stage of the gift, this matter must not be kept secret, and there is no need to keep it secret. He doesn't even need to apply, the scientific research team will come to study it. After that, he looked at Nurse Wang and said, don't be nervous, don't be stressed, everyone will have it in the future, it doesn't matter if you fail once, you can still do it a second time, a third time. Isn't it said that there is only one chance? That's because there are too few opportunities for gifting, but there will be more and more in the future. Nurse Wang couldn't help but be nervous, but it was much better than before. The gift began. Nurse Wang, who was highly expected, succeeded in one try, and another nurse also succeeded. Not to mention that they started to study and get familiar with the power of Qi, and then compared the healing effect and speed. After finishing today's gift, Ji Xinghe still did not immediately participate in the meeting of the Nanshanman command. Instead, he listened to the meeting report of Chen Sun and others. After Chen Sun finished his report, he added, or explained, we are not going to treat your gift as a monopoly resource for our own development. First, your daily gift is limited to 40 times in the first stage and 5 times in the second stage. Even if we give them all up, it is impossible to meet the needs of the entire line or even the entire Federation. Second, the Federation does not need the gift of the second stage so much now, and will still focus on the first stage. Because you said that the power of Qi can be improved through practice, well, to be more precise, it is exercise. So, from a long-term perspective, let more people have the Qi of the first stage, and in the future more people will have the second stage and higher realms of Qi. Third, when the gift of the second stage is greatly limited in number, the entire line will still be in a situation of lack of medical resources. Our medical staff can't be idle, right? Wouldn't it be watching our brothers get into trouble? So, this is just a reasonable use of resources. After listening to Ji Xinghe, he asked without comment, what do you want to say? Chen Sun laughed, I want to say that you must have a pattern, but your pattern can't be too big. Okay, I know. Ji Xinghe nodded in agreement. What Chen Sun said was indeed reasonable and well-founded. Moreover, the independent regiment wanted to expand. Judging from the current situation, this little trick was indeed needed. As for exposing the unknown people formed by Xinghe, it was not appropriate for the time being. After all, the Empire had too much federal intelligence, and there had to be some surprises for them. Then, Chen Sun hesitated for a moment, but still considered Sichuan's emotions and asked, what about this Haoshan Xingdao Great Array? Ji Xinghe said helplessly, I've said it many times, we must believe in science, and don't always do this kind of weird things. Chen Sun also looked helpless, but Su Chuanyan and the others care about this a lot. They're all young people. You can't expect them to think like us. We only care about being more practical and efficient, and they want to be more handsome. Young people? Us? I'm at least older than them. Yes, Ji Xinghe suddenly asked. Then have you ever thought about solving personal problems? What personal problems? Get married and have children? Chen Sun was stunned for a moment, then said embarrassedly, didn't you always say that you were born in 2022 and you were also a new generation? Why do you think like an old stubborn now, and you are urging me to get married? So, you are still too young? Ji Xinghe didn't say anything else, waved his hand and went to attend the meeting at Nanshimen. Although he was very enthusiastic about urging marriage because of his age, he also knew that Chen Sun and others really did not have the conditions for marriage. For a group of people who put life and death aside, how could they think about these things that were not important to them? Moreover, they had enough responsibilities, and there was really no need to force those responsibilities that they might not be able to bear. The meeting, which had been suspended for nearly 30 minutes, finally started again. Someone first explained the content of the previous meeting to Ji Xinghe. During this process, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Xinghe. Ivanovich was more concerned. Unfortunately, when he talked about the 30% price cut, he did not see the reaction he expected from Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not react at all, as if he was listening to something that had nothing to do with him. Really no opinion? Ivanovich was disappointed. After talking to Ji Xinghe last time, he was sure that Ji Xinghe really wanted to bring the price down, so he came up with this idea of retreating to advance. Isn't it going to be brought down? Okay, I'll help you fight hard. When you can't bear it anymore and start to raise the price yourself, I will have the final say on the price. But now he realized that Ji Xinghe was really retreating to advance. After the short report, the relevant personnel, at the signal of Ivanovich, directly asked Ji Xinghe for his opinion. General Ji, what do you think of this ratio on the demands of Trident Security Company? The ratio is not a big problem. After Ji Xinghe confirmed his attitude, he looked directly at Sophia in the surprised eyes of everyone. He actually knew this woman. Because of Xinghe, he should actually thank Trident Security Company, because without them, Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others would not be able to come to the alien star so quickly. Moreover, Trident Security Company, formerly known as Xinghe Security Company, did give him face. Without him saying anything, Ji Rongzhenyu just told the people around him that she didn't like the name Xinghe, because her grandfather was called Xing, so she really changed her name. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Ji Rongzhenyu, it was Xingheyu's request. But Ji Xinghe now has no intention of thanking the other party. He asked calmly, do you need compensation? Sophia instantly felt a great pressure, which was greater than the pressure brought by the murderous eyes of Ivanovich, who had just faced her, and the other federal generals who were in the conference room. But Ji Xinghe's tone sounded really calm, and he was just facing his holographic projection. General Ji, we don't need compensation. Sophia's voice trembled a little. We just want to make our best contribution to this war that concerns all mankind. But if we follow the ratio of 30%, we will soon be unable to invest in this war when we are unable to make ends meet. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, making the atmosphere in the conference room more tense. But he was not dissatisfied with Sophia's high-sounding reasons, but he didn't quite understand why the other party was so afraid of him. What you said makes sense. It is indeed difficult to make ends meet. Ji Xinghe's agreement made the atmosphere in the conference room a little relaxed, but people's surprised expressions were more obvious. This shouldn't actually happen. Everyone present has the ability to remain calm even when the gods are facing a mountain collapse. But many times, actively changing your expression is also a statement. This is partly why Sophia is so frightened. When she heard Ji Xinghe's words, she thought that her weakness had made Ji Xinghe sympathize with her, and she thought that the independent regiment had to follow the standards of mercenaries, so there was no reason to agree with the military to set such a low price. After all, what Ji Xinghe said just now was that the proportion was not a big problem. That is a problem. So he took advantage of the victory and said, General Ji, we have the greatest respect for you, so in principle, we all agree with the proportion you mentioned. Ivanovich was ready to fight with words if the proportion proposed by Ji Xinghe was something they didn't want to give to the independent regiment. But Ji Xinghe's words stunned everyone. I've said that the proportion is not a big problem. Since you can't continue, then you don't have to join the war. Sophia was stunned for a moment, and said in a panic, General Ji, Please believe us, we really don't mean to threaten you in the military, but we have really invested a lot in this war, so, Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it still a question of compensation? No. Sophia wanted to explain, but for a moment she didn't know how to explain it. Ji Xinghe didn't give her the opportunity to continue explaining, and said directly, then compensate. Ivanovich finally seized the opportunity. General Ji, please be careful with your words. You can't make such a decision on behalf of the military, a staff officer whispered. General Ji, if we make compensation according to the agreement we signed before, at least 97 billion in compensation will be required, mainly because they purchased a large number of weapons and equipment including mechas for this purpose. If the agreement is terminated, we will take over these weapons and equipment at their purchase price and pay a certain amount of interest. In fact, there is no question of whether it is cost-effective or not, because these weapons and equipment can be said to be sold by the Federation and the military to security companies such as Trident. The reason why the mercenary company appeared in the agreement was signed. In addition to the difficulty of the pension work mentioned by Ivanovich, is that the military needs more military funds. But there is no war on the Blue Star, and the Federation is peacefully unified. It is impossible to sell arms to the Empire, right? But military funds, or money, are not possible to be returned after getting them? Not to mention Ivanovich, Tu Yuan will not accept it. Sophia also seemed to have seized the opportunity and reminded, besides us, there are other companies. In their view, no matter how good Ji Xinghe is at fighting and how prestigious he is powerless without the support of the military in the face of such a huge compensation. But Ji Xinghe's expression did not change at all. He asked, have other companies also signed an agreement? When others hesitated, Tu Yuan said, no, only Trident has signed an agreement at present. Good, it's really good, and there is no need to touch the funds controlled by Xinghe. Ji Xinghe raised his hand and operated a bracelet for a while. Then a voice came through his bracelet and rang out in the meeting room of the Nanchaman Space Station Command. What's wrong, old man? Some people looked confused, while others looked wonderful. Jackson, Ji Xinghe asked a bracelet, is your family rich? When Jackson's name was called out, the question was somewhat redundant. Everyone knew that Jackson was the richest mecha warrior in his family. It was not a problem to say that he was the richest federal soldier. But Ji Xinghe still asked, so people understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Yes, Jackson asked, why, are you short of money? No problem. I don't even need to ask my family for money within 1 billion. I have it. Then you should talk to your family. How much? 100 billion, hiss. I can't guarantee that I can convince them. Just say that you want to take over all the weapons and equipment of Trident Security Company, and maybe some personnel relations. Huh? This sounds like a good idea. Hearing that Jackson was somewhat interested, Sophia hurriedly said, the agreement ratio is 30%, not the previous 60%. Colonel Jackson, there's really no way out, because of the development of communication technology. Jackson heard it very clearly. He suddenly laughed. Yes, old man, there's no way out. What do you say? Before the people participating in the meeting had time to feel any emotions, they felt desperate or happy because of Ji Xinghe's words. Ji Xinghe said, let them fight with our independent regiment. Is there any way out? Chapter 693 Hello, Xiang Yang. Use capital to solve capital. After Ivanovich understood Ji Xinghe's confidence, he looked at Tu Yuan. He felt that Ji Xinghe couldn't come up with this method, and it must be Tu Yuan who was giving advice. This was of course an unwarranted complaint. Even if Ji Xinghe couldn't think of it, the staff of the independent regiment composed of Chen Sun, Li Unmian and others was not only good at marching and fighting. Moreover, Ji Xinghe met a lot of people during his 3 years on the Azure Star, just like many people he met during his 2 years on the Alien Star. For example, the dean of the Longzhou Starry Sky Military Academy, the instructors of the Mecha Warrior Major, the instructors of other military academies who came for special training, and the students of the Mecha Warrior Major. Tu Yuan felt Ivanovich's gaze, so he looked at each other frankly, but the slight arc at the corner of his mouth made Ivanovich unable to see anything. There was a brief silence in the conference room. Before, everyone had their own ideas, but to sum up, there were only two choices: let mercenaries participate in the war, and don't let mercenaries participate in the war. But now there is a third option: let the mercenaries follow the independent regiment to join the war. Some people thought about it and suddenly felt that the third option was really promising. Some people thought about it and suddenly felt that the third option was not unacceptable. Some people thought about it and suddenly felt that Ji Xinghe was much more terrifying than before. If they insisted on the third option, he would be even more terrifying. That's so promising. Wait, I'll tell my family now. Jackson's words forced Ivanovich to order, let Colonel Jackson access the conference channel. Yes, during the process, Ivanovich said helplessly, General Ji, I think there are some rules that you should still abide by. For example, for meetings of our level, the content of the meeting should not be disclosed before a resolution is made. Ji Xinghe asked back, what level of meeting? Ivanovich was about to say something when he noticed Sophia and became even more helpless. A meeting that Sophia could attend, but Jackson couldn't? That's not slapping Jackson in the face, nor in the face of the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment and Eagle Continent, but in the face of him as the commander-in-chief. He also noticed that during the two conversations between him and Ji Xinghe, the generals from Eagle Continent all had obvious changes in their expressions, indicating that they might attack at any time. To be honest, the Federation's iron plate can only be used when it is against the Empire, and when it comes to some internal affairs. An ordinary family with only a few people will quarrel over trivial matters, let alone the Federation with a total population of more than 8 billion? Ivanovich, who was asking for trouble, sighed obviously, like a wealthy man who encountered his children fighting for his property in his later years, showing people a state of being powerful but not caring. But unfortunately, he did not win anyone's sympathy. Who can attend this meeting doesn't have a heart of stone. What meeting? Do I have to attend now? I have something very important to do. Oh, are they all here? Jackson's holographic image appeared in the conference channel. His stupidity made people speechless, including Ji Xinghe. However, his arrival and voice helped Ivanovich solve a small siege, and the big siege still needed Ivanovich to solve it himself. Explain the situation to Colonel Jackson briefly. Yes, although Ivanovich asked for brevity, the colonel explained the situation in great detail, and emphasized the contents of the agreement and the relevant information of other security companies that have arrived near the alien planet. The implication is that even if your father is one of the top 50 super-rich people in the Federation, it is impossible to solve all the problems. After hearing the situation, Jackson's reaction was the same as Ji Xinghe's. He asked, have other companies signed the agreement? This time it was Lieutenant General Davis who answered, no. When Ji Xinghe raised the same question, Ivanovich had nothing to say, but when it came to Jackson, he had nothing to worry about. Colonel Jackson, you have to know that this is not a matter of signing or not signing an agreement. I know, we have to consider the impact, we have to take a long-term view, it's the general trend. Jackson was talking, and suddenly changed the subject, but I also know a saying, it's not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Commander-in-Chief, do you know? Generals, do you know? Everyone was silent. This is not the pressure brought by Jackson, but the pressure brought by all the soldiers of the Federation. They are all fighting. Why do they get money for killing guerrillas? Ivanovich didn't know how to deal with it. He wanted to say that Ji Xinghe had also received money before, and the 40% recycling value was criticized at the beginning. But afterwards, everyone had nothing to say about this, because Ji Xinghe really didn't take the money, but exchanged the money for the mecha of the Xinghe team and the mecha of the Independent Regiment. The mecha warriors of the Independent Regiment got mechas that did not match their level, which was also criticized. But the performance of the Independent Regiment afterwards once again left everyone speechless. He wanted to say that soldiers should take obedience to orders as their first duty. Before, they were indeed prepared in this way. As long as they controlled public opinion, there would be no problems. But after Ji Xinghe expressed his position, public opinion could no longer be controlled. Let Ji Xinghe take back his words? Ji Xinghe did not resolutely oppose the use of mercenaries to participate in the war, as he did at the beginning. There was no need to say what Jackson had just said about the general trend. He was just making a balance and setting a standard. To be honest, this standard is more beneficial to the military, and Ivanovich also knew this. I'll give you 20 minutes, Ivanovich looked at Sophia, tell us the proportion of the agreement you can accept. Remember, you only have one chance. Sophia immediately stood up and applied to leave the meeting room, and then ran to somewhere outside to contact the Trident headquarters of Azure Star, or contact someone else. But it doesn't matter anymore. I have something else to do, so I won't wait. Ji Xinghe said goodbye and left. I have something to do, so I'll apply to withdraw from the meeting. Jackson didn't have the freedom that Ji Xinghe had, so he couldn't leave. Wait, yes, it was a kind of restriction. Ivanovich was really worried that after Jackson contacted his family, something that could have been settled would have new changes. Who is easy to get on the federal rich list? It sounds like it's only in the top 50, but for most people, there's really no difference between the top 10 and the top 50. 20 minutes later, Sophia returned to the meeting room and gave her offer. 40%. We are willing to give up other terms in the agreement, such as seizing the Empire's jump gate device, playing an important role in the battle, etc. Obviously, these terms that were voluntarily given up later were actually aimed at the independent regiment. With the combat power that mercenaries have, how could they have the opportunity to accomplish these on their own? But it's not entirely aimed at the independent regiment. Without Ji Xinghe's participation, the mercenaries might not have a chance, but the mercenary company might be able to do it in other ways. But now, they all have no chance. Ivanovich initially approved this ratio, and no one else raised any objections. Jackson even threw himself into the war after the meeting ended, with no intention of contacting his family. Some more details still need to be discussed, but Tu Yuan and others don't care much. The price was really brought down by the independent regiment. Moreover, Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment never cared about the benefits brought by the so-called special military merits. It's the same sentence, what you fight for is really important. When Ivanovich and others learned that Ji Xinghe had no intention of expressing his opinion again, but continued to be a mechanic in the repair area of base number 6, they breathed a sigh of relief. But what they didn't know was that Ji Xinghe had now left base number 6. A single soldier starship performing a reconnaissance mission took off from base number 6 and then deviated from the reported scheduled route, but the Nanchunman space station failed to discover this. It stands to reason that when it is learned that Ji Xinghe may have an artificial intelligence life, the relevant party should pay special attention. But the problem is that the reason for the speculation of artificial intelligence life is that Ji Xinghe used the A-clone technique that no one except Li Yuanba can use. When Ji Xinghe used the A-clone technique in the communication-shielded area, this speculation became a foolish rumor. Although some people, including Li Anbang, have confirmed that Ji Xinghe has an artificial intelligence life, they cannot say or do this publicly. Do you really want to force Ji Xinghe to leave the Federation with the artificial intelligence life? Li Anbang has not asked Tu Yuan about Xingayu's choice recently. Both sides have maintained restraint and tried to maintain the current stable situation. Those who need to fight will continue to fight in various ways, and those who want to negotiate will continue to seek peace in various ways. Ji Xinghe belongs to the former, and at this time he is driving a single soldier starship alone, and he has to meet his soldiers. Ji Rongzinayu, the soldiers brought to him. Shenyang City. The original Federation Alien Star No. 3 base, from the surface, looks no different from before it was captured and destroyed by the Empire. Various craters were everywhere, and completely abandoned weapons, unwilling to be covered by the dust of the alien planet, struggled to reveal the broken bodies, telling their stories and so on. When the single soldier starship driven by Ji Xinghe arrived, the reconnaissance equipment of the Federation in this area seemed to have been suspended in time, and the pictures they could see were exactly the same as before. No one could see this single soldier starship. A very fine crack suddenly appeared on the Earth, shaped like a 5-pointed golden star, with a length of 30 meters between the two corners, and the wreckage of a main battle tank in the center. When the crack appeared, the wreckage between the cracks, together with the ground where it was located, suddenly flew up. From the surface, there was no support, only the light blue arc of the engine nozzle. My lord, it looks like a door, but in fact, it is a flying vehicle that can be used to attack at critical moments. Xingayu's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, and then he watched Ji Xinghe nervously as he controlled the single soldier starship and flew into the gap that had just been opened. 30 meters is the distance between corners, not the maximum diameter of the gap. Given the size and flight mode of a single soldier starship, it is difficult to pass through successfully. At this time, Xingayu regretted that she designed this entrance portal into a 5-pointed golden star for the sake of beauty. If it was a circle with a diameter of 30 meters, the difficulty of passing through would be almost non-existent. Fortunately, although Ji Xinghe had few opportunities to drive a single soldier starship, his talent was indeed very high. He easily completed the passage and landing and appeared in the parking area of Shenyang City. Looking up from below, you can see that there is more than one entrance to the parking area, and there is a larger one, which is obviously used to pass through the space battleship. The structure of the parking area is almost the same as the previous base number 3. The space is actually a little larger and not empty. The 12 single-soldier starships and 2 space battleships look extremely conspicuous. Because they are different from the relevant standard of the Federation, the appearance is a bit too simple, like an unfinished state. My lord, don't be fooled by their appearance, because interesting souls are 1 in a million, and in terms of internal aspects, they are not inferior to the Federal standard single-soldier starships and space battleships. Ji Xinghe, who left the cockpit of the single-soldier starship, did not take off his helmet, because there was no air suitable for human survival here. Although he can survive and fight directly in such an environment, the human habits developed in 70 years made him very uncomfortable with that state. Don't you care about appearance? Ji Xinghe asked curiously, or are you not ready? Xinghe knew that Ji Xinghe still had opinions, and said helplessly, the Empire will not give us time to prepare. If we really prepare everything before fighting, it will probably take 40 years. I promise, give me 40 years, and I will destroy the Empire alone. This is the truth. Ji Xinghe also understands why Xinghe was anxious. If Xinghe was anxious to destroy the Empire before because he didn't have much time, then now, Xinghe was because he doesn't want to see too many human sacrifices. From this point of view, if the Federation can reach a peaceful coexistence with the Empire, it will definitely be good for Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. But how much meaning does it have to let the next generation participate in this war? Ji Xinghe's original intention has never been forgotten. And because of the third civilization, the Federation must obtain the resources of the Empire, as well as the third civilization spacecraft that is being repaired by the Empire, or even has been repaired. If we really wait until Xinghe is ready to fight, how can we have so much time to prepare for the third civilization? As he spoke, Ji Xinghe had already walked to the real entrance of Shanyang City. When passing through the automatically opened metal gate, a strange mechanical voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears. My lord, Shanyang has been waiting for a long time, and I am willing to serve you and die. Xinghe hurriedly explained, my lord, this is not what I asked it to say, it said it by itself. Ji Xinghe was a little surprised, it can already talk autonomously. No, Xinghe's tone became awkward, the same interactive mechanism set up before I awakened, didn't you still ask it to say that? Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke. Hello, Shanyang. Chapter 694, The wind rises and the clouds fly. I jumped really high, I felt like I could fly, and I felt like I could blow up a mecha with one punch. Feng Wang jumped around in the training area, and he could easily jump 3 or 4 meters high. Not satisfied, he took 2 dumbbells of the standard weight of 30 kilograms on the Azure Star, and then continued to jump like a grasshopper, still 3 or 4 meters high, but more like 3 meters. When ordinary people come to an alien planet, they will feel like their restraints are being released. Ji Xinghe had this feeling before. Without considering the weight of the protective suit, a person who can jump 0.45 meters on the Azure Star can jump to about 1.18 meters on an alien planet, and if they are on the moon, they can jump to 2.27 meters, and if they are on the alien satellite number 1, they can jump to 773 meters. However, the diameter of the first satellite of the alien planet is only 22 kilometers, and it is an irregularly shaped celestial body, with an average distance of 10,000 kilometers from the alien planet. In the era when the Federation could directly land on alien planets, even the role of the transit station gradually disappeared. Now it can only serve as an automated space weapon platform for the Federation, and few people land. Therefore, Feng Wang, who is able to jump 2 or 3,000 meters high on the alien moon and directly jump into space, had no chance to have the illusion that he could fly. Hey, why are you not excited at all? Feng Wang, who was shouting and yelling, looked at Zhang Li who was standing still and said curiously. Zhang Li said calmly, I'm afraid that I will have the same illusion as you, and then be killed by the imperial orangutan in the battle. Feng Wang finally stopped imagining. The professional education from the Longzhou Starry Sky Military Academy made him very clear that what Zhang Li said was the truth. It is true that people who come from the Azure Star to the alien planet will feel free from their constraints, but this feeling is really stronger in Ji Xinghe, and the physical disadvantages brought by age are basically eliminated. But for them, it is an illusion that is enough to lead to sacrifice. After returning to peace, Feng Wang, who arrived at the alien planet today, started adaptive training with the people who arrived at the alien planet in the same batch. Among them, those who had lived and fought on alien planets before, although they were doing restorative training, there was not much difference between the two. Fang Wang also took the initiative to get closer to them and asked for some experience of living and training on alien planets. Zhang Li was the same. They didn't even go to the accommodation arranged by Xinghe for them, and there was no luggage. When the hibernation capsule they were in broke down, they were arranged by Xinghe and the Trident Security Company and the people in the spacecraft of other security companies, and they were thrown out of the spacecraft in the name of throwing corpses. In order to avoid being discovered, the spacecraft controlled by Xinghe did not send them to the alien planet as soon as they received them, but gathered 120 people before sending them to Shanyang City. Therefore, they arrived at the alien planet many days later than the mercenaries of the Trident Security Company. Speaking of it, the process was actually a bit thrilling, but they didn't panic much during their short sobriety, because for them, the person who asked them to come to the alien planet was not Xinghe, nor Ji Xinghe. It was Ji Xinghe. How could the old father of the 300,000 mecha warriors of the Federation, the old man in the hearts of all the people in the Federation, harm them? After arriving in Shanyang City, they changed into combat uniforms specially used for alien mecha warriors, solved some problems of eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and then all came to the training area. After such a long voyage and staying in the simple spacecraft for many days, no one chose to rest. In terms of attitude, they are more than one level stronger than the mercenaries of Trident Security Company. From other aspects, except for Fang Wang and Zhang Li, the talents and abilities of others are somewhat inferior to those of the mercenaries. If they are really that strong, how could they retire? Either their abilities are somewhat insufficient in the eyes of the commanders, or they are injured and difficult to heal. But it doesn't matter. Talent and ability are important, but attitude and mental will are equally important. Moreover, some people can change their talents and abilities, including curing the previously incurable injuries. After Ji Xinghe arrived, he did not meet them immediately, but went to the command center for observation. "My lord, is this necessary?" Xinghe expressed her confusion. She had spent 3 years selecting these people, and they were definitely trustworthy. Ji Xinghe looked at the 120 people who were training in the training area displayed on the screen, and his tone was a bit complicated. "I still have a question that I haven't figured out." "What question?" "If I really appear in front of them, will they swear to follow me to the death, no matter what we will face in the future?" "Of course, you don't have to appear in front of them. You know, they all agreed when I just mentioned your name before. Some of them didn't agree because they suspected that I was lying to them. After Xinghe talked to them, there was no problem. That's the problem." "Ah. Isn't it very clear? They will definitely follow you to the death." "That's not a problem." "What do you mean?" Xinghe was a little confused. Fortunately, the intelligent core she is using now is very strong and much more normal than before. After a little thought, she understood what Ji Xinghe meant. "You mean to say that the independent group is willing to follow you because they are already on an alien planet and in the midst of this war, so their vow to follow you to the death cannot actually be considered a vow to follow you to the death. They just came together because they have the same goal as you and decided to go together. But Fang Wang and the others are different." Xinghe paused slightly, and seeing that Ji Xinghe did not react, she knew that she was right, and then continued, "What do you think, if you just appear in front of them like this, with your leadership temperament?" "Yes, it is your leadership temperament that makes them choose to follow you to the death, which will lead to unpredictable consequences that are beyond our control. It's like the mercenary system. When the Nameless Legion formed by Fang Wang and Zhang Li succeeds and makes their names public, and that they are following you, then more people will want to join the Nameless Legion. This is different from those people in the independent group who have retained their military ranks. They are not mainly dependent on the military and secondarily dependent on you, but completely dependent on you. Once the wheel of history starts rolling, it cannot be stopped or blocked. Your leadership qualities will no longer be just qualities because of them, but will make you a real leader." Ji Xinghe sighed. "Can you not always use some messy words and sentences?" "Okay," Xinghe responded and said, "the solution is actually very simple. We will give them military ranks and establishments according to the standards of the independent regiment. When they are no longer unknown in the future, you must have become a 5-star general of the Federation. No, I think it should be a marshal, a more serious federal marshal than Li Anbang. At that time, the military ranks and establishments we gave privately will not be able to be easily converted to regular positions, right? This is indeed a solution. But just like Han Li, Jackson, Qin Tong and others, Ji Xinghe, who said that he would live another 70 years and fight for another 70 years, has also put his life and death aside. There is definitely no problem in becoming a 5-star general of the Federation in the future. To put it bluntly, he is now sacrificed and will be posthumously awarded the title of 5-star general. But if he dies, what will happen to these people? Accepting the will of these people means not only adding more soldiers, but also adding a lot of responsibilities and obligations. A long time ago, Ji Xinghe once said that he was just a speck of dust and did not want to be carried to higher altitude by the wind that did not belong to him. The situation at that time was similar to that now. He was afraid of death because he had to protect Ji Xinghe, and he made up his mind that if there was any danger, he would take Ji Xinghe and run away desperately, so he was unwilling to take on more responsibilities and obligations. Now he is not afraid of death, and because there are many people who are not afraid of death like him and are willing to follow him to death, he hesitates whether to take on more responsibilities and obligations. Thinking back to the past 5 years, Ji Xinghe suddenly raised his footsteps, breaking the silence of the command center. The military boot stepped on the ground, making a thudding sound, like a mecha running, unstoppable. Responsibilities and obligations? Xinghe, I'm sorry, Lord, please don't be like this. I'm so scared. I forgot something. What is it? I have a good memory. You mention it and I will be able to remember it. I forgot. I am no longer the dust that can only drift with the wind. Yes, how could you be dust? Xinghe said excitedly. You are the wind, strong wind. Even if you are a grain of dust, you can make it soar up to 90,000 miles. Ji Xinghe, whose state of mind improved again, left the command center with ease. Xinghe was chattering beside him. My lord, the slogan of the independent regiment is in the name of the galaxy, invincible, so how about the slogan of our nameless legion be Big Wind? Wind. Big Wind. Ji Xinghe was a little helpless. I just said I was the wind, and now I asked them to shout Big Wind. Isn't this still a slogan named after me? It's really not. Xinghe explained. The big wind rises and the clouds fly. I return to my hometown with my power over the country. How can I find warriors to guard the 4 directions? The strong wind blows and the clouds fly. I return to my hometown with my power over the country. How can I find warriors to guard the 4 directions? Return to hometown. Ji Xinghe praised. The poem is well recited. There is another poem, my lord. Xinghe was very proud and recited. The recovery of Bihu depends on the heroes, and the warriors are like clouds singing the big wind. I am confident that I can retreat the sun with my sword, and the mountains and rivers are still red with flags. The singing of the big wind in this poem is the big wind song just now. Let's be simple and just say it's the big wind. Ji Xinghe laughed, but his smile quickly withdrew. When the metal door opened automatically, he walked in with a calm expression and brisk steps. The thumping sound was not clear in the training area where people were shouting and yelling, but it attracted everyone's attention and made everyone stop. People's eyes became eager, like the summer sun, enough to melt the piles of ice and snow. Assemble. A second lieutenant who retired due to age did not forget his temporary commander status when he was emotional. Line up, look to the right, stand at attention, count. When the roar-like shout sounded, everyone ran wildly and then gathered in front of Ji Xinghe, and lined up a neat team in a very short time. 1, 2, 3, 4, report to the general. Nobody. There should be 120 people, and there are 120 people. Please give instructions, General. Ji Xinghe noticed that the excited people had some slight changes in their eyes when they heard the title of nobody. In his old age, he really couldn't see this, but the perception of Ki made him see the world more clearly. At ease, the sound of military boots stepping on the ground resounded in the training area. Ji Xinghe, whose mood had changed, spoke loudly. You are not unknown people. You are all soldiers of Ji Xinghe. P.S. Pi book I am a chef in the university cafeteria. Zhang Yu, who is about to graduate from university, accidentally bound to the food system, starting with the delicious soup dumplings, in the university cafeteria where he studied. Together with many foodie brothers and sisters, he started his colorful and mouth-watering food journey. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Gift from All. The power of language varies from person to person. Ji Xinghe's words are like a gift to those who are willing to be unknown, giving them unspeakable power. But it is not a real gift after all. So, Ji Xinghe began to give them gifts. We can't get more neural link mecha kits for the time being, so for a long time, you can only use the previous generation of operating modes to drive mechas. The power of Ki can bring you great help, but it also means that if we are lucky enough to get the neural link mecha kit, and the Academy of Sciences fails to develop the second generation of brain-computer interface, Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. Before, I would ask you if you are willing to accept my gift, but now, I will not give you the power to choose. Moreover, it is not just about accepting the gift. After all, he is old and a little verbose, but Ji Xinghe's attitude is very clear. People maintained the excitement they had just heard Ji Xinghe's words and began to line up to accept the gift. Ji Xinghe, who had received the gift at base number 6 today, had fully recovered with the help of the radiation source in the single-soldier starship on the way to Shanyang City. He now used the gift that he had more than 5,000 times of experience, as skillfully as eating and drinking. Fang Wang and Zhang Li, two real recruits who had received the gift of Ji Xinghe before and had been familiar with him for a long time, acted as temporary instructors. Of course, it was only about how to adapt and become familiar with the power of Ki. Although they were the first and second in the same period, when they really came to the battlefield, they lacked too many things, and they were all fatal. The order of receiving the gift was arranged in advance by Xinghe. Fang Wang and Zhang Li also did psychological counseling for those who were going to receive the gift in advance. Don't worry, failure of the gift is very common. When we first accepted the gift, on average only 2 or 3 people out of 10 could succeed, and they were all carefully selected. Of course, we were also carefully selected. It doesn't matter if the gift fails. It has been proven now that it is entirely possible to accept the gift a second or third time, although not many people accept the gift repeatedly because the opportunity to receive the gift is too rare. There are people who can succeed the second or third time. During the old man's voyage to the alien planet, there were 10 people who had failed to accept the gift before, and they accepted the experiment of repeating the gift. 7 out of the 10 of them succeeded. The probability is really high. According to the Academy of Sciences, the 3 who did not succeed were because they were under too much psychological pressure and because the environment of the voyage was too harsh. We are different. We are in the base, which is much better than floating in space. Besides, the old man can keep giving us the gift. If 10 times don't work, we can try 20 or 30 times. What are you talking about? Why do you need to do it 10 or 20 times? Who are you looking down on? The 2 people's language skills are still not enough, and they failed to turn the psychological construction work into a crosstalk, but it was good enough, and their words made everyone relax. Perhaps because of this, Ji Xinghe's 41st stage gifts were all successful. He can indeed perform the second and third stage gifts, but the number of times is too small. He always has to let everyone accept the gift first, and then talk about other things after he has a certain confidence. Wait for me for a moment. Ji Xinghe gave Fang Wang and Zhang Li an encouraging look, and then left the training area. What does the old man mean? Continue to give gifts, but it takes time for the old man's energy to recover. He can't stay here all this time, right? The fact that Ji Xinghe went to the number 6 base war zone as the commander, and the fact that the independent regiment became the orbital airborne mecha corps, has been made public in the Federation. This kind of thing cannot be kept secret. The people on the Azure Star pay much more attention to Ji Xinghe than Ivanovich, the commander-in-chief. The other ace mecha warriors combined may not be able to compare with Ji Xinghe now, including Li Yuanba. Of course, if Li Yuanba really succeeds in mastering the power of the gift and the relevant secrets are released, then Li Yuanba's attention is likely to be no less than Ji Xinghe. So Fang Wang, Zhang Li and others know that Ji Xinghe can't stay here for a long time. Zhang Li smiled and asked, "Have you forgotten where the old man's anger comes from?" Hiss. Is the old man going to endure the baptism of a nuclear explosion? Fang Wang's expression was very wonderful, like a colorful oil painting. No, we have nuclear weapons in this base. Zhang Li nodded and asked again, "What do you think? If there are no nuclear weapons, how can we come, and how can we participate in the war as an unknown person?" Fang Wang understood. Ji Xinghe's way of training them in the way of training private soldiers is actually a very dangerous behavior for the Federation. It's okay when it's not exposed, but once it's discovered by others, things will really get out of hand. In this case, if Ji Xinghe did not have nuclear weapons and the ability to launch nuclear weapons, then the unknown people would most likely become rebels of the Federation. Even if Ji Xinghe wanted to fight the Empire, The two were quiet for a moment, and then began to do what they could do, without being affected by the conversations and speculations just now. What does it matter if there are nuclear weapons or not? We are the old man's soldiers. Xinghe heard the conversation between the two people avoiding others, and was very satisfied with Zhang Li's performance. In her opinion, Zhang Li might become a mecha warrior and commander like Qin Tong and Zhang Yun, while Fang Wen could only become a mecha warrior like Su Chuanan. Although both are rare, it is undoubtedly more important to be able to make command decisions. If I didn't have nuclear weapons, how could I be here now? After the chessboard battle is over, I have to really leave the Federation. Xinghe thought so and helped Ji Xinghe open 7 doors. Before each door was opened, the previously open door had been closed, which shows how important the space behind the 7 doors is, and it may also be dangerous. This is a warehouse that looks very regular. It is square and the surrounding walls are all made of special metals. It looks a bit empty inside, but there is an egg-shaped metal body in the middle. My lord, this is the dirty bomb I prepared for you. Although I didn't put much explosives in it, I still suggest that you don't take it directly. Dirty bombs are also called radioactive bombs. They are detonated with traditional explosives. So the explosion power is controllable, but the radioactive particles contained in them can be released fiercely with the power of the explosion, and produce nuclear radioactive pollution that is not weaker than a nuclear explosion without a nuclear explosion. The specific contaminated area and form of contamination depend on the design of the dirty bomb. Ji Xinghe asked, are you sure it only has the explosive power of a conventional grenade? Sure, very sure, but I still don't recommend. Okay, I'll always try it. Ji Xinghe's persistence made Xinghe give up persuading her, and she knew very well that Ji Xinghe was telling the truth. Although Ji Xinghe must wear armor when he participates in the war, and now he is at least a national-level mecha, but if he really reaches the point of exhaustion, he must also consider how to protect himself without a mecha. In addition, Ji Xinghe's real target is Emperor Wu Ii. Considering that Emperor Wu Ii blasted Li's Hangfen, who is in metal form, away from the air, the power is much stronger than that of a conventional grenade, and the release of power is more accurate. Ji Xinghe really needs to try it in advance. Theoretically, there is no problem, Lord, believe in yourself. After Xinghe made the last reminder, she began the countdown. She had indeed conducted theoretical certification based on the ability values tested by Ji Xinghe. But at this time, I still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How come there is no one of these grandparents who can make me worry-free? Thinking of Ji Xinghe who is still in the spaceship, Xinghe, who is only 4 years old, feels that she is the only adult in the Ji family. It's okay for Ji Xinghe, who is 11 years old, no matter how precocious and talented she is indeed a child, but Ji Xinghe, who is 70 years old. Is it okay to play dirty bombs? The countdown ended, and Ji Xinghe, who is ready, kept a certain distance from the dirty bomb and protected his whole body with a ki that had just recovered in his body. With a loud bang, a huge amount of nuclear radiation rushed directly to his body like a flood from all directions, and the power generated by the explosion could be ignored. Seeing that Ji Xinghe was not injured, Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief and began to measure the radiation level in Ji Xinghe's exclusive training room. She concluded that the nuclear radiation released was hundreds of times heavier than that of the nuclear fuel cells inside the Imperial space battleship that were destroyed by the Duke armor and her. My lord, are you really okay? Nothing. Ji Xinghe did not answer the question that Xinghe did not ask, but his physical condition was an unquestionable answer. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into the deep sea, and the seawater from all directions squeezed in, making him feel a sense of oppression that he had not experienced for a long time. Even when he competed with the King of Xinghe in the power of Ki a few days ago, he did not feel it now. If the Ki of the King of Xinghe is only the will of the King of Xinghe, then the nuclear radiation around Ji Xinghe has its own consciousness, as if every radioactive particle has come alive. Although none of them can compare with the King of Xinghe, they are better in number. The power of Ki in the body is like a well-fed domestic dog, and the nuclear radiation surging around is like countless wild wolves, and they are the kind that walk alone. Ji Xinghe's breathing has stagnated, the air in the space where he is has been destroyed, and the wild wolves that entered the grassland of his body during the violent beating of his heart all felt his will like the scorching sun. The wildness melted like snow. In a very short time, the Ki in Ji Xinghe's body has been fully restored and improved. After defeating the King of Xinghe, he successfully broke through to the 7th stage. As long as he continues to practice in this way, he can enter a rapid growth period. But after the relevant parties knew that he had broken through, they did not propose to use the nuclear explosion baptism method to make Ji Xinghe stronger, as they did before on the Azure Star. It was like he wanted Ji Xinghe to wait for Li Yuanba. Ji Xinghe did not force it, nor did he need to explain anything, because he did not need the nuclear weapons provided by the Federation. Xinghe had them. From this point of view, this was not a test of Xinghe's existence and how much power Xinghe had. But it didn't matter anymore. Ji Xinghe could not absorb all the nuclear radiation brought by a dirty bomb at once. When the level of his energy in his body slowed down, he asked Xinghe to open the door of the training room. A door opened and closed, and Ji Xinghe, who was between the two doors, quickly absorbed all the nuclear radiation he brought out. It was not until this time that Xinghe opened the second door and used the detection device between the second and third doors to test Ji Xinghe. No problem, Lord. Yes, Ji Xinghe returned to the training area and started the second round of gifts. Repeatedly, he soon completed the gifts for everyone, and the nuclear radiation in his training room had been absorbed by him completely. It is worth mentioning that it is not known whether it is because the people of the Nameless have a good mentality, or whether Ji Xinghe has become stronger, or whether Xinghe is really good at selecting people. All the gifts given by Ji Xinghe today were successful. Fang Wang, Zhang Li, you two come here. Yes, Ji Xinghe, who still has a lot of ki in his body, gave the two people a second gift, allowing them to successfully reach the second stage. When the two were extremely surprised, he reminded them, get used to it as soon as possible, and help others get used to it. In the future, everyone will be able to reach the third stage. Ji Xinghe will not have any reservations about the group of nameless people. They do not have a neural link device and can only rely on the operating mode of the previous generation to drive the mecha. They must have a stronger ki. After the instructions, they were slightly comforted. Ji Xinghe left in the salute posture maintained by everyone. He will come again in a few days because there will be two more groups of people. And Ji Rongxinai was in one of them. Thinking of Ji Rongxinai's arrival, even if Ji Xinghe's state of mind has improved again, he still doesn't know how to deal with it. Do you really want Ji Rongxinai to participate in the war? Although Ji Rongxinai is really strong, and the prince armor that Xinghe and Shen Yu helped to modify is about to be completed, and its defense has basically reached the limit of the current mecha. Coupled with the protection of the unknown or independent group, and the current war is not fierce, in theory Ji Rongxinai must be safe. But just like when a child grows up and wants to go to college or work in another place, the worries that parents must have. Ji Xinghe is really embarrassed. My lord, good news, Xinghe can understand Ji Xinghe's difficulties, but she dare not mention it, so she can only divert Ji Xinghe's attention. The strongest national-level mecha built for you by the Academy of Sciences has arrived, and the custom parts for modification have also been manufactured, and the latest biological mecha materials have also been delivered. Lame, he can join the battle. Moreover, if there is no problem with the previous theoretical verification, you can give his mecha a gift, Xinghe said, and then asked, do you really want to give this to Lame? It's not that I don't want to, but he may not be able to bring out the power of this mecha. Ji Xinghe thought of the sacrifices made by Lame to become stronger, and his tone was firm. Give it to him. P.S. For the Silver Alliance rewarded by the boss 9 Chunayanjian, 34/66, I just found out that I forgot to write the thank you words for the chapter on the 11th, so it is really the 34th chapter. At that time, the boss was soft-hearted and said that adding 33 chapters would be enough, but I insisted on adding 66 chapters. I will continue to be stubborn. Chapter 696 The Glory of the Cripple. Base number 6. The cripple looked at the new mecha in the training area and felt his blood boiling, but this was purely psychological, because his body now had no blood. What adrenaline bursts and the like, have nothing to do with him now. After all, he no longer has the adrenal glands as an endocrine organ. Even if there is, it is useless, because the adrenaline released by the adrenal glands works by increasing the contraction force of the heart, dilating the blood vessels of the heart, liver, and tendons and bones, and contracting the blood vessels of the skin and mucous membranes, thereby accelerating breathing, providing a large amount of oxygen, accelerating the heartbeat and blood flow, dilating the pupils, providing more energy for physical activities, and making the reaction faster. The cripple not only has no adrenal glands, but also no heart, liver, tendons, bones, blood vessels and other human organs. So from this point of view, Although the cripple's transformation has made him stronger in theory, it also makes him lose the opportunity to explode at a critical moment. This is also one of the reasons why, when the cripple's transformation has been successful, no more people choose this transformation. If humans no longer believe in miracles, there will never be miracles again. Old man, will you really give me this mecha? Why, do you doubt me? No, I just doubt myself. I don't think I deserve it. The cripple, who used mechanical eyes similar to those of a blind man, still had bright eyes and contained emotions that people could sense. Shenmue was watching from the side and could clearly feel that the cripple was a little unconfident, so he patiently comforted him. Although this mecha is said to have the opportunity to become the first unparalleled class mecha in our federation, at least for now, it is still only a national level mecha, not much different from the mechas of Qin Tong and his team. It just has an additional energy shield generator. In terms of combat power, there is actually no difference when the core engine models are exactly the same, and both use small nuclear fusion reactors. To be honest, because the protective armor and main structure of the machine are not made of tungsten steel, its defense is not even as good as the Prince armor modified driven by Liuer and his team. Liuer and his team all have Prince armor, so why can't you drive this mecha? Of course, I don't mean to look down on Liuer and his team. To be honest, in terms of operating level, only Liuer among the three of them can compare with you. Ying Luoqi and Chu Ziyan are really not as good as you. In terms of weapon systems, there are not many upgrades, but the 6 paths of reincarnation and the electromagnetic rifle are added, and these two weapon systems are not new. At best, its 6 paths of reincarnation is stronger, and it is also equipped with a weapon system that is blessed by light energy, which can provide energy blessing to the main weapon used, making it easier to break armor. It would have been better if Shenmue hadn't said it. After hearing this, the cripple became even less confident. There is a huge difference between a mecha that has the hope of upgrading to the Washuang level and a mecha that is the national level at the limit. Just like Jackson and Ji Xinghe were successively promoted to the Federal Ace Mecha Warriors, although Jackson was one step earlier than Ji Xinghe. Is there any need to say which one is stronger? That is, there is an additional energy shield generator? That is, it is simply a word that only a non-human can say. This is an energy shield generator. Combined with the super alloy material used to make this new mecha, the defense is not much worse than that of the Emperor armor currently driven by Jackson. Of course, the premise is that there is enough energy and the energy shield generator is not damaged. Considering that more tungsten steel gold will be seized in the future, it can be used to upgrade this new mecha. It can be said that this new mecha will become the most powerful mecha in the world. It is no joke to withstand nuclear weapons. There are also 2 weapon systems, the 6 paths of reincarnation and the electromagnetic rifle. Their strength has been confirmed by Ji Xinghe before. After being upgraded, the combat effectiveness of this mecha has exploded, not counting the energy-enhancing weapon system. Anyone who drives this mecha can become an ace mecha warrior. The cripple looked at Shenmue, his eyes like a light bulb with unstable voltage. I'm just an ace, why should I drive it? Shenmue was speechless, because the cripple was telling the truth. Anyone who drives this mecha can become an ace mecha warrior, even if they don't understand mecha operation at all. They only need to use the brain-computer interface to access the neural link operating system and control the mecha like controlling their own body. Can fight? A main battle tank appeared in the era of cold weapon wars. Even if there is no ammunition, it can crush thousands of troops. Mechas are even more powerful because they are not easily restricted by terrain. Just an ace, Suchuanayan said unhappily. Cripple, you are inflated. You used to beg for favors to become an ace mecha warrior, but now you look down on the ace. He was really unhappy because you still couldn't drive the mecha to participate in the war. The divine punishment armor belonged to him, but not to him. Zuo Shou, who was resting at the base, also said, Cripple, do you know how many aces we have now? Cripple didn't respond, but just looked at the new mecha motionlessly, as if in a daze. Shenmue replied, 27, 11 of them are in our independent regiment. Ji Xinghe is a galaxy level, so he can't be counted as an ace anymore. After sacrificing many ace mecha warriors, the independent regiment with only 6 aces left gave birth to 5 new ace mecha warriors after Ji Xinghe returned. They are, Qin Tong, Harris, Suchuanayan, Lame, Zuo Shao, Zhang Yun, Wang Kang, Kui Clay, Liuer, Ying Luoqi, and Zhu Ziyan. Wang Kang was a mecha warrior of the blind team before, and took over the blind team after the blind died. Kui Clay is a mecha warrior of Sichuanian's team. Before, Sichuanian thought that when he was going to die, he would hand over the team to Kui Clay. Now that Sichuanian has not died, but cannot participate in the war, Kui Clay, who has shown his ability and become an ace, has become the captain. It is worth mentioning that in Ivanovich's view, Kui Clay is his man arranged by Tang Qiao in the independent regiment, and there are many like Kui Clay. In addition to the 11 of them, the independent regiment now has 2 mecha warriors who are close to the ace, Lu Qi and Ma Yi. Originally, there was another Zhao Zhandi, who joined the independent regiment at the same time as Wang Kang and Lu Qi, but died with a deaf man before Ji Xinghe returned. In terms of quantity, it still tops all the mecha corps of the Federation, and it is overwhelming. From the perspective of the distribution of top combat power, this is of course unreasonable. The ace mecha warriors of the other 4 independent regiments combined are barely equal to the independent regiment, and it won't be long before they can even be equal. However, not many people questioned it, because these ace mecha warriors of the independent regiment were not valued before joining the independent regiment. Wang Kang and Kui Clay need not be said much, and Ma Yi, codenamed Sergeant Major, was not a mecha warrior before. It was the independent regiment that gave them the opportunity to become mecha warriors, and people would naturally think that it was the independent regiment that trained them into ace mecha warriors. From this point of view, it is understandable that Ivanovich did not want the independent regiment to grow and develop. He did not want to see the future Ji Xinghe, with 300 ace mecha warriors, driving 300 national-level mechas, which was equivalent to taking all the hopes and resources of the Federation, and rushing directly to the Empire Star to die. When the Empire also holds the power of nuclear peace of all living beings, mecha warriors are definitely not the power that can determine the final victory or defeat. That's right, Sichuanian said provocatively, being with a genius like me every day, you will indeed feel some pressure. Just like the brilliance of the sun will make the stars dim, cripple, in fact, you don't have to be so self-deprecating. Although you can't compare with me, I still have high hopes for you. Shen Mu glared at Sichuanian and said, the old man will be here soon. You have to think it through. Otherwise, you will really have no chance to participate in the war in the future. Cripple then remembered the order Ji Xinghe had given him before. If he could not show enough strength and play the combat power of the new mecha built by the Academy of Sciences for Ji Xinghe, he would be sent back to the Blue Star. He was confident before. He had done his best in the recent recovery and adaptive training, as well as in the actual machine training he had tried many times. But when this new mecha really appeared in front of him, he began to doubt himself again, a bit like Ji Xinghe's previous hesitations. This is actually normal. Otherwise, how could he, who has become an ace mecha warrior, choose such a transformation? I don't want to go back to Azure Star. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of driving such a mecha. The cripple looked at everyone and asked, what should I do? The electronically synthesized voice should not have any emotions, but everyone around was silent. Why would the cripple, who is considered very strong by many people, doubt himself? Because he doesn't want to lose, and this lose has nothing to do with personal wins and losses. You should give it a try. Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly sounded, and he strode over without even looking at the new mecha. His eyes focused on the cripple, and his tone was calm. It's just like you found me, rejected me, and finally agreed to me. The cripple was stunned. He and others recalled that his story with Ji Xinghe began at this base. He was forced to amputate because of an injury, and he had a mechanical leg that looked powerful, but was not suitable, and could not allow him to drive a mecha again. He was desperate. He was incorporated into the Remnant Company and repeatedly rejected the suggestion of returning to Azure Star, saying that even if he didn't become a mecha warrior, he would go to the front line to fight. But at that time, he was already a first-level mecha warrior, and he had the rank of second lieutenant. How could he give up the mecha? In despair, there was a glimmer of hope. He heard that there was a peerless master who defeated Han Li, and he was also a mechanic. So, a candlelight ignited in his heart, and he mustered up the courage to take the initiative to find Ji Xinghe for help. But when Ji Xinghe decided to help him, he backed off. On the one hand, he learned that Ji Xinghe's time was very tight. He had to be an instructor for those healthy soldiers, repair mecha parts in the machine repair area, take care of a 6-year-old granddaughter, and make money to give his granddaughter a better treatment environment. On the other hand, isn't it like now, full of doubts about himself? And, full of doubts about Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe promised him, brought him hope, and let the candle in his heart rise into firewood, which was enough. After all, he is just a 65-year-old man. What can he do? If he fails, he doesn't want to be poured with a basin of cold water by reality again. Until the blind man said that. The blind man was gone, but the words echoed in his ears as if he had just heard them. So what if I'm blind? So what if I'm lame? Yes, so what if I'm blind? So what if I'm lame? What can a 65-year-old man do? He can live to be 70 years old, and use 5 years to create a living legend. The 70-year-old man also said, then I will live another 70 years, and fight for another 70 years. The lame man suddenly laughed, but no one could see the smile under his metal armor. But people can still feel his changes, because his eyes are no longer like light bulbs with unstable voltage, but like flames that have never been extinguished after being ignited by humans. The name of my mecha is called Glory. The lame man's words made everyone laugh. Then he looked at Ji Xinghe, and the electronically synthesized voice revealed a calm emotion. All the hesitation and lack of confidence in his heart disappeared at this moment. He said, "Old man, if I die, please bury me with your own hands. That will be the greatest honor of my life." Chapter 697 Can't wait. This is the biological material sent from the Azure Star, specially for mechas. Shenmue introduced it to Ji Xinghe when Lame started the actual machine test. No one except Lame himself was really worried about Lame driving the new mecha for testing. But now, Sichuan is even more dissatisfied and is using the chirping sound to interfere with Lame's actual machine test, under the pretext of increasing training pressure. Cripple, the name Glory is really not nice to hear, and you just set a flag and planted a flag. If you continue to use this name, it's not me who is mean, you are just mean. I won't change it, I will just call it Glory. How can you be so ungrateful? I just persuaded everyone to agree to the naming rules of this Haoshan Xingdao Great Array. As the captain, it's okay for you not to set an example, but you actually took the lead in breaking the rules that everyone agreed on. You are simply not a human being. Sorry, I haven't been a human being for a long time. Sichuan was speechless. Cripple's current state really doesn't look like a human being, even less like Liuer and the others. After all, he doesn't even have a human form. When Cripple entered the cockpit of the mecha named Glory, he looked very strange. The cockpit door of the mecha opened, and Cripple's head was taken off by himself, and along with a metal body similar to the spine, he put it into the cockpit by his metal body that still maintained mobility. The special kit for the Cripple, which had been installed by Shenmue into the cockpit of the Glory mech, automatically took over the head that the Cripple had taken off himself. After the insertion was completed, the cockpit door began to close. The Cripple's body without a head walked to the side and waited quietly. If you don't know, you might think they are shooting a horror movie. Sichuan, come here. Ji Xinghe's voice made Sichuan give up increasing the training intensity for the Cripple. After running over, his face was full of expectations. Old man, can I drive the mecha to participate in the war? Ji Xinghe did not criticize his behavior just now. For a group of people who put life and death aside, why would they care about the crow's mouth? The Cripple didn't care, Sichuan didn't care, and no one else cared. Why should Ji Xinghe care? Not now, but you have a chance. Ji Xinghe pointed at the biological material in front of him and said, try to use your ki to control it. Sichuan, who has always been bold, suddenly became nervous at this time. The biological material in front of him did not look like biological tissue, but a metal body in the shape of a spine that was connected to the head when the Cripple took off his head just now. Rather than a metal spine, it is better to say that it is a metal centipede, with many limb-like metal extending from both sides. There is nothing scary about the image, but the scary thing is that everyone knows the value of this thing. Old man, if I break it, don't make trouble for me. No, do you dislike me again, so you want to take the opportunity to make trouble for me? Needless to say, I will go to train the new recruits now, beat them 10 by 10, until I enter the medical area. How about it? Ji Xinghe looked at Sichuan calmly. Sichuan's expression gradually became embarrassed. Shenmue explained at the side, we don't have only this one. It doesn't matter if you break it. It's better than being damaged in battle after I install it on the mecha. To be installed on the mecha, Sichuan's mind turned quickly and he became excited. You mean, it's a device similar to a neural link device, which allows me to use the power of ki to directly achieve operations similar to neural link operations without going through the brain-computer interface. Shenmue nodded, that's probably what you mean. Then why don't you let the old man try it? Sichuan asked with some pride. Is it because I'm stronger than the old man? Weaker, Shen Mu dispelled Sichuanyan's fantasy. It's definitely okay for the old man to use it. The key is that the old man doesn't need it, and you are weak or need it. Understand? Understand? Then don't waste time. Hurry up. Oh, Sichuanyan instantly entered a serious state, and according to Shen Mu's instructions, he began to try to use the key in his body to control the biological materials dedicated to the mecha. His key has reached the third stage, and it is actually very easy to release it out of the body, but it is actually not easy to complete the test. Because there is no one who has reached the second stage on the entire Azure Star, there are only some guerrillas captured by Ji Xinghe, and the most cooperative one among them is Kaisman, who was first brought to the Azure Star by Ji Xinghe. The first time the Federation used the power of Ki and tried to use the neural link operation mode, it was an experiment that Kaisman was forced to risk his life to conduct. As a result, the brain-computer interface and the central nervous system were damaged, so the Federal Academy of Sciences began to study the second-generation brain-computer interface, and Kaisman was still cooperating in the research. Anyway, it has strong self-healing ability, and the Federation is not afraid of killing it. Kaisman has only the second stage of Ki until now. So when the Federal Academy of Sciences was designing, it was actually aimed at users of the second stage. Theoretically, the second stage of Ki can use this kind of biological material, so the third stage of Ki must be simpler. But the understanding and control of Ki by the imperial guerrillas, especially the guerrillas like Kaisman who have obtained Ki for many years and often use it, must be much stronger than Sichuanyan, who has only received the gift for more than 2 months. It's moving, Shen Mu shouted excitedly, and quickly covered his mouth. The metal centipede, which Sichuanyan held at one end, seemed to come alive suddenly. The extended limbs began to tremble, but there was no rhythm. It was chaotic, as if it was hit by electricity, and it was a state of continuous electric shock. The chaotic state lasted for a while. Sichuanyan, who closed his eyes, gradually found the feeling. All the limbs began to sway regularly. It was like the centipede was crawling on the ground, and it was like the tentacles of jellyfish floating in the sea. There was an inexplicable feeling of biological instinct, as natural as breathing. Then, this regular state was broken again. It looked like this metal centipede was practicing boxing with both hands. The limbs no longer swayed according to the law of instinct, but were controlled by autonomous consciousness. The whole process lasted about 30 minutes. When the metal centipede could no longer move, Sichuanyan let go of his hand and opened his eyes. I've run out of energy. It feels like it's not that difficult to control, but I'm limited by its own limitations and can't make more detailed operations. I can only try to control the rhythm. It's a little imperfect now, but if you give me some time, I can do what Lao Shen said. Shen Mu usually doesn't like people calling him Lao Shen, but this time he smiled happily. Then let's do more experiments, and we can't just test this one, we have to install them all on the mecha before trying. Sichuanyan was also very familiar with the structure of the mecha, and asked excitedly, you mean, use these biological materials to replace the transmission device of the mecha, and then I use the power of Ki to operate it, to achieve an effect similar to using a brain-computer interface combined with a neural link operation mode, not a transmission device. Biological materials are not as good as mechanical bearings and other components at present, but directly use these biological materials to replace the artificial mechanical nervous system in the mecha. So, what you said later is very right. In other words, as long as it succeeds, I will be able to drive the mecha to participate in the war. No, we have to wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? I'm almost dying of waiting. I really can do it. Very well. Shen Mu ignored the excited Sichuanyan, looked at Ji Xinghe, and asked, now, or wait until later? Wait until later. One is too few, and it is impossible to form a system. I think so too. After Shen Mu agreed, he asked another question, but, do we really need to use glory for such a transformation? With the performance of the glory mecha, the strength of the cripple, and the improvement brought by his transformation, in theory, his combat effectiveness can definitely reach the level of Han Li, Jackson, and Ravitch, and become the strongest of our independent regiment except you. That's enough. Sichuanyan, who was listening, was instantly dissatisfied. Hey, what about me? I am also a sub-galaxy level mecha warrior, and I have destroyed the most Duke armor among the sub-galaxy level ones. Even if you want to encourage the cripple, you can't step on me to encourage me. You are insulting me, haha. Do you think I don't know? Shen Mu had a weird smile on his face, Like a ghost that suddenly appeared behind a human in a horror movie. You guys continue, just pretend I didn't say anything. Su Chuanyan slapped himself, but it was just a fake palm, and then he continued to try to control the biological material. Ji Xinghe answered Shen Mu's question at this time. We must use up all the biological materials sent by the Academy of Sciences and give them all the data in a timely manner so that their research work can be carried out better. In our regiment, except for Su Chuanyan and the cripple, no one else is suitable for use. It's still a problem of operation mode. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment are accustomed to the neural connection operation mode, and the independent regiment can get relevant resources. Unlike the unknown people, they are naturally more inclined to maintain the current status. Brain-computer interfaces are not compatible with biological materials at present, and further research is needed. You can use it, you think Lame doesn't need it, but you think I do. That's right, you can control the armor with Ki, and you can also use it to control the armor to perform the armor clone technique. So you really don't need it. Shen Mu pondered for a moment, and then said, but the problem is that our idea is actually very risky. If Lame is in his current state and cannot successfully accept your gift, then our modification of the glory mecha will affect the time it is driven by Lame to participate in the war. Moreover, if there is really a problem, there will be no problem. I will definitely succeed. Ji Xinghe's tone, as if saying that the sun is eternal, brought Shen Mu unprecedented confidence, so that he held back what he wanted to say. Should it be said that Lame will definitely succeed? I will definitely succeed too. After saying this, Shen Mu threw himself into the work, and Ji Xinghe cooperated as a mechanic. Lame's mecha doesn't need to be taken care of for the time being. The first thing to be modified is Su Chuanyan's divine punishment armor. Tungsten steel alloy is much worse than tungsten steel gold. If we only look at the defense power, it is about the same as the most expensive super alloy in the Federation, but its ability to conduct air is much stronger than super alloy. This is very suitable for biological materials that need to cooperate with the power of air to be used. The transformation process is not complicated. After dismantling the artificial mechanical nervous system of the God's punishment armor and the neural connection kit of the cockpit and other parts, the relevant biological materials can be installed. It is similar to replacing the lines installed uniformly by the developer when decorating a house. Which one is better depends on who is more conscientious between the decoration company and the developer. But Shen Mu and Ji Xinghe are obviously not decoration companies for making money. Although the process went smoothly, it took 3 days to complete the transformation of the God's punishment armor. The main reason is that the freely assembled biological materials manufactured by the Academy of Sciences cannot fully adapt to the exclusive custom-level God's punishment armor. In comparison, the cripple's glory mecha is more suitable. During these 3 days, Ji Xinghe granted gifts to another 120 people, but the number of people waiting in line for gifts in base number 6 not only did not decrease, but increased, making base number 6 feel a little overcrowded. In this situation, someone finally made a suggestion, and there was more than one person. Please prepare more radiation sources for General Ji. I can't believe that base number 6 can't get the supply of radiation sources. I heard that General Ji seems to be able to directly withstand dirty bombs that can cause nuclear radiation damage. We have a lot of dirty bombs. If we change the explosive equivalent, we can provide them to General Ji for use. The old man can directly withstand nuclear explosions, just like receiving baptism. Why can't we give the old man a few when we have so many unusable nuclear weapons? Either give them to the old man, or let us bomb the Empire. Are you worried about General Ji's health? General Ji himself said he was fine. Do you need to worry? The Empire used nuclear weapons to bomb General Ji several times before. Didn't we bomb General Ji twice? Why, now that General Ji has become a 3-star admiral, you dare not bomb him? Our time is precious, and the transportation resources of the alien planet are not so abundant. Let us gather here and wait. It is simply murder, murdering us, murdering the Federation, and murdering all mankind. More and more people made suggestions, so the suggestions turned into accusations. Qiao Menglian, the commander of base number 6, also got involved and delivered a fatal blow. Either give us more resources, and don't let us supply you with resources. Or, don't send anyone here anymore, we can't afford it. Now we have to borrow resources from the independent regiment. If this continues, I will really regard General Ji as the commander of our theater. Ji Xinghe, who has not been able to fully master all the authority of base number 6, has already begun to expand and recruit people. as if he wants to make the independent regiment bigger and stronger. If all the authority of base number 6 is really given to Ji Xinghe. When those who were waiting in line at base number 6 for the gift suddenly applied to their original units to be transferred to the independent regiment, Ivanovich finally couldn't help it. Give him a dirty bomb, let him eat it, let him eat enough, and eat until he vomits. Let Ji Xinghe wait for Liu Yuanba? He can't wait any longer. Chapter 698 100% Overclocking. The weapons management of the Federation is extremely strict, especially the weapons in the living base. 5 years ago, when Ji Xinghe just arrived at the alien planet, Suhi, who had been to the alien planet before, told him about some tragic incidents that happened in the alien living base. Those who were driven crazy by the pressure of war and the harsh living environment would hurt themselves and others at the same time. Even though the pressure of war is much less than before, the living standards have also improved a little, and there are more psychologists who work tirelessly to the point that they are depressed and crazy. The control of weapons inside the base must still be maintained strictly. In this case, it is normal that there are no materials or weapons and equipment containing nuclear radiation in base number 6. As for the nuclear fuel cells used in the mecha, Ji Xinghe was reluctant to dismantle them when the independent regiment needed to purchase them by itself. Fortunately, the people queuing at base number 6 interpreted the term trend of the times. A team from the Nanxianmen space station brought the dirty bombs that Ji Xinghe needed, and cooperated with the mechanics of base number 6 to start building a dedicated recovery space for Ji Xinghe, similar to the one built by Xinghe in Shenyang City. Before it was built, a small problem occurred. What's the name? Just call it the old man's exclusive training room. It's not convenient to use the old man as the official name, so let's call him General Ji Xinghe. What training room? Wouldn't a practice room be more appropriate? I always feel that sooner or later the old man will be able to ascend to become an immortal, or break through the void and embark on a path of evolution beyond technology. That's too much? The old man has said many times that we should believe in science. Well, the old man said we should believe in science, and then he turned around and dismantled the mecha with his bare hands. Don't talk nonsense. The old man is not at the level of dismantling a mecha with his bare hands. Haven't you been to the machine repair area these days? The divine punishment armor was basically dismantled by the old man with his bare hands. That took several days. What level of mecha is the divine punishment armor? Moreover, it needs maintenance and modification and cannot be dismantled violently. If a fight really breaks out, the old man can dismantle our panic armor with his bare hands in minutes. The panic armor is not that easy to dismantle, a formation-breaking mecha. Otherwise, let's ask the old man if he can dismantle it. Ask? Do you need to ask? It can definitely be demolished, that makes sense. But let's continue to name it. In the end, Sichuanayan proposed the name that most people were excited to accept, Ji's Private Restaurant. It sounds a bit out of place, but considering that Ji Xinghe is equivalent to eating a dirty bomb with huge destructive power here, it seems that there is no problem. The reason why most people in the independent group can agree is that this name makes them all have an expectation. One day, they can have a meal of Ji's private dishes with the old man. Old man, your private dishes are a bit hard. Shen Mu got the news before Ji Xinghe, and his eyes were a little envious and expectant when he spoke. If you can really eat such a hard dish, you will definitely reach the level of the 6th stage, right? It is not a secret that if you get the gift of Ji Xinghe, you will never have the opportunity to awaken the gift ability. That is, you can't directly absorb nuclear radiation to practice. But the greatest hope of mankind is that mankind can always maintain hope. What if? Ji Xinghe's ears were already ringing with Xinghe's voice, so he understood the origin of Shen Mu's words. If you want to eat, I'll take you with me. No, wait until I break through. Shen Mu has now also reached the 3rd stage, not entirely because of the closer relationship, but because Shen Mu is really crazy when working. Before he got the gift, he often worked 16 or 17 hours a day, forcing Lao Liu and others to drug Shen Mu directly before he could sleep well. After getting the gift, this guy became even crazier, repairing, modifying, and building mechas for 48 hours without stopping, which made people worry that he would suddenly die one day. The power of Qi is not omnipotent. In this case, Lao Liu and others could hardly control Shen Mu anymore. Shen Mu was very good at fighting after having Qi. In addition, Ji Xinghe would not stay in the machine repair area to watch, so in order to prevent Shen Mu from dying suddenly, Ji Xinghe used his personal ability to seek a private once. Although Ji Xinghe has given the 3rd stage of the realm to more than one person, and the number of people who have received the second stage of the realm is close to 3 digits. At this stage, no one in the Federation can break through the realm obtained through the gift. It is not that difficult to break through from the first stage to the second stage. Kaisman received a gift of the first stage and then broke through to the second stage by himself. According to the confessions of Kaisman and other apes, as well as the research of the Academy of Sciences, it is expected that in another 3 years, some people will begin to break through from the first stage to the second stage. It is much more difficult to break through from the second stage to the third stage. The Academy of Sciences estimates that it will take about 10 years. As for the realm after the third stage, the Academy of Sciences has not yet been able to make a public prediction. The strongest gift that Ji Xinghe can give is the third stage, which is the same as Emperor Wu II. So for a long time, the strongest people in the Federation except Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and Ji Rongzhenyu can only have the power of the third stage. The reason why Ji Rongzhenyu was able to be ranked alongside Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba was not because she had received the gift of the third stage earlier, nor was it related to her talent, but because Ji Xinghe had already made psychological preparations for inheritance. But to complete the inheritance, just like Emperor Wu II gave the gift of the ability to aid a king, psychological preparation alone is far from enough. This makes today's experiment particularly important. Let's get started. Yes, the armor of divine punishment, which seemed to have not changed at all, stood solemnly in the machine repair area. There were no onlookers around, and the machine repair personnel led by Shen Mu also went to other operating areas to continue working. Only Ji Xinghe, Shen Mu, Sichuanayan, and the cripple made this experiment look very confidential. Sichuanayan and the cripple, who had already known some of the inside story, were very nervous at this time. And Sichuanayan, who had been jumping, kept silent. Speaking of which, this was still the credit of Xingheu's previous heart-cutting knives that cut Sichuanayan. After that, when it was time to jump, Sichuanayan would continue to jump, and when it was not time to jump, Sichuanayan would become like Chen soon. Ji Xinghe and Shen Mu were both relatively relaxed. The latter was because he did not think that the experiment would be successful in one go. He should be nervous and worried only when he failed several times. The former was because he had to succeed. Entering the cockpit of the God Punishment armor, which had not changed much, Ji Xinghe began to operate as usual, controlling the God Punishment armor to do some routine maneuvers as if he was conducting a real machine test. The modified God Punishment armor still maintains 2 sets of operating modes, one of which is the previous generation of operating systems, and the other is to replace the artificial mechanical nervous system with biological materials. It can be said to be a new generation of neural connection operating mode, or it can be said to be a gas-controlled armor operating mode. The use of biological materials to achieve gas-controlled armor is similar to the previous neural connection operating mode, which has extremely high requirements for the driver. Even an ace mecha warrior like Sichuanayan cannot operate it for too long. Therefore, if the experiment is successful, when Sichuanayan drives the armor of divine punishment, he will mainly use the manual combined with brainwave sensing operation mode. Only in critical battles will he start the state of controlling the armor with air. Just like when using the neural link operation mode, it will not and cannot maintain the critical state throughout the whole process. With Ji Xinghe's manipulation, the armor of divine punishment seemed to come alive, which made Shen Mu and the other 2 envious. The same standard maneuvering action, when operated by Ji Xinghe, is more natural, with a sense of flowing water. The mechanical sense disappears, like a dexterous metal giant. I haven't started to control the armor with air yet. Shen Mu looked at the relevant data on the screen and reminded. Sichuanayan and the cripple were even more envious. They were very eager to reach the realm of man-machine integration like Ji Xinghe. Even with the blessing of the neural link operation mode, they have never reached such a realm. In addition to Ji Xinghe, the only 4 people in the Federation who can truly achieve man-machine integration are Li Yuanba, Han Li, Ravich, and Jackson. Caitlin had also achieved it before, but he had already sacrificed. Start to control the armor with Qi. When Shen Mu reminded again, Sichuanayan and the cripple frowned slightly, because they did not see the difference between the current God's Punishment armor and the previous God's Punishment armor. The same dexterity. The old man did not use manual operation or brainwave sensing operation. Shen Mu mobilized the picture inside the cockpit of the God's Punishment armor. Sichuanayan and the cripple both widened their eyes, looking quite stunned. In the cockpit, Ji Xinghe stood in a standing posture, his body restrained by the fixing device, and his hands held two limbs extending from the biological material, similar to two pull rings, and could not be pulled. No movement means no operation. The reading of the brain wave sensing helmet is also in a state of 0 at this time, representing the line of the data interaction level, without ups and downs, only a straight line constantly passing. But the God's punishment armor is the same as before, sitting in a very standard maneuvering movement. Sichuan asked in an amazed tone, I can understand that the old man uses the method of controlling the armor with ki, but the question is, how does he see it? The lame man was also amazed. Without the data interaction of brain wave sensing, it is impossible to see the perspective of the mecha. Is it blind operation? Blind operation is something that special mecha warriors can do, but it is limited to real machine testing and real machine training. It's like a martial artist closing his eyes and being able to perform a whole set of boxing in an open and flat field, but such a training method is just a training method and can never be used in actual combat. If you can still listen to the sound and even sense the fluctuations of the surrounding air when you take off the armor, then when you wear the armor, your body is isolated from the outside world by the mecha, and there is no possibility of perception at all. It's not blind operation. Sichuan noticed that the God's punishment armor cleverly avoided those operating platforms and mechanical repair equipment in the machine repair area, and his tone was even more amazed. Old man, it can really see it, but how did you do it? The lame man was puzzled, and Shenmue was also puzzled. Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Ki, if your ki can be seen, then you can also see it. Shenmue and Sichuan were both stunned for a moment, and then immediately began to dissipate the ki in their bodies into the surrounding space. Both of them are in the third stage, and it is not difficult to do this, but their ki cannot be seen by them. The lame man noticed the changes in the two people and was very envious, because he had no ki and couldn't even try. But it doesn't matter, the old man said that he would succeed in giving me the gift, and I will succeed too. When the lame man thought about this, Ji Xinghe's voice rang again. Using biological materials can indeed enhance the effect of controlling armor with ki, and can also achieve the effect of neural connection operation mode. Judging from Sichuan's third stage, if he can master controlling armor with ki, he can restore his combat power when he used the neural connection operation mode before. Shenmue immediately stopped the experiment on what he just called the ki, and began to record Ji Xinghe's experimental feelings and asked some questions. Ji Xinghe answered them one by one. Sichuan also stopped, listened carefully, and soon came to a conclusion. So, I can try to drive the God punishment armor now? My combat effectiveness has been restored. Shenmue laughed. If you can control the armor with air later, yes, your combat effectiveness has been restored. And if you can use the normal operation mode and control the armor with air, your combat effectiveness will be stronger than before. Sichuan asked anxiously, how much stronger? How do I know? You have to fight it yourself to know. Ha. Sichuan laughed triumphantly, but soon restrained himself. Because the most critical thing about today's experiment is not to use biological materials to achieve the control of armor with air that only Ji Xinghe could do before, which has been theoretically verified successfully. It is another thing. The God punishment armor quieted down and returned to its solemn state. Shenmue looked at the screen on the console with some expectation. Sichuan and the cripple were both worried. Shenmue reported the reading. The biological material has entered an overclocked state. The biological material cultivated using the genes of the imperial prince orangutan has extremely high strength, and the ki contained in it, or because the original gene has been transformed by the power of ki, the special power contained in it will not be activated during normal use. The experimental conclusion of the Academy of Sciences is that only by using the power of ki to stimulate it can the special power similar to ki be mobilized. Originally, this effect similar to the synchronization rate of neural connection technology has been praised to the extent of singing because of the overclocked form displayed by Ji Xinghe using the Star Moon armor when he was conducting the Ji Xinghe challenge. Therefore, the Federal Academy of Sciences named this state where this special power is activated as the overclocked state. Overclocked by 20%, overclocked by 40%, Shenmue kept reporting higher and higher values, and his voice became more and more excited. Before, Kaisman's overclocking limit was 20%, and Bill Rossi's overclocking limit was 40%. 40% is the limit, overclocked by 60%. Ji Xinghe broke the overclocking value limit previously achieved by the imperial orangutan after multiple experiments. Overclocked by 80%, overclocked, 100%. It's really reached 100% overclock. Shen Mu danced with excitement and explained, this is the limit of biological materials. The special powers within have been fully activated. Sichuan and the cripple didn't get too excited because they didn't understand the limit that Shen Mu was talking about, and they still maintained their expectations. The limit of biological materials is not the limit of the old man. Why are you so excited? That's right, the limit of human beings is not the limit of the old man. What's the point of 100% overclocking? Wait, the old man will definitely break the limit. Shen Mu was helpless. Do you understand? This limit is the limit. Just like the output power limit of the Mecha energy core, it is impossible to break it. If you break it by force, the energy core will be damaged, or even explode directly. The same is true for biological materials. If you overclock it further, it will be directly damaged. Sichuan was anxious. Old man, don't break my mecha. I'm really going crazy. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe's understanding of biological materials is not inferior to Shen Mu, so he didn't continue to force his ki to perform higher overclocking. Maintaining the state of 100% overclocking, he began to perform the gift he had done many times. Give the armor of divine punishment, a gift. Chapter 699. He is trying his best. Seeing that the armor of divine punishment did not move, Shen Mu and the other two stared at the screen on the console. 100% overclock, and still in this state, that's not right. The old man's gift usually doesn't take more than a minute. If it's fast, it can be done in 20 or 30 seconds. It's been several minutes, why is there still no response? Don't you think about it? How tall are we? How much does it weigh? How tall is the armor of divine punishment? How much does it weigh? Can the time it takes to bestow a gift on us be the same as the time it takes to bestow a gift on the armor of divine punishment? Does the duration of the gift depend on these? If not, what should we look at? Did I say that the gift is the old man using the power of ki, or the characteristics of the ki he possesses, to change our genetic information, so that our genes have pheromones about ki, and then the cells that continue to metabolize based on our genetic information will be able to contain the power of ki? That seems to be the case. There should be a lot of genes that contain genetic information, not just one or two cells. We have a lot. The armor of divine punishment uses so many biological materials, and they are heavier than 4 of me when added together. It really takes more time. The anxious people were unable to provide help to Ji Xinghe, and could only discuss in a low voice. The lame man stared at the overclocking value that was stable at 100%, and asked unwillingly, Old Shen, is it really impossible for the old man to break this 100% limit? Shen Mu nodded. In theory, it is indeed impossible. In theory. Sichuan, who was just worried that the armor of divine punishment would be damaged by Ji Xinghe's overclocking, was no longer worried at this time, and said, I beg you to disagree with your point of view. When has the old man ever been in line with the theory? The lame man agreed, it makes sense. The old man is not only untheoretical, but also very unscientific. Shen Mu, Sichuan suddenly sighed, oh, if only I could fast forward to the old man overclocking to 400% and beating up the martial emperor III. The lame man frowned and asked, why is it 400%? Sichuan glanced at the lame man. Didn't you just say that those biological materials are heavier than 4 of you? That's 400%. Shen Mu laughed. If that's what you said, the biological materials used in the glory mech weigh as much as 6 cripples. When the old man drives the glory mech and overclocks, can it reach 600%? 666%. 666 is more suitable for the old man. Sichuan answered and then asked, wait, cripple, when you say 4 you weigh as much, is it you now, or you when you are driving the mech now, or you in the past? The cripple was offended and didn't bother to pay attention to Sichuan. He continued to stare at the screen and suddenly exclaimed, the overclocking value has dropped. Shen Mu and Sichuan also noticed this, but their reactions were different. Shen Mu frowned, and Sichuan said excitedly, has the gift been successful? Shen Mu did not respond, but continued to stare at the changes in the values, not only the overclocking values, but also some other readings. The cripple became a broadcaster. 60%, 30%, no more. With a click, the cockpit door of the God Punishment armor opened. And Ji Xinghe walked out, his expression showing no change. Old man, how is it? Sichuan asked expectantly. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. Failed. Sichuan couldn't accept it. It wasn't that the God punishment armor failed to receive the gift, but that he couldn't accept Ji Xinghe's failure. Ji Xinghe, how could you fail? The cripple knew very well that Ji Xinghe wanted to give the God punishment armor the gift, all for him, and took the initiative to say, "It doesn't matter, if you fail once, just try a few more times, and you will succeed sooner or later." Ji Xinghe said, "It can't succeed, because it succeeded just now, but after I ended the gift, it failed again." Shen Mu joined the discussion, and the situation was quickly explained. That is to say, when you continue to bestow grace, you have indeed changed the genes of the biological materials in the armor of divine punishment, making them change from passively possessing the power of Qi to actively possessing the power of Qi. But after you stop bestowing grace, this active state becomes passive again, similar to when we used those gorillas as inflatable treasures before. Yes, Ji Xinghe said, you should test those biological materials first to see if the Qi they possess, or the strength that can be shown in the overclock state, has improved compared to before. Okay, Shen Mu could not complete this test alone, because the strength of the biological materials they mentioned was just a general statement that included many factors. The scientific research team that came with the biological materials was called over and began intensive testing. During this process, Ji Xinghe was not idle either. He went to bestow grace on people. The test just now did not consume much of his Qi. After a round of 41st stage graces, the test results of the biological materials have not yet come out. Therefore, Ji Xinghe began to use nuclear radiation to restore the Qi in his body. Although the Ji family private restaurant has not been built yet, a batch of materials containing nuclear radiation, such as damaged nuclear fuel cells and other radiation sources, have been transported to base number 6. Within one day, Ji Xinghe completed 5 rounds of gifts totaling 200 times, and the success rate remained at a passing line of 60%. Those who failed to successfully obtain the gift will not leave base number 6 for the time being, but will re-enter the queue sequence. In a short period of time, they will have 2 more chances. If they fail 3 times before and after, they will be temporarily removed from the gift sequence. Counting the number of people who succeeded in the second and third gifts, Ji Xinghe's current gift success rate has reached 75%, which is much higher than before. Because the targets of his previous gifts were all carefully selected, and now the selection criteria for receiving gifts are much lower. After 200 consecutive gifts, Ji Xinghe felt a little tired. It is not without restrictions to quickly consume almost all the Qi in the body and then replenish it through nuclear radiation. Just like drinking beer, even if you can go to the toilet all the time, if you drink too much, you will not be able to urinate. The volume of the human body is limited. If you can't urinate, you will naturally vomit. Vomiting is really harmful to the body. If you force yourself to continue drinking, beer will also cause serious injuries such as alcohol poisoning. Ji Xinghe, who needed a rest, came to the machine repair area to repair and transform the mecha. This was really a rest for him. There are too many high-level math problems, so you can change your thinking by doing a few brain twists. It's like you want to vomit from typing, and you can't concentrate. Watching the female anchor dancing can regroup. But for others, Ji Xinghe didn't rest at all, but worked hard. Those who lined up in base number 6 waiting for the gift are free. They can do whatever they want and go wherever they want. There are no restricted areas in base number 6. But as soldiers, they all have excellent military qualities. Even some non-military scientific researchers, technicians, doctors and other personnel have undergone professional training and have been infected by the atmosphere of prohibition. No one regards the waiting at base number 6 as a rest. The training that should be trained and the research that should be studied. No one will forget their own work, and no one will give up continuing to improve themselves. But they are human after all, and there will always be times when their energy is exhausted, so they also need to rest. And what they like to do most when they are resting is to see what the people in the independent regiment are doing and what Ji Xinghe is doing. All of Ji Xinghe's actions, except for quietly going to Shenyang City, were not kept confidential, and the same was true for the independent regiment. Chen Sun even asked Qiao Menglian to open all monitoring permissions of base number 6, so that people can see Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment more intuitively and clearly. This is a kind of propaganda behavior. The independent regiment, which has accumulated more and more resources, needs to expand, and if it wants to expand, it needs more people. In addition to the relevant personnel of the residual company sequence determined by the previous meeting, the elites who can come to base number 6 are also the goals of the independent regiment. So, People saw Ji Xinghe, who did not go out to fight with the independent regiment and stayed in the number 6 base day after day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ji Xinghe would appear in the base's cafeteria on time to eat. His appetite was a bit large, equivalent to the normal appetite of 7 people, but Ji Xinghe ate very quickly, and the whole process only took about 5 minutes. But even so, it did not give people the feeling of wolfing down, but rather a feeling of lukewarmness. People who saw with their own eyes that the mountain of food in front of Ji Xinghe disappeared in a very short time would even have the illusion that time had slowed down. Don't learn from me. When eating, you must chew slowly. This is Ji Xinghe's advice to people in the cafeteria. After eating, Ji Xinghe would go to the machine repair area to carry out machine repair work for 3 hours. This is what people like to watch the most, because when Ji Xinghe is doing machine repair work, he rarely uses professional machine repair tools that other mechanics must use. His hands were placed on the mechas that needed repair and modification, just like he would place them on someone's shoulders when saying hello. Then, without any effort, the parts of the mechas were disassembled by him without any additional damage. Disassembling mechas with bare hands has become a legend. From base number 6. It spread to the entire alien planet, and even to the blue star. Don't learn from me. Use tools when you need to use them, ask for help when you need to, and don't repair what you can't repair. Leave it to me. Resources are still very tight, don't waste them. This is Ji Xinghe's advice to people in the machine repair area. Although it is aimed at mechanics, it echoes in the hearts of all those who heard it. Yes, resources are still very tight, not only mech-related resources, but also other resources. At 10:30, Ji Xinghe will arrive at the training area of base number 6 and serve as a combat and mecha instructor. He trains not only the soldiers of the independent regiment, but also those who are willing to accept his training, those who come to base number 6 to line up to receive his gift. Don't learn from me. When you fight, you must do whatever it takes. Don't always think about defeating them alone. If you can gang up on them, you must gang up on them. If you can apply for fire support, you must apply for fire support. There are also some non-standard maneuvers. If they are not necessary, don't use them. The victory or defeat of a mecha battle often depends on who makes fewer mistakes, not on whose maneuvers are more powerful. Fighting is not playing a game. There is no chance to come back from the dead and start over again. Before, Jackson taught me something. I will tell you about it. I hope you can remember it. When can you be like me? When you don't need to ask me this question anymore, you can be like me. Ji Xinghe's instructions in the training area are much more than in other areas, because this is really a matter of life and death. At 12:30, Ji Xinghe went to the cafeteria to eat, and then began to give gifts. It is worth mentioning that when Ji Xinghe began to give gifts 200 times a day, people thought that he would rest after the gift because of fatigue or more serious physical reasons. But he still went to the machine repair area after the gift and worked until dinner time as before. After dinner, he would go to the training area to give instructions. When most people were resting according to the prescribed schedule, he would appear in the machine repair area again, and then he would work until 7 o'clock the next morning and appear in the cafeteria. Don't old men need to sleep? It seems that he doesn't need to. The 9th stage? You think you're joking. After I got the first stage of Ki, I can stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. People who successfully receive a gift, unless they need it, generally will not leave base number 6 at the first time, but will stay here for a period of adaptive training to better master their own Ki. I heard that the old man's combat power is the 9th stage, but the magnitude of Ki is actually the 7th stage. Doesn't he need to sleep? Sleep? You didn't know because you came late. The old man usually rests once a week, then you have to sleep all day? No, a whole day is a little less, about 6 hours, huh? People looked at each other, and became more silent and worked harder. Ji Xinghe used his monotonous daily life to infect people who had already worked hard enough. And he told people, don't learn from me. I am old and have shallow sleep. You are still young. Have a good rest and keep your spirits up. We still have a lot of time. People responded with reverence. This kind of reverence that comes from seeing is different from the reverence that came from hearing about various deeds before. Just like the people on the blue planet, they all know that the environment of the alien planet is very bad, but only after some of them really come to the alien planet can they understand how bad the environment of the alien planet is, and understand what kind of pressure those people who stick to the alien planet are under for the stability and peace of the blue planet. What kind of pressure is Ji Xinghe, who is already known as the first person in the federal military in private, under to be able to fight like this day after day. Ji Xinghe, a 3-star admiral of the Federation and a galaxy-level mecha warrior, did not choose to sit in the clouds and enjoy the worship that all beings deserve with his past achievements, but fought like us. Great. Ji Xinghe doesn't feel very good now, because he has given the armor of divine punishment many times in succession, all of which ended in failure. Moreover, the armor of divine punishment, which had been blessed by him many times, or more precisely, the biological materials in it, had not been improved by his blessings. The results of the multiple tests were exactly the same as before, as if it had never been blessed. What's the problem? Su Chuanian and the cripple were both very anxious. In comparison, the cripple was more anxious because Su Chuanian had already conducted driving tests many times during Ji Xinghe's blessing of the armor of divine punishment, and successfully mastered the use of biological materials to control the armor with air. In other words, Su Chuanian could participate in the war. But the cripple, who had obtained the strongest mecha of the Federation, Glory, still saw no hope of participating in the war, even though the combat power he could show by driving Glory had exceeded his previous strength by a lot. It was not only because of the comprehensive improvement of the performance parameters of the mecha, but also because of the improvement of the operating ability brought about by the transformation. It can even be said that the cripple who drove Glory is now the strongest person in the independent regiment besides Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe still did not let him participate in the war, and the reason was very simple. If you go, you will definitely face an imperial guerrilla with chi, and it is very likely to be at the level of the king of Xianbei. Without chi, you will die, and your mecha will be seized. The cripple wanted to say that he was not afraid of death, but he could not bear the consequences of Glory being seized by the Empire. So he asked more than once, "What's the problem?" No one told him what the problem was, but gradually, he felt a certain emotion in the eyes of Shen Mu and others when they looked at him. Then he understood. Transform Glory, and after I put on the armor, let the old man bless Glory. Give it to me, bless it. Chapter 700, there shouldn't be only mechas. Cattle and horses cannot accept gifts because their intelligence level is not enough to give birth to the most important spiritual will related to gifts. So, how can biological materials without consciousness successfully accept gifts? From the beginning, Shen Mu and the people in the research team all knew this truth, but they did not stop Ji Xinghe's experiment, because Ji Xinghe can always create miracles. In fact, Ji Xinghe is indeed ready to create another miracle. Emperor Wu Yi was able to inherit it from Emperor Wu Yi, which originated from Emperor Wu Yi, or the blood of God of the third civilization's intelligent life, and passed it on to Ada King in the form of inheritance, but he did not die like Emperor Wu Yi and Emperor Wu Yi, and still possessed the blood of God. Combined with the fact that Emperor Wu Yi found this method of inheritance through a neural link device, Ji Xinghe deduced that Emperor Wu Yi mastered the abilities of Key Clone, Neural Link Clone, Blood of God Clone and other names similar to the art of a clone. It doesn't matter what the name is. What matters is that this gives Ji Xinghe the hope of bestowing the armor of God's punishment when the armor of God's punishment does not have real intelligence. However, reality tells him that he cannot create a miracle this time. Lord, how about I do it? Xinghe volunteered. She participated in Ji Xinghe's gift experiment on the armor of God's punishment throughout the whole process. She understood earlier than Shen Mu and others that Ji Xinghe could not successfully bestow the armor of God's punishment, and where the key point of further experiments was. Complete the biological material transformation of the Glory Mecha, let the cripple enter its cockpit, and complete the neural connection with the Glory Mecha. In the state of driving the Mecha, combine your own spiritual will with the biological material, and then Ji Xinghe will bestow the Glory Mecha. In other words, it is a gift to the cripple who has a biological material body. It sounds simple, but it is full of risks, especially after the artificial mechanical nervous system is replaced by biological materials, when the cripple is connected to the Glory Mecha. It is very likely that the cripple will suffer irreversible damage before Ji Xinghe starts to bestow. I have prepared some biological materials, Xinghe continued when Ji Xinghe was silent. Moreover, it was cultivated by Dr. Ezen using your genes. In theory, the success rate of using this kind of biological material for the gift will be much higher. Dr. Ezen has the ability. Not only did he help Ji Xinghe find the secret of the gift, but he is also the only scientist in the world who successfully merged the genes of humans, Ji Xinghe, and orangutans, the previous imperial prince, to cultivate a deformed species. The current prince of the empire, the one who killed the king of Xianbei, was exiled to the empire's mining planet number 3, but his position as prince was not deprived. Although the deformed species has been humanely destroyed, after having successful experience, combined with the biological material research data obtained by Xinghe from the Federal Academy of Sciences, he also successfully produced biological materials. But the difference between the genes of the Imperial Prince and the genes of the previous Imperial Prince used by the Academy of Sciences is that Dr. Essen firmly believes that Ji Xinghe is the most powerful intelligent life in the universe, so the genes he uses to cultivate biological materials come from Ji Xinghe. With Xinghe's strict supervision and control over researchers and equipment, there is no need to worry about Dr. Essen trying to clone Ji Xinghe. Even if he really clones him, he can't clone him because Ji Xinghe's genes contain some characteristics that are difficult to explain by existing science. Do you want to give up your current life form? Ji Xinghe asked in surprise. I don't necessarily need to give up, Xinghe explained. According to the results of my simulation experiment, if the cripple can accept your gift with the help of the glory mecha in his current state, then he can still take off his armor, but there is a time limit for taking off the armor. Taking off the armor for a long time will cause the glory mecha's successful gift effect to disappear, and the gift effect he has received will also disappear. For me, there is no problem of taking off the armor. If the results of the simulation experiment are fine, I will maintain my current life form and, with the help of the body gifted by you, have the abilities brought by the effect of the gift. And my existing abilities can still be retained based on communication equipment. Well, if I am now a digital life, and humans and gorillas are carbon-based life, then after I receive your gift, I will have the opportunity to evolve into a silicon-based life with the help of the body, or an energy life based on the energy of Qi. It can also be called a spirit body, an energy body, a consciousness body, and other forms. I prefer to call it a spirit body. So, for me, this is an evolution of a life form, not giving up the existing life form, Ji Xinghe understood. After Xinghe awakened, he paid attention to relevant knowledge. Based on the increase brought by Qi, his learning ability was like returning to elementary school, and his memory reached the level of photographic memory. Others see that he is busy every day, but what others don't see is that when he uses his own ability to do what he can, he has never given up using learning to improve himself. He, who could only set the interaction mechanism for Xinghe at the beginning, can now even knock out the source code of the artificial intelligence program before Xinghe awakened. This is very risky, Ji Xinghe reminded. Don't forget that when Casman used the neural link operation mode, the brain-computer interface and part of the central nervous system were burned. If your core data is destroyed by Qi, you will no longer be you, and you may even die. I know there are risks, Xinghe said in a matter-of-fact tone, but you are desperate. Xinghe is desperate, Lame is desperate, many people are desperate, so why can't I be desperate? Ji Xinghe was silent. Suddenly, a communication request came from the Nantianmen space station, marked as the highest level of emergency. General Ji, it's bad. Ji Xinghe has driven away a single soldier starship. The destination is an alien planet. We can't remotely control the single soldier starship because she turned off the communication function. It's also possible that she directly removed the remote control module. We can't intercept it. The speed of the single soldier starship is too fast. The nervousness of the communicator on the other side can be clearly heard. Who is Ji Xinghe? How dangerous is it to drive a single soldier starship across a space distance of more than 50 million kilometers? What will Ji Xinghe do if something happens to Ji Xinghe? Especially after reporting the news, the communicator became even more nervous when he did not hear Ji Xinghe's response. The generals standing behind the communicator, as well as the congressmen and officials stationed in the Nantianmen space, all felt as if their backs were wet with cold sweat in the space with a constant temperature system. Ji Xinghe, who did not reply to the message in time, temporarily turned off the microphone. Is this what you said? Xinghe is fighting for her life. Xinghe's voice became very weak, like a frail old man. Xinghe's spaceship will arrive soon, and the mecha built for her by Shenmue will be completed soon. She will definitely drive that mecha. Then, we won't be able to explain how she came to the alien planet. So, Xinghe can only order the camouflage biochemical body I built for her to take the opportunity to drive a single soldier starship to the alien planet. Ji Xinghe was not worried because the real Ji Xinghe had already traveled most of the distance on a spaceship. During this period, the Ji Xinghe on the Blue Star was a fake, so the one who drove the single soldier starship to the alien planet was also a fake. It didn't matter even if she encountered danger. Ji Xinghe suddenly asked, "Where's Suhi?" I don't know. No, I know. Xinghe's tone was a little flustered. He is collecting interview materials for making a documentary about the independent regiment. The Old Man and the Starry Sea has also been updated, and the same materials are needed. The two documentaries cannot be put together. After all, the themes are different. He is making a documentary about the independent regiment. Why didn't he come to base number 6? How should I know, Lord? I will contact Suhi now and ask him to give you an explanation. Report on the situation. When the single soldier starship you control successfully arrives at the alien planet, will Suhi report that Xinghe learned from me and robbed the single soldier starship to come to the alien planet? Will he also report on her obsession with revenge for her father, and her courage to fight alongside her grandfather? My lord is wise. Xinghe betrayed Suhi without hesitation. This plan was decided by Suhi. I said it was not possible at the time, but he insisted that you would not agree to Xinghe coming to the alien planet to participate in the war unless the matter was settled. Ji Xinghe obviously didn't believe it. Not counting the 3 years on the Azure Star, Suhi has taken care of Xinghe for more time than I have. Will he be willing to let Xinghe come to the alien planet? My lord, please listen to my excuses. Xinghe didn't make any excuses after all. Wait a minute, my lord, please reply to them first, otherwise they will be scared to death. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath to calm down, then turned on the microphone. I know, broadcast on the waterway and say that I agree to her coming to the alien planet, but the communication function must be turned on and the remote control module must be installed back. The communicator breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard the sound of several people falling to the ground behind him. He looked back in surprise and found that many congressmen and officials had sat on the ground without caring about their image. Only the generals were able to stand firm. General Ji hasn't lost his temper yet, and you are all like this, so what if General Ji loses his temper? The communicator was stared at by the generals with murderous eyes, and came back to his senses and said hurriedly, okay, we will immediately broadcast in full frequency band, and ensure that after Ji Xinghe turns on the communication function, we will track the specific location, optimize the route, and urgently mobilize nearby spacecraft to respond. The communication was hung up, and a communication application came. Old man, the cripple asked to transform the glory mecha. He wants to accept your gift together with the glory mecha. Ji Xinghe thought that Ji Xinghe would definitely reach the alien planet, and finally had some selfish thoughts. Transform the glory mecha. Yes, Xinghe felt a little regretful, but more happy. She knew very well that Ji Xinghe did this to protect her, not to be stingy with a gift. It's just that a cripple. I will succeed, don't worry. After Ji Xinghe finished speaking, he strode towards the machine repair area. Xinghe knew that Ji Xinghe was not telling her, Ji Xinghe, Suhi, the cripple and others not to rush, but he was telling himself not to rush. The transformation of the glory mech went smoothly. After all, there was the experience of the transformation of the divine punishment armor. It was just a pity that the brand new strongest mech of the Federation had not yet participated in the war, but it was dismantled into pieces and then replaced with key parts and reassembled. Because of the addition of multiple advanced weapon systems, as well as auxiliary systems such as energy shield generators and propulsion engines, the height of the glory mech has reached 8.29 meters without using the foot kit. The Emperor armor that Ji Xinghe had driven before was not more than 8 meters in height. Some of the other prince armors were even less than 7 meters. The national-level mechas manufactured by the Federation, such as the mechas currently used by Li Yuanba, Ravik, Qintong, and Harris, and the mechas used by Jackson before, were only a little over 7 meters in height. Therefore, in terms of height, the glory mech can indeed be called the best. The same is true for weight. Even if a lightweight body design is used, in order to ensure strong defense and stability, according to the standard weight of the Azure Star, the glory weighs more than 13 tons. Even if there is a propulsion engine, it is also worrying that it will be restricted when fighting in special environments. Such a huge monster, coupled with the physical state of the driver, the cripple, when wearing armor, is really worrying. I am not a human anymore, what is there to be afraid of? What kind of eyes are you looking at me, Sichuanian? If you dare to cry, I will kill you, the cripple said, took off his head, and then used his headless body to hold his head and walk towards the cockpit of the glory mecha. The picture looks very strange, but everyone is not surprised. These days, the cripple has test-driven the modified glory mecha many times, and he has to take off his head every time. When the armor was completed, The medical team waiting on the side instantly became more nervous. They are the ones who transformed the cripple. And they know best how difficult it would be to treat if there is any problem with the cripple's current state. Needless to say, the others were nervous. The only one who was not nervous, or seemed not nervous, was Ji Xinghe. But he did not start the gift immediately, but asked the cripple to conduct a real machine test to find the state. At the same time, he was waiting for someone. It didn't take long for the hurried group of people to enter the machine repair area of base number 6. The leader was Li Yuanba, whom Ji Xinghe had not seen for a long time. The metal man beside him looked a little strange and a little familiar. It was Li Xinghe who had undergone a similar transformation to the cripple before. It can be said that his mechanical body has been upgraded. Do you really want to start? Li Yuanba asked and then immediately said, actually, you can wait for us. He also wanted to give Li Xinghe a gift, but now he still couldn't master the ability of the gift. He just repaired the injuries caused by the nuclear explosion and had a preliminary grasp of the power of Qi. The second stage. Li Xinghe also said, old man, you said before that we are brothers, and he has an obsession with me, just like you have with Ji Xinghe, so if we come first, the success rate will be higher, and we can also bring you experience. This is the truth, but Ji Xinghe is about to arrive at the alien planet, and Ji Xinghe must master the method of inheritance. Moreover, the cripple really can't wait. Being transformed into a non-human state, if he can't join the war as soon as possible, it will be difficult for him to maintain his mentality. But driving such a mecha to participate in the war, how could the Empire not target it? If you rely on Ji Xinghe to fight, what's the point of the cripple's transformation? I said, I will succeed. Ji Xinghe reiterated what he didn't need to reiterate, so people understood his eagerness. Although they didn't know why, people chose to support it. Everything is ready, and the gift officially begins. Seeing Ji Xinghe raised his hand and pressed it on the knee of the glory mecha, the size difference between the two was huge. Li Xinghe's eyes suddenly became extremely hot, and he had a bold idea. If successful, perhaps, it's not just a mecha. There shouldn't be only mechas. P.S. Additional update for the 9 silver alliances rewarded by the boss Chuan 35/66. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.